out that yet another escalation between Russia and Ukraine. Well, the other big story that we are tracking at this, India's civil aviation regulator, the DGCA, in fact, has granted further extensions allowing Indigo as well as SpiceJet to continue operating Turkish aircraft with Turkish crew. In fact, sources say Indigo has received a third extension to lease two Boeing 777-300ER aircraft from a Turkish airline, with the planes and the crew still operating in Indian airspace. SpiceJet, meanwhile, has leased 5 Boeing aircraft from Turkish operator Corendon Airlines under similar arrangements. In fact, the continued approvals come despite early expectations that such foreign leasing pacts would be phased out after Operation Sindoor. Now, this is what we know so far. In the month of May earlier this year is when the lease had basically come to an end. And thereafter, a letter was drafted by Indigo to the DGCA seeking further extension. It was in the month of September when DGCA called a one-time extension that was given to Indigo so that they could operate these Turkish aircraft. And more importantly, not just the aircraft, even the crew members were to be used by Indigo. Staying with the civil aviation stories now coming in. Earlier today, a Mumbai-bound Air India flight reported a serious technical glitch and the plane had to return, make an emergency landing at Delhi airport. Now, the aircraft was under imminent threat when one engine had to be shut down to avoid any untoward incident. Full emergency, in fact, was declared at the Delhi airport during this incident. In fact, this was a Mumbai-bound aircraft of the Air India. A statement has now been issued by the airline with regards to the emergency that was called in by the pilot. In fact, they're saying that this was an engine problem. There was an engine oil problem that was highlighted by the pilot, and thereafter an emergency was declared, resulting in a situation that the aircraft had to be called back. So far, a report has already been sent to the DGCA. We're going to also take you through the details of the report that has been sent to the DGCA, where they've essentially spoken about the exact time when the pilot had basically called the ATC regarding further instruction as to how they would have carried out. Now, this comes across as a major lapse. Take a look at this detailed report.
A nightmare for any flyer, a pilot's ultimate test, a reality check of ground force crew, and words that no air traffic controller would want to hear. Pan, pan. Mumbai-bound Air India flight AI-887 reported a serious glitch shortly after takeoff, post which the right engine had to be shut down mid-air. As per Air India, AI-887, a Boeing 777-300ER en route from Delhi to Mumbai, experienced a serious technical issue shortly after takeoff. The airline said that during flap retraction, abnormally low oil pressure was detected in the right engine, which rapidly dropped to zero. As per standard safety procedures, the pilots shut down the affected engine. As per Air India, the incident has been reported to the DGCA and will also be investigated by Air India's Permanent Investigation Board under the supervision of the DGCA. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has also taken note of the Air India flight AI-887 incident and sought a detailed report from Air India. The airline has been directed to extend all assistance to passengers and accommodate them on subsequent flights. Post this incident, Air India has made separate arrangements for the passengers. Air India in response informed that senior Air India representatives personally met passengers on ground while refreshments were provided to all. While luckily, a major tragedy was averted because of pilots' quick thinking, but questions arise over safety of passengers flying Air India.
Let me also take you through another breaking news now coming in, where UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has lashed out at the Samajwadi Party over the cough syrup case, saying that the license to accuse Vibhor Rana was issued during their tenure. The Chief Minister has vowed to take strict action against those who are involved, saying no one will be spared. In fact, 77 arrests have been made so far. The government is leaving no stone unturned in its crackdown that has been carried out. The SIT has already been formed. In fact, this comes after multiple reports essentially came in from states like Madhya Pradesh, where there have been deaths due to cough syrups that were basically prescribed by the doctors, by government doctors. And it seems that the Ministry of Health Affairs has also basically stepped in to take stock of the situation. But right now there's a direct political allegation that has been leveled by Yogi Adityanath, saying that there is a link between the accused in this particular case with that of the Samajwadi Party. In fact, we are given to understand that 77 arrests have taken place, at least one, that is the kingpin in this particular case. The government has indicated that there is a political link, and there is also another link that is basically emerging with Madhya Pradesh, because it all started in Madhya Pradesh when the first phase in the first phase itself, what we are given to understand, multiple deaths had actually taken place, following which a full-fledged investigation was carried out of cough syrups resulting in the death of infants, following which an SIT was also formed when similar cases had also been reported in the state of Uttar Pradesh as well as Himachal Pradesh, two states where similar sort of incidents have actually taken place. Now, in the floor of the assembly, you've had Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister making this comment. Listen.
कानपुर का भी है, गाजियाबाद का भी है, वाराणसी का भी है, लखनऊ का भी है और कानपुर का भी है। इन लोगों ने इसको उन देशों में पहुंचाया है, उन राज्यों में पहुंचाया है जहां मद्य निषेध है, लेकिन वहां पे नशे के आदी लोगों को इसको लेने की एक आदत सी है, तो वहां पर उसका दुरुपयोग किया गया है, जबकि बिना चिकित्सीय परामर्श के इसका सेवन नहीं हो सकता, खासतौर पर बच्चों के लिए। एडल्ट भी चिकित्सीय परामर्श से इसका सेवन करता है। कौन ऐसा व्यक्ति है जिसने कफ सिरप नहीं लिया? खांसी होती है, हर व्यक्ति लेता है। और मुझे लगता है अगर आप इसकी गहराई में जाएंगे तो घूम फिर करके वही मामला है कि वो कहीं ना कहीं कोई ना कोई समाजवादी पार्टी से जुड़ा हुआ नेता या उनसे जुड़ा हुआ कोई ना कोई व्यक्ति उसकी चपेट में आता है। और इलीगल ट्रांजैक्शन भी जो हुआ है वह भी आपकी लोहिया बहाने के एक पदाधिकारी के अकाउंट के माध्यम से हुआ है। एसटीएफ इसकी जांच कर रही है। इस पूरे मामले में हाई कोर्ट से उस पूरे मामले को एनडीपीएस के अंतर्गत इस मामले में मुकदमा चलना चाहिए। यह उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने इस लड़ाई को लड़ा है और उसको जीता है। इलीगल यानी इसमें एडिटेशन का भी नहीं है, यह इलीगल डाइवर्जन का है।
Well, in fact, getting in some more breaking news coming in from the state of Himachal Pradesh, where Shimla's IGMC hospital basically turned into a complete battleground as doctors and a patient exchanged blows. A patient from the Chopal area had come for an endoscopy, but an argument with the doctor escalated into a fight. The patient's family members created a ruckus at the hospital, demanding the doctor's suspension. In fact, audio screens right now the altercation that has taken place between the patient and the doctors. This is coming in from the IGMC hospital in Shimla, where you can see how the patient has been brutally assaulted, and thereafter, in fact, this happened earlier today is what we are picking up. I'm going to just take you through some of the details coming in. This was at a time when the patient had come in for an endoscopy, but an argument with the doctor took place, resulting in a fight taking place. The patient's family members have also made an allegation against the delay in carrying out the endoscopy, despite multiple requests that were made by the family members. In fact, they are now demanding the suspension of the doctor. Now, on your screens, these are the latest images coming in from a hospital in Shimla, where Shimla's IGMC hospital, in fact, this morning, roughly a little after 9 o'clock is when this incident took place. Family members are now outside the hospital demanding the suspension of the doctor.
एक पेशेंट है, ये डॉक्टर बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, देख सकते हैं आप सब लोग। ये देखो डॉक्टर यहाँ पे बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं पेशेंट के साथ, लड़ाई पे आगे लो। ये देख सकते हैं आप लोग। एक पेशेंट है, ये डॉक्टर बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, देख सकते हैं आप सब लोग। ये देखो डॉक्टर यहाँ पे बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं पेशेंट के साथ, लड़ाई पे आगे लो। ये देख सकते हैं आप लोग। एक पेशेंट है, ये डॉक्टर बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, देख सकते हैं आप सब लोग। ये देखो डॉक्टर यहाँ पे बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं पेशेंट के साथ, लड़ाई पे आगे लो। ये देख सकते हैं आप लोग। एक पेशेंट है, ये डॉक्टर बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, देख सकते हैं आप सब लोग। ये देखो डॉक्टर यहाँ पे बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं पेशेंट के साथ, लड़ाई पे आगे लो। ये देख सकते हैं आप लोग। एक पेशेंट है, ये डॉक्टर बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, देख सकते हैं आप सब लोग। ये देखो डॉक्टर यहाँ पे बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं पेशेंट के साथ, लड़ाई पे आगे लो। ये देख सकते हैं आप लोग। एक पेशेंट है, ये डॉक्टर बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, देख सकते हैं आप सब लोग। ये देखो डॉक्टर यहाँ पे बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं पेशेंट के साथ, लड़ाई पे आगे लो। ये देख सकते हैं आप लोग। एक पेशेंट है, ये डॉक्टर बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, देख सकते हैं।
Just a quick recap of what we know so far of the incident that took place at the IGMC hospital in Shimla, where you can see on your screens the altercation that has taken place between the doctor and the patient, where they were exchanging blows. Now, the patient, we are being told, is from Chopal area and had come to the hospital for an endoscopy. Not very sure as to what led to this kind of an altercation between the patient and the doctor. In fact, we are waiting for a response to come in from the hospital, but what we are picking up from our news contributors on the ground is that this happened when the family members had requested for an endoscopy to be done. Right now, they have demanded a suspension of the doctor. There has been no statement that has come in from the IGMC hospital at this stage. That's the latest now coming in from Shimla, where a brawl has been reported from a hospital. There you have, these are the following details that have now come in. Well, let me take you through what else is making news right now. This is Bharat in 1 minute. A woman was pushed out of a moving local train after an argument with a man who had entered the woman's compartment. The woman who sustained serious injuries is reported to be in a stable condition. The accused, identified as Akhtar Nawaz, was apprehended by the police and a case has been registered. An auto driver was murdered in front of a crowded ISBT bus stand terminal in Jabalpur in broad daylight. The accused fled from the scene after slitting the man's throat in one of the busiest areas. An investigation into the crime is underway. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar met Prime Minister Narendra Modi and will be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah today in the national capital. It is his first meeting since he was sworn in as the Chief Minister, and the leader stated that it would ensure a smooth centre-state relationship.
Turkey gave logistic and military support to Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. Why are Turkish planes with Turkish crew operating in Indian airspace? 7 months after Operation Sindoor, has government forgotten its promise? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
किसका है? Minister Bhupendra Yadav issues templated response on Aravalli's campaign, says misinformation is being spread on social media. Republic TV exposes how the government gave the nod for mining at the Aravalli Hills in a 2,334-page affidavit on the Aravalli Hills. No lessons learned post-Operation Sindoor. Indigo and SpiceJet given DGCA clearance to lease and operate Turkish aircraft and crew on Indian soil. Republic questions Christian Michel in Augusta Westland case. Michel silent on bribes. Air India flight returns to national capital after crew reported critical drop in engine oil pressure in right engine. Well, in fact, after the Operation Sindoor, we were told that there wouldn't be a foreign lease. And that's what the DGCA had claimed then. But back in the month of May, Indigo's lease with Turkish Airlines had already lapsed. But despite that, a request was actually made by Indigo for extension of the lease with the Turkish aircraft. And that happens to be Corendon Airlines. And in the month of September, a one-time extension was given to Indigo. It received a third extension, and that was to lease 2 Boeing 777-300ER aircraft from a Turkish airline, with the planes and crew still operating in Indian airspace. And not just Indigo, SpiceJet also has leased 5 Boeing aircraft from Turkish operator Corendon Airlines under similar sort of arrangements. Now, they continued the approvals come despite earlier expectations that such foreign leasing pacts would be phased out after Operation Sindoor. In fact, it turns out that they've carried out this entire arrangement on the grounds that they do not have enough aircraft. Secondly, as per this particular leasing policy, they're not only taking the aircraft, but also crew members. These crew members, what we are being told, are Turkish crew members operating on domestic legs in India. On your screens right now, these are multiple images that have actually come in of Corendon aircraft. This is a Turkish aircraft, part of a subsidiary of Turkish Airlines, Budget Airlines, that is operated by Turkish Airways, based out of Malta. This airline is, or this aircraft, in fact, is now being used by Indigo as well as SpiceJet. These are images that we've also accessed from various airports, from Chennai, Jabalpur, which goes on to indicate that even today, as we speak, this aircraft, a Turkish aircraft, is still being used by Indigo as well as SpiceJet. Now, what exactly is the issue? In fact, post-Operation Sindoor, Indian Army has come on record to say that Turkey has actually backed Pakistan by supplying drones. Then came the bigger question as to whether at all cargo services provided by Turkey can actually be used by India or not. And that led to a massive debate that took place, following which the regulator here had already indicated that this kind of an agreement may not be operational for a very long time. And it seems that despite this kind of an indication coming in from the regulator, what we are being told is that there was an attempt that was actually made by Indigo to once again write to the DGCA seeking further approval. And this approval actually was granted in the name of one-time extension that was given to Indigo so that they could carry on with the lease agreement with the Turkish Airlines. Questions are now being raised about whether at all there is a national security angle to this entire matter. It seems they are divided. In fact, several associations have actually raised this. In fact, let me go across to Captain Randhawa, who's joining us on this broadcast. Captain Randhawa, post-Operation Sindoor, we were given to understand that the regulators would not have actually allowed this kind of a lease to be in place. But till date, this lease agreement between the Turkish Airlines and Indigo and SpiceJet still continues. Is there a problem?
See, as far as the regulations goes for wet leasing, you have under Section 3, Series C, Part 1. And it allows you to wet lease an aircraft only under certain exigencies. Now, it cannot be as a routine. And the CR is very clear that you can take the aircraft on wet lease 6 plus 6 months, or maximum up to 12 months. Earlier, the rule was 3 plus 3. Now, the government had intervened that with the Turkish agencies, you had to stop operations. Even the Celebi, the ground handling contract was terminated. And so this extension was given as one-time basis by the government of India for 6 months. So I am not privy to that the government has allowed them beyond that time to SpiceJet and to Indigo Airlines, where they continue to take the aircraft on wet lease. And wet lease is again as not a matter of they cannot impose it on the government that it has to be done, because it is only in extreme circumstances that the airlines are allowed to get the aircraft on wet lease, and that too on a short-term basis. It is not a permanent remedy where you have the foreign crews operating the aircraft and you have these foreign registered aircraft. And also, why these airlines are continuing beyond 6 months, and do they have the DGC approvals or the government approvals?
Well, in fact, I've just got some more details, Captain Randhawa. I'm told that there is another agreement that Indigo is actually signing with Freebird Airlines. So it is not just the Turkish Airways. I'm told that Freebird Airlines is also in talks with Indigo, and in all likelihood, by the end of this month, they are going to carry on with their operations. I'm just putting out this breaking news coming in. Captain Randhawa, do you have any idea about this latest wet lease agreement that is being signed with Freebird Airlines?
With Corridon? I have no clue, but I have seen these aircraft. I had gone to Chennai day before and I saw this aircraft at Chennai, Corridon. So if this agreement has been signed, then SpiceJet must have got these aircraft.
Well, in fact, it seems as far as SpiceJet is concerned, Captain Randhawa, it is not an extension. The agreement was signed in the month of July. This was way after Operation Sindoor.
Okay, so the government had put a clampdown on this, that all these Turkish contracts were held in abeyance. If you recollect, Celebi was one of the ground handling agency who was told to stop the operations. And the airlines were given some extension by the government. So I'm not sure whether it was 3 months or 6 months. And as a rule, it
But
says
Captain
6
Randhawa,
plus 6.
just playing the devil's advocate here, the airlines have been arguing that what is wrong in it? From the business standpoint, they say that this is required and this is the practice adopted worldwide. The very fact that you have a wet lease agreement, a code sharing agreement, it only allows more dynamic pricing to take place. It benefits the passengers. Is there a problem? That's the argument that has been made by most of the airlines.
See, what happens is that when you take the crew, when you take an aircraft on wet lease, now when you say wet lease, it comes with the crew. Now, that crew has to be absolutely competent with the Indian regulations also. On paper, yes, they will say so. But in practicality, it may not happen. Okay, because they are more conversant with their rules and regulations of their country, of the registration of the aircraft. So wet leasing, the government does not encourage wet leasing of the aircraft in our country because of these reasons. And earlier the rule was 3+3. And 2-3 years back, when Mr. Scindia was the Minister for Civil Aviation, this rule got changed to 6+6. Okay, maximum allowed is 1 year. Now, if there are reasons for a country due to political reasons, and if this step was taken, then you cannot make exception for a particular airline or airlines. And for ground handling, the rule is different. For the airlines, it is going to be different. Yes, what you said, that the other countries, they do promote wet leasing of aircraft. But I want to ask you that, like in big countries like America and all, how much wet leasing is done? It's only when
there should be a capping.
Absolutely.
Captain Randhawa, are you saying there should be a capping? Because is it a violation of the CAR rules? Because as I understand from what the rules basically specify, it is only for a short-term period. It cannot be a long-term agreement that can be signed between the carriers.
It says 6+6 months. And it is only under certain extreme circumstances that it is allowed. Then that too, when the airline does not have sufficient amount of crews. Now in this case, 777, they have been operating under wet lease. Why hasn't Indigo Airlines trained their own crew on 777? And then they should have converted this into a dry lease.
You are saying
basically this is normally.
And what is the bigger problem here? Because as per the wet agreement, a wet leasing that has taken place between the Turkish Airlines and Indigo, which essentially means both these airlines, Indigo as well as SpiceJet, would be using Turkish crew members. Isn't that a problem?
See, when you use the other crew members and all, as I told you, they may not be that conversant with your local regulations and all. And if I may read, there's a note in the CR, in case the circumstances under which the wet damp lease was initially authorized continue to prevail, a further one-time extension up to 6 months. Beyond 6+6 in the duration of wet damp lease can be considered on a case-to-case basis. Now, the question to be asked that if you have engaged into a wet leasing agreement, the idea is that within that time you start training your own crews so that you get into a dry lease subsequently. You don't train and every time you will keep asking extension. So the idea is that at some stage you have to convert this into dry lease. And as I told you, the reason behind it is very clear that the crews have to be very conversant with the local regulations. In this case, supposing it's Turkish and both these airlines are Turkish, they'll be more conversant with the Turkish rules than Indian rules. Though when the expats come and then they fly in India, okay, under FATA, these people are trained and they have to qualify. In the regulations paper, they have to pass, they have to clear Viva, that they are very well conversant. In the case of wet lease, there is no such procedure to check the crews, and you have to take them as an ICAO contracting state.
Captain Randhawa, sorry to interrupt you because in want of time, I just want to take just a quick question. If you had to put out the violations that are essentially taking place, what would they be? Captain Randhawa, I'm just asking you, in terms of the violations that are taking place, what are they?
I couldn't hear you. Can you
I was asking
repeat?
about if you had to just list out the number of violations here. As far as this agreement goes, what would they be?
No, I'm not privy to the agreement what they've recently signed with Freebird. I'm not privy to that. So I cannot comment as to what they have signed. But I was just telling you about the regulation part and why it is necessary to have a dry lease vis-a-vis a wet lease. So that is what I was trying to tell you. But I'm not privy to the agreement which they have signed with Freebird.
The Turkish Airlines, the other airline, Corendon, is concerned, and the wet lease.
As I have said, that the wet lease agreement, depending on the political situation between India and Turkey, in the light of Operation Sindoor, one time exemption was given to, I think, these airlines for 6 months, and the same some amount of dispensation was given to Celebi. But as of now, I don't think so. Celebi is carrying out ground operations. So if 6 months have passed, then how are the airlines operating, and what has DGCA done in this context?
Captain Randhawa, thank you very much for highlighting what are the issues related to this entire wet lease agreement that has been signed between Indigo, SpiceJet and the Turkish Airlines. In fact, this is what has really happened so far in terms of the extensions that have been granted. And interestingly, as far as these agreements are concerned, they had already lapsed, but an extension was actually granted. Take a look at this report.
In a surprising move, the DGCA has extended clearances for the use of Turkish aircrafts and crews by Indian Airlines. Permissions have been granted to Indigo and SpiceJet to keep operating Turkish aircraft with Turkish crew. This despite earlier pledges by the DGCA to phase out such deals post-Operation Sindoor. Now, this decision has sparked debate over national security and economic priorities. Two Turkish Boeing 777-300ER aircraft leased by Indigo continue to fly routes like Delhi-Istanbul and Mumbai-Istanbul with Turkish crew. Indigo is operating direct flights to Istanbul with the two leased aircrafts from Turkish Airlines having over 500 seats each. Meanwhile, SpiceJet's 5 leased Corendon Airlines planes are also operational. The DGCA granted Indigo a third extension until February 2026, citing operational exigencies. Sources say the move aims to mitigate aviation losses and ensure seamless travel amid strained India-Turkey ties. Remember, viewers, how Turkey backed Pakistan and condemned India's strikes on terror camps during Operation Sindoor? Earlier on May 15, aviation security watchdog BCAS revoked the security clearance for Turkish company Celebi Airport Services. This was done in the interest of national security days after Turkey bagged Pakistan. Turkey's Pakistan tilt and alleged support for terror, while DGCA's extension for Turkish aircrafts points to one big question. Has the post-Operation Sindoor promise now been forgotten?
Well, in fact, we are pulling back the curtain on a document that will essentially redefine what is seen as the geography of North India. Republic has exclusively accessed a massive 2,334-page affidavit filed by the government regarding the future of Aravalli Hills. Now, for years, the Aravallis have been seen as the green wall, the only thing that's standing between the fertile plains of Delhi NCR and the advancing Thar Desert. But this dossier reveals a radical shift in the thinking. The government is no longer just looking at these hills as an ecological barrier. They are identifying them as strategic mineral fortress. The government's argument is simple. In a world of broken supply chains, India cannot leave these essential resources buried under the hills while we remain dependent on foreign imports. The most shocking part of this 2,334-page document is the exemption clause, where the government is basically claiming free pass to mine critical, strategic and atomic minerals that have been listed in the MMDR Act of the 1957 on account for economic development and nation building. Now, again, with this episode, the age-old debate has resurfaced, that is, environment versus development. And it needs to be seen how government will manage both these aspects in a sustainable manner. In fact, the government's argument has essentially been that with the redefinition of Aravalli Hills, 90% of it will be protected. That's the argument that has been made by the Environment Minister. But this has been countered by those who have gone onto the bandwagon of saving the Aravallis. In fact, what has happened is that there's been widespread protests that are taking place, and it has become the #1 talking point. Those who are talking about rising AQI in the national capital are to realize that if at all this actually goes through, and rampant mining that is already taking place, some in fact has been legalized, some mining has already been legalized, but the manner in which this has been actually carried out has resulted in massive ecological destruction. And that is exactly what we are highlighting today from multiple reports basically coming in from different parts of the Aravalli range. Rajasthan has to be the worst affected in this. Take a look at what's really happening in Udaipur, where people are now out on the streets.
It is a dictatorship rule of central government and the state government. In both state and center, it's a BJP government cutting across to protesters again. आप बताइए, देश का युवा सड़क पे उतर आया है, क्या मांग है
सरकार से? यही मांग है कि अरावली को बचाना है। अगर अरावली नहीं रहेगी तो पानी कहाँ से आएगा? अरावली नहीं रहेगी तो किसान कैसे जिंदा रहेगा? रेगिस्तान बनने से उसको कौन रोकेगा? ये खनन माफिया को सीमेंट फैक्ट्रियों में दान देने के लिए खनन कर रहे हैं। ये कानून अपने हाथ को खुला कर रही है, खनन माफिया को फुल आजादी दे रही है।
सर, आप हमें ये बताइए, जो आम जनता को इस तरीके से डिटेन किया जा रहा है, फोर्स अप्लाई किया जा रहा है, उसके बारे में बताइए।
जी देखिए, सरकार ने पूंजीपतियों के लिए एक रेड कारपेट बिछा दिया है। उनका काम यह है कि कैसे इन अमीरों को और अमीर बनाए और आम जनता को इस प्रकार से कुचले, जो अपने हक के लिए, अपने समाज को बचाने के लिए, अपनी पीढ़ियों को बचाने के लिए लड़ रही है। ये निश्चित तौर पे सरकार की दमन नीति अपनाता। और सबसे बड़ी शर्म की बात है कि केंद्रीय पर्यावरण मंत्री राजस्थान से आते हैं, अलवर से भूपेंद्र यादव जी मिनिस्टर बने हैं जीत कर। क्या अलवर में फिर वो मुंह दिखा पाएंगे?
क्या मांगे हैं प्रोटेस्टर्स की और कितना इम्पोर्टेंस है अरावली हिल्स का राजस्थान के लिए? उदयपुर,
राजस्थान में उदयपुर क्षेत्र में, मेवाड़ में अरावली सिर्फ चट्टान या पहाड़ नहीं है। अरावली पे आप देखेंगे तो सारे केंद्र हैं। जो राणा मारना चित्तौड़गढ़ पे दुर्ग बना सकते थे, वो अरावली कटा भी सकते थे। दूरदृष्टि थी, हवा, पानी, वेग, युद्ध, सब तरह से अरावली ने हमेशा रक्षा की है। आप देखेंगे तो करनी मात अरावली पे स्थापित है, नीमच माता अरावली पे स्थापित है, अपने दूडी माता अरावली पे, जगन्नाथ का मंदिर अरावली पे स्थापित है।
ये भी बताइए कि इकोलॉजिकली क्या फर्क पड़ेगा, जो थार डेजर्ट का शील्ड है अरावली रेंज, क्या फर्क पड़ेगा अगर इधर इलीगल माइनिंग होता है?
जब जब भूकंप आया है, जब जब वेग से आंधी आई है, जब जब वेग से तूफान आया है, जब जब वेग से बाढ़ आई है, इस अरावली ने उदयपुर की रक्षा की है झीलों से बसे हुए सारे बातों में। उसके बाद भी आज भी उदयपुर खुशहाल है। अरावली रक्षा के साथ साथ पूजनीय का केंद्र भी है, बायोलॉजिकली और एथिकली, और आप देखेंगे रीजनली भी अरावली सब तरह से केंद्र रहा है और हमेशा रहेगा।
क्या मांगे हैं प्रोटेस्टर्स की और कितना इम्पोर्टेंस है अरावली हिल्स का राजस्थान के लिए उदयपुर?
राजस्थान में उदयपुर क्षेत्र में, मेवाड़ में अरावली सिर्फ चट्टान या पहाड़ नहीं है। अरावली पे आप देखेंगे तो सारे केंद्र हैं जो
Well, let me take you through what else is making news. This is Bharat in 1 minute. A woman was pushed out of a moving local train after an argument with a man who had entered the woman's compartment. The woman who sustained serious injuries is reported to be in a stable condition. The accused, identified as Akhtar Nawaz, was apprehended by the police and a case has been registered. An auto driver was murdered in front of a crowded ISBT bus stand terminal in Jabalpur in broad daylight. The accused fled at the scene after slitting the man's throat in one of the busiest areas. An investigation into the crime is underway. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar met Prime Minister Narendra Modi and will be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah later today. It is his first meeting since he swore in as the Chief Minister, and the leader stated that it would ensure for a smooth centre-state relationship. A Mumbai-bound Air India flight on Monday morning reported a serious technical glitch. The plane had to return and make an emergency landing at Delhi airport. Now, the aircraft was under imminent threat when one engine had to be shut down to avoid any untoward incident. Full emergency was declared at the Delhi airport during this incident. In fact, Republic TV has got more details of the report that has been submitted before the DGCA, where the airline is essentially speaking about an engine oil failure, resulting in only one engine operating, a major scare that took place earlier today. Take a look at this report.
A nightmare for any flyer, a pilot's ultimate test, a reality check of ground force crew, and words that no air traffic controller would want to hear. Bang, bang. Mumbai-bound Air India flight AI-887 reported a serious glitch shortly after takeoff, post which the right engine had to be shut down mid-air. As per Air India, AI-887, a Boeing 777-300ER en route from Delhi to Mumbai, experienced a serious technical issue shortly after takeoff. The airline said that during flap retraction, abnormally low oil pressure was detected in the right engine, which rapidly dropped to zero. As per standard safety procedures, the pilots shut down the affected engine. As per Air India, the incident has been reported to the DGCA and will also be investigated by Air India's Permanent Investigation Board under the supervision of the DGCA. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has also taken note of the Air India flight AI-887 incident and sought a detailed report from Air India. The airline has been directed to extend all assistance to passengers and accommodate them on subsequent flights. Post this incident, Air India has made separate arrangements for the passengers. Air India in response informed that senior Air India representatives personally met passengers on ground while refreshments were provided to all. While luckily, a major tragedy was averted because of pilots' quick thinking, but questions arise over safety of passengers flying Air India.
The Rice Avenue Court has ordered to release Christian Michel James from custody in the alleged money laundering case linked to Augusta Westland chopper deal case. In fact, Christian Michel will remain in the custody as far as the CBI case is concerned. Now, during the hearing, Christian Michel's advocate submitted that the investigation has not been completed in the last 12 years. Christian Michel has been in custody for the last several years. Counsel for James said that it is the duty of the court that no person shall remain in custody after completion of the sentence in any case. Now, during the hearing, Christian Michel stated that he would participate in the trial if released from custody. Counsel for the accused also said that Christian Michel was extradited to India back in December 2018, and he has already undergone the maximum sentence for the allegations that have been leveled against him. Here, there are details emerging from the investigation that has been carried out so far. Now, one aspect that the political class essentially harped on was that there is a direct political link that has emerged. This is the UPA era scam, where top names were essentially taken at that point in time, political slugfest that we saw. But till date, both the agencies looking into this matter has not named any politician. Why so? Take a look at when these questions were basically asked to Christian Michel when he was on his way to Rouse Avenue Court.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel? Yes. Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel? Yes. Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel? Yes. Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes?
Well, in fact, not once. Twice we have asked multiple questions to Christian Michel. He happens to be one of the three middlemen involved in the Augusta Westland scam. The other two, remember, requests have been sent by India for extradition, but till date, none of these requests have been accepted by the Italians. Take a look when we once again raised these questions just about a few months ago when Christian Michel had appeared before the court.
Sir, as your release ordered by the court in ED matter, what do you have to say about it?
I think written law will prevail. I think there are good judges, some good judges in India have been lucky to have them.
So, are you satisfied with the order of the court, or
yes,
expecting something more?
No, I'm satisfied. I think India's constitution is excellent, and let's hope the constitution will be followed. And it's holding India together, and terribly important that things like this happen.
So are you hopeful for CBI case, same order?
Yes, I'm hopeful.
So when you are going to get the travel document from your embassy, because your passport has been expired?
Yes, well, everyone is working, everyone is doing their work. Things take time.
Let me also bring in my colleague Ishan, who's joining us from Rouse Avenue Court. Ishan, what time is the matter coming up, and what is it that the CBI is essentially going to argue today? Ishan, if you can hear me.
Christian Michel is the prime accused in the Augusta Westland scam. Now, this was a 3,600 crore scam that started in 2010, and once it started, after that, the Italian authorities initiated the initial probe. Now, the Italian authorities in 2013 filed a probe in which they accused Christian Michel, amongst others, of hatching a plot to ensure that Augusta Westland gets this deal. Now, during this deal, a lot of bribes were paid, and it is alleged that Christian Michel was the point person who laundered 30 million euros for different politicians, officers, and bureaucrats of the Indian side. Now, Christian Michel has been extradited to India in 2013, and since then he has remained in custody, and he has recently gotten bail in the ED matter. Now, in the ED matter, it has been said that he has gotten bail on a very technical ground, that is, he completed the 7-year period that was required for him to serve under this PMLA case. Now, after the serving of this period, the mandatory bail has been granted to him under provisions of CRPC. However, the probe has not yet completed. Italian authorities, on the other hand, who had filed the case in 2013, have completed the probe and have arrested the accused and convicted them. However, our authorities are yet to file the final probe reports, and the case is still pending. And this is due to a lot of applications and delays from Christian Michel's side. He has been delaying this proceeding on every opportunity he has gotten. He has put in multiple papers, he has put in multiple applications requesting for this document, delays, and all this has resulted in him getting bail today after 7 years with no conclusion to the matter.
Internationally,
So are you expecting
expecting
release tomorrow?
No, no.
In this case, not?
So there have been multiple hearings in both the ED and CBI case, more than 700 hearings. How do you see that entire thing, that delay that is being caused?
Oh, the delay is unacceptable. It's way too long. I mean, in England, 2 years and you're out. 2 years and you're out. It's way too long. 7 years in jail, no trial, no charges. Where does this happen? And how can people be extradited to India?
Would you like to say anything about the lackadaisical way the investigation is going on, or the trial that is going on? Because no arguments on charges have yet been taking place.
Well, I don't understand why the delay has been caused. People who have been required to travel here for interrogation and investigation, no red notices have been issued. I'm the only one who got a red notice. And I came. I had to come because of a red notice. So I'm here. I didn't plead the right when I had the opportunity. And I'm defending myself. But I have nothing to defend because no trial. So 7 years in jail, with the result that I'll probably spend another 7 years in jail.
So what is that issue of paying $22,000 to someone that was raised by your counsel?
Oh, that's it. No, there's some claim that some money was exchanged, a small amount, which is completely irrelevant to the trial. And everybody knows it, but there's nothing. There is no case against him, which is absolutely clear. Okay. Stay in jail because I'm not safe outside. So I hope we get.
So still you feel that you are not safe outside?
No, I'm not safe outside.
Why you feel this?
Why do you say so that you're not safe outside?
Because I've had attempts on my life in jail, where I'm supposed to be very safe. So how safe will I be outside?
So do you have any local surety to furnish bail bond, or that condition will be waived off by the court?
Well, there are other conditions which are more important, which we will exercise tomorrow, which you'll hear about tomorrow.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
But I appreciate the press. You are the third leg of democracy. You're terribly important.
Okay.
Thank you. I wish I got the opportunity to speak to you longer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, in fact, this is fugitive Christian Michel, one of the three middlemen who's been taken into custody by the Indian agencies following his extradition back in December 2018. But the trial hasn't begun, resulting in the Delhi High Court granting him bail as far as the money laundering case is concerned. The CBI matter was taken up earlier today. In fact, CBI has challenged the bail plea that has been filed by Christian Michel. Well, in fact, on your screens right now, Christian Michel, who has been probed by the Enforcement Directorate at the Central Bureau of Investigation. The reason why Christian Michel has now been granted bail as far as the ED case is concerned, Delhi High Court essentially observing that he has already served maximum punishment as far as this case goes, and the trial hasn't even begun. The reason why there has been a delay in the trial, the agencies maintain that that's because of frivolous applications that have been filed by the accused in this particular case, and some evidence that has not come in from other foreign countries. Now, that's the position that has been taken by the agencies. Let me also take you through the headline we're tracking at this hour. Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav issues templated response on Aravalli's campaign, says misinformation is being spread on social media. Republic TV exposes how the government gave the nod for mining at the Aravalli Hills in a 2,334-page affidavit on the Aravalli Hills. No lessons learned at post-Operation Sindoor. Indigo and SpiceJet given DGCA clearance to lease and operate Turkish aircraft and crew on Indian soil.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel?
Yes.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes?
Republic questions Christian Michel in Augusta Westland case. Michel silent on bribes. Mumbai-bound Air India flight returns to national capital after crew reported critical drop in engine oil pressure in right engine.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Bengali singer Lagnajita Chakraborty was allegedly harassed and nearly assaulted during a live performance at a private school in Bhagwanpur, East Midnapur, West Bengal on 20th of December 2025 after she began singing the devotional song Jago Ma from the film Devi Chaudhurani. The event organizer Mehboob Malik reportedly stormed the stage, shouted abuses, demanded she stop and sing a secular song.
রাজ্যের মধ্যেই কার্যত শোতে গিয়ে শো করতে গিয়ে শুনতে হলো এই গান গাওয়া যাবে না, অন্য গান গাইতে হবে, সেকুলার গান গাইতে হবে। কে না লগ্নজিতা চক্রবর্তীকে শুনতে হলো এই কথা। লগ্নজিতা চক্রবর্তী আমাদের সঙ্গে সোজাসুজি রয়েছেন এবং গতকাল ভগবানপুরের ঘটনা নিয়ে একেবারে মুখ খুলতে প্রকাশ্যে মুখ খুলবেন। কি ঘটেছিল লগ্নজিতা গতকাল যখন আপনি ভগবানপুরে গেলেন? স্বাভাবিকভাবে প্রত্যেক দিনের মতোই শো করেন আপনি, ঠিক কি ঘটলো যার জন্য এইটা শুনতে হলো যে সেকুলার গান গা?
আমার কালকে পূর্ব মেদিনীপুরে ভগবানপুর বলে একটা জায়গায় সাউথ পয়েন্ট পাবলিক স্কুল বলে একটা স্কুলে আমার অনুষ্ঠান ছিল ওদের মাঠে। আমার অনুষ্ঠান 7টায় শুরু হয় এবং 7:45 অবধি আমার অনুষ্ঠান নির্বিঘ্নে হয়। 7:45 অবধি আমার 7টা গান আমার গাওয়া হয়ে গেছিলো and I was going on to my 8th song. দুটো গানের মাঝখানে যেরকম আর্টিস্টরা কথা বলেন আমিও সেরকম অডিয়েন্সের সাথে কথা বলছিলাম। এই 7th গান যেটা আমি গেয়েছিলাম, যেটা আমার গাওয়া শেষ হয়ে গেছিলো, সেটা হচ্ছে এই বছর পুজোয় দেবী চৌধুরানী বলে একটা ছবি রিলিজ করেছে, সেখানে আমি একটা গান গেয়েছি জাগো মা বলে। এই গানটা দেবী চৌধুরানী ছবির গান এবং দেবী চৌধুরানীকে নিয়ে গানটা লেখা আর কি। এবং সেটা আমি কিন্তু গান গাওয়ার আগে বলেওছি যে কোন ছবির গান ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি, আমি সব গানের আগেই বলি। তো আমি যখন 7th এবং 8th গানের মধ্যে কথা বলছি এই গানটা শেষ করে, তখন হঠাৎ দেখলাম একজন মানুষ দৌড়ে স্টেজে উঠে এলেন, হেঁটে না দৌড়ে স্টেজে উঠে এলেন এবং কিছু বোঝার আগেই আমি দেখলাম যে উনি প্রায় আমার এখান অবধি চলে এসছেন। এবং যে স্কুলে এই অনুষ্ঠানটা হচ্ছিল সেই স্কুলে এটা ভিডিওর মানে ওরা আমার অনুষ্ঠানটা ভিডিও রেকর্ড করছিল, কাজেই ওদের কাছে ভিডিও নিশ্চয়ই পাওয়া যাবে। ভিডিওটা দেখলেই সবাই বুঝতে পারবেন যে উনি আমাকে মারতেই উঠেছিলেন, কিন্তু উনি আনফর্চুনেটলি উনি আমাকে মারতে পারেননি, কারণ উনি যখন এরম একটা জায়গায় ছিলেন তখন 2-3 জন ওনাকে টেনে নিয়ে যায়, এবং যখন উনি আমাকে মারতে পারেন না এবং যখন ওনাকে টেনে নিয়ে যাওয়া হচ্ছে তখন, অ্যান্ড আই হ্যাড দ্য মাইক্রোফোন ইন মাই হ্যান্ড, রাইট, বিকজ আই ওয়াজ টকিং টু দি অডিয়েন্স, তখন উনি চিৎকার করে বলেন অনেক জাগমা হয়েছে, এবার একটু সেকুলার গা, এবং সেটা বাইরে আমার মাইক্রোফোনের থ্রু দিয়ে সেটা প্রত্যেকেই শুনতে পেয়েছেন। এবং তারপরে এটা হয়ে যাওয়ার পরে আমি অডিয়েন্সকে বলি যে যা হয়েছে সব আপনাদের চোখের সামনেই হয়েছে, এরপর তো আর আমার পক্ষে অনুষ্ঠান করা সম্ভব না, তাই আমি আজকে নেমে যাচ্ছি। এবং আমি স্টেজ থেকে নেমে যাই এবং তারপরে আমি ভগবানপুর পুলিশ স্টেশনে যাই এবং গিয়ে আমি একটা জেনারেল ডায়েরি।
রাজ্যের মধ্যেই কার্যত শোতে গিয়ে শো করতে গিয়ে শুনতে হলো এই গান গাওয়া যাবে না, অন্য গান গাইতে হবে, সেকুলার গান গাইতে হবে। কে না লগ্নজিতা চক্রবর্তীকে শুনতে হলো এই কথা। লগ্নজিতা চক্রবর্তী আমাদের সঙ্গে সোজাসুজি রয়েছেন এবং গতকাল ভগবানপুরের ঘটনা নিয়ে একেবারে মুখ খুলতে, প্রকাশ্যে মুখ খুলবেন। কি ঘটেছিল লগ্নজিতা গতকাল যখন আপনি ভগবানপুরে গেলেন? স্বাভাবিকভাবে প্রত্যেক দিনের মতোই শো করেন আপনি, ঠিক কি ঘটলো যার জন্য এইটা শুনতে হলো যে সেকুলার গান গা?
আমার কালকে পূর্ব মেদিনীপুরে ভগবানপুর বলে একটা জায়গায় সাউথ পয়েন্ট পাবলিক স্কুল বলে একটা স্কুলে আমার অনুষ্ঠান ছিল, ওদের মাঠে। আমার অনুষ্ঠান 7টায় শুরু হয় এবং 7:45 অবধি আমার অনুষ্ঠান নির্বিঘ্নে হয়। 7:45 অবধি আমার 7টা গান আমার গাওয়া হয়ে গেছিল, অ্যান্ড আই ওয়াজ গোয়িং অন টু মাই 8th সং। 2টো গানের মাঝখানে যেরকম আর্টিস্টরা কথা বলেন, আমিও সেরকম অডিয়েন্সের সাথে কথা বলছিলাম। এই 7th গান যেটা আমি গেয়েছিলাম, যেটা আমার গাওয়া শেষ হয়ে গেছিলো, সেটা হচ্ছে এই বছর পুজোয় দেবী চৌধুরানী বলে একটা ছবি রিলিজ করেছে, সেখানে আমি একটা গান গেয়েছি জাগো মা বলে। এই গানটা দেবী চৌধুরানী ছবির গান এবং দেবী চৌধুরানীকে নিয়ে গানটা লেখা আর কি। এবং সেটা আমি কিন্তু গান গাওয়ার আগে বলেওছি যে কোন ছবির গান ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি, আমি সব গানের আগেই বলি। তো আমি যখন 7th এবং 8th গানের মধ্যে কথা বলছি, এই গানটা শেষ করে
कि प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में विगत वर्षों में ग्रीन अरावली मूवमेंट को, ग्रीन अरावली के विषयों को आगे बढ़ाया गया है। यही कारण है कि 2014 में इस देश में जहां केवल 24 रामसर साइट्स होती थी, अब बढ़कर के 96 हो गई हैं, और उसमें भी अरावली क्षेत्र में सुल्तानपुर, भिंडावास, असोला, सिलीसेड, सांभर, ये रामसर साइट्स तो हमारी सरकार के समय में डिक्लेयर हुई है। उदयपुर को एक्रीडेटेड सिटी का दर्जा हमारी सरकार के समय में ही मिला है। जजमेंट में भी ये कहा गया है कि अरावली के कंजर्वेशन के लिए विशेष रूप से दिल्ली, हरियाणा, गुजरात और राजस्थान में जो अरावली का क्षेत्र है, उस क्षेत्र में उसके कंजर्वेशन और प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए, अरावली रेंज के साइंटिफिक असेसमेंट के लिए और दिल्ली के ग्रीन बैरियर के रूप में अरावली के बढ़ने के लिए, प्रोटेक्शन के लिए कदम उठाने चाहिए। ये लंबे समय से मैटर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में था। MC मेहता, बाद में TN गोदावरमन के केस में था। कोर्ट ने कहा कि जो UNCCD कन्वेंशन है, पैरा नंबर 5 और 6 में, उसके आर्टिकल 4 और 5 सोशो इकोनॉमिक एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ डेजर्टिफिकेशन, प्रमोट ऑफ कंजर्वेशन ऑफ लैंड, सेफ्टी और वाटर रिसोर्सेज, इसको लेकर के प्रतिबद्धता रखते हैं। और बल्कि पैरा नंबर 9 में उन्होंने ये कहा कि इन रिकॉग्निशन ऑफ द इकोलॉजिकल इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ द अरावली रेंज, द MOEF and CC has also launched the Aravalli Green Wall Project, an initiative aimed at restoring degraded land, preventing desertification, enhancing green cover, and improving the ecological health of Aravalli landscape. So this is the first time where the green movement of the government is also recognized. चाहे कैंपा के द्वारा अरावली में ग्रीन हो, चाहे ग्रीन इंडिया मिशन के द्वारा हो, चाहे रामसर साइट्स को डिक्लेयर कराने का विषय हो, चाहे स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा विगत 2 वर्षों में दिल्ली में वृक्षारोपण का विषय हो, चाहे कंपनसेशन अफॉरेस्टेशन में गुड़गांव की 10,000 एकड़ जमीन को रिजर्व करने का विषय हो, चाहे गुड़गांव में 750 एकड़ में ग्रीन क्रेडिट के माध्यम से डिग्रेडेड फॉरेस्ट को रेस्टोरेशन करने का विषय हो, और ऐसे अनेकों विषय सरकार के द्वारा किए गए। मैं आपको ये भी कहना चाहता हूं कि कोर्ट ने ही अरावली हिल्स और अरावली को लेकर के एक टेक्निकल कमेटी का गठन किया और ओनली द रेस्ट्रिक्टेड पर्पस ऑफ माइनिंग, क्योंकि पहले ऐसा होता था कि किसी भी जगह पे जाके माइनिंग होती थी, कोई तय नहीं होता था कि अरावली हिल और अरावली के, बट दिस इज ऑल्सो रेस्ट्रिक्टेड टू द पर्पस ऑफ माइनिंग। और इसलिए जो 100 मीटर का विषय है, मैं कल भी इसको क्लियर कर चुका हूं, टॉप से धरातल तक, और धरातल में भी उस लैंड फॉर्म जिस फॉर्मेट में है वहाँ का मिनिमम लोएस्ट एरिया है, उस लैंड फॉर्म जिसमें वो सिचुएटेड है, वो अरावली पर्वत और अरावली रेंज का अर्थ है उसके 500 मीटर के अंतर्गत। कई लोग कई तरह की बातें कह रहे हैं, कुछ हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता लोग भी भ्रामक ट्वीट कर रहे हैं। सबसे पहले मैं क्लियर कर दूं, एनसीआर रीजन में माइनिंग अलाउ ही नहीं है। एनसीआर का अर्थ हो गया दिल्ली, गुड़गांव, फरीदाबाद, नूह और जहाँ तक अलवर का एनसीआर लगता है। तो जब एनसीआर रीजन में माइनिंग ही अलाउ नहीं है तो उनका तथ्य ही झूठा है। दूसरा, ये डेफिनेशन आने के बाद भी इस निर्णय में ही ये कहा गया है कि अभी कोई नई माइनिंग लीज ही नहीं दी जाएगी, बल्कि कोर्ट ने अपने निर्णय में ये कहा है, जो पैरा नंबर 38 में है, द कमिटी रिकमेंड दैट टू एंश्योर सस्टेनेबल माइनिंग इन अरावली हिल एंड रेंज, no new mining lease except in case of critical strategic and atomic mineral। तो कोई नई माइनिंग की वो विषय नहीं है। तीसरा विषय जो है, अरावली का जो ऑलरेडी कोर एरिया है, चाहे वो हिल है चाहे ना, जो प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज हैं, क्योंकि अरावली के क्षेत्र में 4 टाइगर रिजर्व्स हैं, अरावली के क्षेत्र में 20 वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी हैं, अरावली के क्षेत्र में सरकार के द्वारा जहां पर पेड़ लगाने का कार्यक्रम किया गया है, चाहे ग्रीन इंडिया मिशन में हो चाहे कैंपा में हो, वहां पर फ्यूचर में इस निर्णय के बाद भी कोई माइनिंग नहीं हुई। दूसरा एक और जो विषय कहा जाता है, क्योंकि सीईसी की रिकमेंडेशन थी और सीईसी की रिकमेंडेशन में कहा भी गया था कि ऐसे एरियाज, रीजन वेयर देयर आर प्रूवन और पोटेंशियल वाटर एक्विफायर्स और एक्विफायर रिचार्ज एरियाज, और वेयर फ्रॉम ग्राउंड वाटर इज सोर्स फॉर इरिगेशन एंड ड्रिंकिंग पर्पस, वो भी इस क्षेत्र में आ रहा है। सीईसी की पैरा 38 एरियाज विच हैव बीन आइडेंटिफाइड एज डार्क जोन। तो ये तो सब जितने विषय झूठ और भ्रम के फैलाए जा रहे हैं, इसका निस्तारण तो जजमेंट में ही करा गया है। और उसके बाद इस निर्णय में भी जो कहा गया है, जो इसका ऑर्डर है, we accept the recommendation made by the committee with regard to the definition of hill and ranges, but it is only subject of the mining. बाकी अरावली का 58% एग्रीकल्चर एरिया है। अरावली में लगभग 11% वुडेड एरिया है। अरावली में मैं थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे हो सकता हूँ, लेकिन 6-7% रेजिडेंशियल एरिया है। सिटीज़ इसी में बसे हुए हैं। 2% वाटर एरिया है, पर 20% जो प्रोटेक्टेड है, प्रोटेक्टेड फॉरेस्ट है, जैसे मैंने कहा 4 टाइगर रिजर्व है, 20 वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी है, गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा किया गया प्लांटेशन है, वहाँ तो बिल्कुल भी माइनिंग अलाउ नहीं है। वी फर्दर एक्सेप्ट द रिकमेंडेशन विद रिगार्ड टू द प्रोहिबिशन ऑफ माइनिंग इन कोर inviolate areas with exception from the covered so-and-so report. We also accept the recommendations for sustainable mining in Aravalli Hills and range and the step to be taken. तो स्टेप क्या कहे गए हैं? उन्होंने स्टेप कहे गए हैं, पहला, आइडेंटिफाइज परमिसेबल एरिया ऑफ माइनिंग। तो पहले तो अलाउ नहीं होगी जब तक कोई एरिया आइडेंटिफाई नहीं किया जाएगा। इकोलॉजिकल सेंसिटिव, उसकी सेंसिटिविटी देखनी होगी। कंजर्वेशन क्रिटिकल एंड रेस्टोरेशन प्रायोरिटी एरियाज विद इन अरावली लैंडस्केप वेयर माइनिंग शैल बी स्ट्रिक्टली प्रोहिबिटेड और परमिटेड ओनली अंडर एक्सेप्शनल एंड साइंटिफिकली जस्टिफाइड सर्कमस्टांसेस। तो ये तो अरावली के प्रोटेक्शन के लिए है। इनकॉर्पोरेट a thorough analysis of cumulative environmental impacts and ecological carrying capacity of the region, वो भी देखनी होगी। Include detailed post mining restoration and rehabilitation measures। और उससे पहले भी ये कहा गया है कि इसका मैनेजमेंट प्लान बनाना पड़ेगा। MPSM, मैनेजमेंट प्लान फॉर साइंटिफिक मैनेजमेंट। We further direct that till the MPSM is finalized by the Ministry of Environment Forest through ICFRE, no new mining lease should be granted। और मैं आपको ये कहना चाहूँगा कि निर्णय में जहाँ पहले तो अरावली के ग्रीन वॉल प्रोजेक्ट्स को जो सरकार के द्वारा चलाया गया उसको अप्रिशिएट किया है। दिस इज़ द फर्स्ट टाइम मैं एक पैरा 37 कोट करना चाहूँगा। टेकिंग ऑल दिस एस्पेक्ट इनटू कंसिडरेशन, वी आर ऑफ द कंसिडर्ड व्यू दैट while proposed to accept the report of the committee constituted by Ministry of Environment pursuant to the order passed by this court, it would also be best interest of ecology and environment that a similar study was conducted by Saranda, Jharkhand by ICFRE is also conducted for Aravalli। तो जो हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट है उसकी जो स्टडी है, उसका जो रिकॉग्निशन है, उसके जो स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, उनको भी कोर्ट ने अप्रूव किया। ये सरकार पूरी तरीके से पर्यावरण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। कुछ दिनों पहले तो यूनाइटेड नेशन की जो FAO की रिपोर्ट आई है उसमें भी हिंदुस्तान का स्तर बढ़ा है, कोर फॉरेस्ट एरिया का बढ़ा। ये हमारा यूनाइटेड नेशन रिपोर्ट है, आप लोगों ने 1 महीने पहले देखी है। कोर्ट ने भी अपने जजमेंट में अरावली ग्रीन इनिशिएटिव को कहा है। कोर्ट ने भी अपने जजमेंट में ICFRE के स्टैंडर्ड्स को उन्होंने किया है। कमेटी ने नो माइनिंग लीज के लिए कहा है। और जो हिल्स और ये है, ये सब्जेक्ट टू माइनिंग है। एक लंबे समय से कांग्रेस के शासनकाल में राजस्थान में इलीगल माइनिंग होती रही, उसको वो लोग प्रोटेक्ट करते रहे। आज उन्हीं को दर्द सबसे ज़्यादा है। निर्णय के एक एक बिंदु को पढ़ने के बाद मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये जो साइंटिफिक मैनेजमेंट प्लान की बात करी है, इसके हिसाब से ही हम अरावली में विकास के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। सरकार इकोलॉजी और इकोनॉमी को साथ साथ लेकर के चल रही है। जो झूठ बोल रहे हैं उनका झूठ बेनकाब धीरे धीरे हो रहा है और झूठ के कोई पैर नहीं होते हैं, वो अपने आप ही अपने ही झूठी चीजों से समाप्त हो रहे हैं। थैंक यू। एक एक करके एक मैं सबका नाम लिख लेता हूँ। सवाल जी, ब्रह्म प्रकाश, एक मिनट सबका जी, एक मिनट INS, हाँ एक मिनट पहले ब्रह्म प्रकाश। हाँ
सर, मेरा सवाल ये है कि जो ये कंट्रोवर्सी एग्जिस्टिंग, क्या वो इलीगल है या वो
नहीं, इसमें सब लीगल है, सब लीगल है, कुछ भी नहीं है इसमें कि
हेलो
That was the minister. The minister claims that all of this is a fake campaign. The minister claims it is misinformation, but there is not a single word that was said about what Republic reported a few minutes back. In fact, the minister's response comes on the back of the protest that you have seen in different parts of Rajasthan today in Udaipur. Rajasthan is one of the worst affected states when it comes to illegal mining in Aravalli. And I want to show you this document, if the producers can please take me live on air. And I want to show you this one document, and in this document that I have here, this is what the government filed in court. This is the affidavit that was filed in court. And in this affidavit, you can see that the government in fact insisted on restrictions to be lifted, especially for a few sections of minerals. In fact, I have the details with me. The government said, and I quote, the government said that the Aravalli Hills, and the government affidavit, by the way, the Environment Ministry affidavit that was filed, which is in my hand right now, this is an affidavit that was filed by the Environment Ministry, and in this affidavit, they are quoting the Mining Ministry. They're quoting the Mining Ministry as saying, and I'm repeating, Aravalli Hills are host to several important major minerals such as lead, zinc, silver, copper ore, etc., which are deep-seated and are critical minerals which are essential for economic development of the country. If you can please put those graphics out of what the government said, the right graphics of what the government has said in its affidavit. It is extremely critical right now because the government also said, and this is the affidavit filed by the Environment Ministry, it said that deep-seated and critical minerals are essential for economic development of the country and to transition, keyword, and to transition to cleaner sources of energy. These deep-seated and critical minerals are site-specific, and the country is presently reliant on imports to meet the demands of these minerals. Therefore, these minerals are important from a national security point of view. And it further went on to say, that these minerals are important, and the state government of Rajasthan, and that the state government of Rajasthan also reiterated about the presence of deep-seated minerals covered under the 7th schedule of MMDR Act 1957 in the Aravalli Hills and Ranges, which have application in various strategic projects. Not just that, there is another graphic of what the government said. They say that the committee, after detailed deliberations, was of the view that while the above restrictions on mining projects should apply to new leases for general minerals, they need not apply to mining of critical, strategic and atomic minerals. Atomic minerals notified in Part B and critical and strategic minerals notified in Part D of the 1st schedule of MMDR Act 1957. And in the view of their strategic and defense significance, national security considerations, and shall not be applicable to and minerals listed in Schedule 7 of the MMDR Act 1957, which also have applications in strategic/defense projects or are critical for overall economic growth and development. This is what was said in the government affidavit, and we've been reporting on the government affidavit for quite some time now. And the minister claiming it was sustainable mining, and that sustainable mining was okay, and claiming that the Supreme Court order, and he called it misinformation. But what is clear from this document is that the government itself had okayed mining and had wanted for mining of critical minerals in these particular areas. And there have been protests through the day today. Protests through the day, and we've been reporting from different parts of Rajasthan. I want to go across now to the reports that my colleague Shambhavi filed. Shambhavi and also Swarali. Swarali was at a location where protests were seen. We'll take a short break at this point and come back. Ladies and gentlemen.
At 6 Stories at 6 this evening, we'll tell you how there is palpable anger among the citizens over the government's defense on the SC order on the Aravalli Hills. Protesters have been detained and they say that the movement is only going to get bigger. We'll also tell you how the post-operation Sindoor doctrine has been completely tossed aside, with the DGCA now green signalling the use of Turkish airline and crew right here on Indian soil. This and a lot more coming up at 6 p.m. with me, Ayana Mitra.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Please stop!
झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
कोर्ट ने ही अरावली हिल्स और अरावली को लेकर के एक टेक्निकल कमेटी का गठन किया और ओनली द रेस्ट्रिक्टेड पर्पस ऑफ माइनिंग, क्योंकि पहले ऐसा होता था कि किसी भी जगह पे जाके माइनिंग होती थी।
News conference as protests grow. The minister responds in an urgent news conference over the Aravalli investigation. And it's all in the documents, ladies and gentlemen. The affidavit filed by the Environment Ministry shows that the government itself batted for mining for critical minerals in the Aravalli range. They promised that Operation Sindoor would ensure that we would not work with Turkish airlines or carriers once again. But it appears that Indian airlines and carriers, including Indigo and SpiceJet, continue to sign agreements with Turkish-based carriers like Corendon, Turkish Airlines, etc.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes?
Republic questions Christian Michel in the Augusta Westland case. He's silent for now. He's happy that he's getting away. The Augusta Westland case seems to be collapsing as he gets relief, one case after the next. Mumbai-bound Air India flight returns to the national capital after crew reports critical drop in engine oil pressure.
The Rose Avenue Court has now reserved its order on the application moved by Christian Michel. He has sought a direction to modify the bail conditions in the Augusta Westland Chopper CBI case. The court is going to be pronouncing the order on 23rd of December. On Saturday, viewers, the court had ordered the release of Christian Michel James in the money laundering case linked with the Augusta Westland Chopper case. Remember, let's first listen in or show you that reaction that Christian Michel James was asked by my colleague.
Release in the CBI case as well.
Well, no, it's difficult. So, what would be the implication of modification of conditions of bail?
Well, unless the modifications work, then there will be no implication. I stay in jail. I expect to stay in jail, but I don't know what's going to happen to the reputation of India.
So, are you expecting release tomorrow?
No, I'm not.
In this case, not?
So there have been multiple hearings in both the ED and CBI case, more than 700 hearings. How do you see that entire thing, that delay that is being caused?
Oh, the delay is unacceptable. It's way too long. I mean, in England, 2 years and you're out. 2 years and you're out. It's way too long. 7 years in jail, no trial, no charges. Where does this happen? And how can people be extradited to India when this goes on? This is what I don't understand.
Would you like to say anything about the lackadaisical way the investigation is going on, or the trial that is going on? Because no arguments on charges have yet been taken place.
Well, I don't understand why the delay has been caused. People who have been required to travel here for interrogation and investigation, no red notices have been issued. I'm the only one who got a red notice, and I came. I had to come because of a red notice. So I'm here. I didn't plead Dubai when I had the opportunity, and I'm defending myself, but I have nothing to defend because no trial. So 7 years in jail, with the result that I'll probably spend another 7 years in jail.
So, what is that issue of paying $22,000 to someone that once was raised by your counsel?
Oh, that's it. No, there's some claim that some money was exchanged, a small amount, which is completely irrelevant to the trial. And everybody knows it, but there's nothing. There is no case against him. which is absolutely clear.
Okay.
Stay in jail because I'm not safe outside. So I hope we get.
So still you feel that you are not safe outside?
No, I'm not safe outside.
Why you feel this?
Why do you say so that you're not safe outside?
Because I've had attempts all my life in jail, where I'm supposed to be very safe. So how safe will I be outside?
So do you have any local security to furnish bail board, or that condition will be waived off by the court?
Well, there are other conditions which are more important, which we'll exercise tomorrow, which you'll hear about tomorrow.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
But I appreciate the press. You are the third leg of democracy. You're terribly important.
Okay.
Thank you. And I wish I got the opportunity to speak to you longer.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel?
Yes.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel?
Yes.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel?
Yes.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes?
This is the Augusta Westland case. It's a case called the VVIP chopper scam. It's a case in which the Congress and the UPA was involved. And today when Christian Michel James is getting bail in this money laundering case and the judges are reserving orders, we tried also to speak to him on Saturday, 20th. Listen in to what happened.
Sir, as your release ordered by the court in ED matter, what do you have to say about it?
I think written law will prevail. I think there are good judges, some good judges in India. I've been lucky to have them.
So, are you satisfied with the order of the court, or
yes,
expecting something more?
No, I'm satisfied. I think India's constitution is excellent, and let's hope the constitution will be followed. And it's holding India together, and terribly important that things like this happen.
So are you hopeful for CBI case same order?
Yes, I am hopeful.
So when you are going to get the travel document from your embassy, because your passport has been expired?
Yes, well, everyone is working. Everyone is doing their work. Things take time.
It's a case in which we are allowing him to get away. The other top focus. A Mumbai-bound Air India flight on Monday morning reported a serious technical glitch. The plane had to return and to make an emergency landing at the Delhi airport. The aircraft was under imminent threat when one engine had to be shut down to avoid any untoward incident. Full emergency was declared at the Delhi airport during this incident.
A nightmare for any flyer, a pilot's ultimate test, a reality check of ground force crew, and words that no air traffic controller would want to hear. Pan, pan. Mumbai-bound Air India flight AI-887 reported a serious glitch shortly after takeoff, post which the right engine had to be shut down mid-air. As per Air India, AI-887, a Boeing 777-300ER en route from Delhi to Mumbai, experienced a serious technical issue shortly after takeoff. The airline said that during flap retraction, abnormally low oil pressure was detected in the right engine, which rapidly dropped to zero. As per standard safety procedures, the pilots shut down the affected engine. As per Air India, the incident has been reported to the DGCA and will also be investigated by Air India's Permanent Investigation Board under the supervision of the DGCA. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has also taken note of the Air India flight AI-887 incident and sought a detailed report from Air India. The airline has been directed to extend all assistance to passengers and accommodate them on subsequent flights. Post this incident, Air India has made separate arrangements for the passengers. Air India in response informed that senior Air India representatives personally met passengers on ground while refreshments were provided to all. While luckily a major tragedy was averted because of pilots' quick thinking, but questions arise over safety of passengers flying Air India.
Amid mounting criticism and growing protests that are there over mining in the ecologically sensitive Aravalli region, the Environment Minister held an urgent briefing today after Republic exposed key facts on mining activities in restricted zones. The briefing comes as pressure mounts on the government, with activists and locals accusing authorities of diluting environmental safeguards. Republic had earlier reported on the government's defense of mining in protected areas, triggering sharp reactions and intensifying the political and environment storm.
कोर्ट ने ही अरावली हिल्स और अरावली को लेकर के एक टेक्निकल कमेटी का गठन किया और ओनली द रेस्ट्रिक्टेड पर्पस ऑफ माइनिंग, क्योंकि पहले ऐसा होता था कि किसी भी जगह पे जाके माइनिंग होती थी, कोई तय नहीं होता था कि अरावली हिल और अरावली के, बट दिस इज ऑल्सो रेस्ट्रिक्टेड टू द पर्पस ऑफ माइनिंग। और इसलिए जो 100 मीटर का विषय है, मैं कल भी इसको क्लियर कर चुका हूं, टॉप से धरातल तक, और धरातल में भी उस लैंड फॉर्म जिस फॉर्मेट में है वहां का मिनिमम लोएस्ट एरिया है, उस लैंड फॉर्म जिसमें वो सिचुएटेड है, वो अरावली पर्वत और अरावली रेंज का अर्थ है उसके 500 मीटर के अंतर्गत। कई लोग कई तरह की बातें कह रहे हैं, कुछ हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता लोग भी भ्रामक ट्वीट कर रहे हैं। सबसे पहले मैं क्लियर कर दूं, एनसीआर रीजन में माइनिंग अलाउ ही नहीं है। एनसीआर का अर्थ हो गया दिल्ली, गुड़गांव, फरीदाबाद, नूह और जहां तक अलवर का एनसीआर लगता है। तो जब एनसीआर रीजन में माइनिंग ही अलाउ नहीं है तो उनका तथ्य ही झूठा है। दूसरा, ये डेफिनेशन आने के बाद भी इस निर्णय में ही ये कहा गया है कि अभी कोई नई माइनिंग लीज ही नहीं दी जाएगी, बल्कि कोर्ट ने अपने निर्णय में ये कहा है, जो पैरा नंबर 38 में है, द कमिटी रिकमेंड दैट टू एंश्योर सस्टेनेबल माइनिंग इन अरावली हिल एंड रेंज, नो न्यू माइनिंग लीज except in case of critical strategic and atomic mineral.
We just heard the Environment Minister there, Vaishali Rana, trustee of the Aravalli's Bachao Citizens Movement. What is the real issue here, Vaishali, if the Environment Minister is here clarifying that the inconsistent criteria to identify Aravalli foundations was only made consistent with this new definition by the Supreme Court?
Nothing is audible to me. Can't hear you.
I'm asking Bhupendra Yadav, the Environment Minister. Vaishali has just spoken and he said that the definition was only made consistent to identify Aravalli formations. He's clarified that this judgment in para 38 says there can be no mining. So what really is the issue?
So that's a temporary thing, where they say that no new mining would be allowed. But it is only till the time a new sustainable mining plan is not submitted. But the point is that currently, as we speak now, there are multiple illegal mining sites which are operating in Haryana, in Rajasthan, more than, other than the authorized mining sites. Mr. Bhupendra Yadav just said some time back that no mining is happening in Haryana, but officially in Charkhi Dadri mining is allowed, and there are licensed miners in Charkhi Dadri district of Haryana, in Aravalli where mining is happening. And not just that, in these licensed mining sites, the miners have broken all the environmental clearances that they have. They have gone down much beyond the prescribed depths that they were supposed to, where they were supposed to mine. And very categorically, Centrally Empowered Committee's report says that if an environmental clearance is violated, the miner's lease should be cancelled and he should stop mining immediately. He should be prohibited from mining there. But if you go to Charkhi Dadri, you will find all underground aquifers have burst open over there, and there are huge mining pits which are full of water, underground aquifer water. And Pollution Control Board knows about it. Mining Department knows about it. Nobody's checking. These are the licensed mining sites in Haryana. But Bhupendra Yadav ji said that there's no mining happening in Haryana, in Gurgaon. So, in Haryana. So it is happening in Haryana. Similarly, in Rajasthan, outside the Sariska National Park Tiger Reserve, just about 10 months back, it was in the news that mining is happening in the buffer zone of Sariska National Park. So how is this illegal mining happening in Sariska in prohibited areas? Then CEC also says that mining cannot happen in tiger corridors. But have they identified the tiger corridors? From Sariska till Haryana, there is a tiger corridor. A tiger from Sariska had moved to Haryana in Rewari district. So that has been the traditional corridor for the tigers. But that corridor has been neither identified nor protected. But mining is happening. So what is he saying, that there is no mining happening and illegal mining would not be allowed? All the miners are doing illegal mining itself.
I think you're making a very valid point here. The Supreme Court and the government continue to say that this plan that they have used, Vaishali, is going to be demarcating areas where mining must be absolutely prohibited. But the grouse is that not only is there to be no ban on mining, the court has explained total bans lead to the rise of illegal mining syndicates. But what you are suggesting is that even with this calibrated approach that the court has taken of existing legal mining continuing under tight regulation, new mining being paused, it's possibly not going to help.
Yeah, it is not helping. The Aravalli Hills and Charkhi Dadri are gone. They have been razed down. They have been razed to the ground. So the Aravallis in Charkhi Dadri don't exist, or those are that district has licensed mining happening over there. Similarly, when I was talking about Sariska Tiger Reserve, it is in the buffer zone of Sariska. The tigers inside the reserve are getting disturbed, and there are reports on that. Then again in Mewat, New Mewat district of Haryana, we have Aravallis over there. But mining is happening. A whole hillock was blasted and taken away to Rajasthan by the illegal mining mafia. And this petition is going on in the Supreme Court as we speak. The local Tehsildar and the Sarpanch were suspended because they aided the illegal road that was made from Rajasthan into Haryana, where mining was happening. So all of this is already there in Supreme Court. And how can they say that no illegal mining? Have they been able to check this illegal mining that is happening? And multiple petitions are going on in the courts. And then they say there's no illegal mining happening or they won't allow it. We at Aravalli Bachao Citizens Movement Trust, we filed a petition in NGT where we spoke about multiple mining sites that are, we reported these mining sites to NGT, and NGT told Haryana government to submit a plan. What is the plan to stop the illegal mining that is happening in Haryana? And the government failed to submit a report on that. It has been more than a year.
I think these are very valid questions that have to be
also
answered.
Mr. Bhupender Yadav says that only in 217 square kilometers mining would be allowed in the whole of Aravallis. Haryana, in Rajasthan, already Rajasthan has stated in Supreme Court that they're already mining in more than 2,300 square kilometers. They're already mining in that much of area. Much more than that. That is just for Rajasthan. I am not talking about Haryana or in Gujarat. In any case, Delhi mining is not allowed. But if they forget the mining part, if the Aravallis of Delhi, they don't fit the 100-meter criteria, right? So if they don't fit the 100-meter criteria, by just saying that mining is not allowed in Delhi does not mean those Aravallis are safe, but because then it opens to the construction mafia, the land mafia, the builder mafia.
Thank you, Vaishali. These are all points the government has to ponder on. It's our campaign on Republic TV. People are waking up. It's gone viral. It's all in the documents. It's also how you're speaking. Remember, viewers, Republic is leading the Aravalli coverage. It's also the Aravalli investigation, like Vaishali is talking about, each place where mining is happening. We continue to stay with this top focus. The government did bat for Aravalli mining. The government has to explain what really happened. It's a top focus we'll continue tracking. Let's also now take a look at what's making headlines across the nation. Security forces launched a massive crackdown in Srinagar following the Delhi 10/11 terror blast. Multiple arrests have been made. Police claim to have developed significant new leads in the case. Overnight searches were carried out across key areas, including Hari Singh, High Street and Lal Chowk. A massive explosion occurred at firecracker manufacturing factory at Bhavani village in Sangli district in Maharashtra, Bhalwani village, causing panic in the surrounding area, leaving 2 people injured. The fire was brought under control after fire tenders rushed to the spot to control the blaze. A 6-year-old boy, Mohammed Harris, narrowly escaped serious injury after falling from the first floor of a building in Koppal, Karnataka, while trying to catch a pigeon. After the incident, there was captured on CCTV. Mohammed sustained a head injury, but is currently out of danger. Authorities are urging parents to supervise children near balconies to prevent such mishaps. India's civil aviation regulator, the DGCA, has granted further extensions, allowing Indigo and SpiceJet to continue operating Turkish aircraft with Turkish crew. Sources say Indigo has received a third extension, at least 2 Boeing 777-300ER aircraft from a Turkish airline, with the planes and crew still operating in Indian airspace. SpiceJet has leased 5 Boeing aircrafts from Turkish operator Corendon Airlines under similar arrangements. The continued approvals come despite earlier expectations that such foreign leasing pacts could be phased out after Operation Sindoor.
In a surprising move, the DGCA has extended clearances for the use of Turkish aircrafts and crews by Indian Airlines. Permissions have been granted to Indigo and SpiceJet to keep operating Turkish aircraft with Turkish crew. This despite earlier pledges by the DGCA to phase out such deals post-Operation Sindoor. Now, this decision has sparked debate over national security and economic priorities. 2 Turkish Boeing 777-300ER aircraft leased by Indigo continue to fly routes like Delhi-Istanbul and Mumbai-Istanbul with Turkish crew. Indigo is operating direct flights to Istanbul with the 2 leased aircrafts from Turkish Airlines having over 500 seats each. Meanwhile, SpiceJet's 5 leased Corendon Airlines planes are also operational. The DGCA granted Indigo a third extension until February 2026, citing operational exigencies. Sources say the move aims to mitigate aviation losses and ensure seamless travel amid strained India-Turkey ties. Remember, viewers, how Turkey backed Pakistan and condemned India's strikes on terror camps during Operation Sindoor? Earlier on May 15, aviation security watchdog BCAS revoked the security clearance for Turkish company Celebi Airport Services. This was done in the interest of national security days after Turkey backed Pakistan. Turkey's Pakistan tilt and alleged support for terror, while DGCA's extension for Turkish aircrafts points to one big question. Has the post-Operation Sindoor promise now been forgotten?
At 6 Stories at 6 this evening, we'll tell you how there is palpable anger among the citizens over the government's defense on the SC order on the Aravalli Hills. Protesters have been detained and they say that the movement is only going to get bigger. We'll also tell you how the post-operation Sindoor doctrine has been completely tossed aside, with the DGCA now green signalling the use of Turkish airline and crew right here on Indian soil. This and a lot more coming up at 6 p.m. with me, Ayana Mitra.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
We
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Please stop! झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका। Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा। तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Republic with me, Tanisha Avasthi. The top story that we will be focusing on is how the Environment Minister has been forced to respond after Republic initiated the campaign of Save Aravallis. After the Minister had given a statement yesterday where he had said that there is misinformation that is being spread, Republic relentlessly pursued the campaign. And today we've come to a point where it is the public who are expressing their anger that is palpable against the Union government. We're getting you that and a lot more in this edition, but first a quick check of the headlines.
कोर्ट ने ही अरावली हिल्स और अरावली को लेकर के एक टेक्निकल कमेटी का गठन किया और ओनली द रेस्ट्रिक्टेड पर्पस ऑफ माइनिंग।
Environment Minister holds urgent briefing as criticism of government defense grows. Minister forced to respond after Republic reported on mining facts. Republic TV exposes how the government gave the nod for mining at the Aravalli Hills in a 2,334-page affidavit on the Aravalli Hills. It seems that no lessons have been learned post-Operation Sindoor. Indigo and SpiceJet given DGCA clearance to lease and operate Turkish aircraft and crew on Indian soil.
Politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes?
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Christian Michel, where Republic is not just confronted but also questioned. Christian Michel in the Augusta Westland case, he remains completely silent when asked about the bribes. Mumbai-bound Air India flight returns to the national capital after the crew reported critical drop in engine oil nearly to zero in mid-air in the right engine. Thank you for staying with Republic, ladies and gentlemen. We start this edition with the top breaking story that's coming in from the state of Maharashtra. We learned that the Supreme Court has now stayed the conviction of ex-Maharashtra minister. He's also a very close aide of Ajit Pawar. His name is Manikrao Kokate, and this has been done in the cheating case. The Supreme Court, we learned today, stayed the conviction of the former Maharashtra minister Manikrao Kokate in a cheating and forgery case and clarified that he shall not face any disqualification as MLA. The case is concerning a housing scheme for EWS with an annual income limit of nearly rupees 30,000 that dates back to 1989 to 1992. Now, a vacation bench of the Chief Justice Suryakant and Justice Joy Malya Bakchi issued notice to the Maharashtra government on Kokate's plea. They have said that issue notice and meanwhile, we also learned the conviction of the petitioner shall remain stayed to the extent that there shall be no disqualification as a member of the Legislative Assembly. Satya Prakash is joining me live from Mumbai on that note. Satya Prakash, पहले जैसे हम जानते थे देवेंद्र फडणवीस जो महाराष्ट्र के चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं अभी, वो कहीं ना कहीं चाहते थे कि मिनिस्टर का डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन हो जाए क्योंकि उनके जो कारनामे थे वो ऑलरेडी बाहर आ चुके थे. बट अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ये आदेश आने के बाद फडणवीस का कैंप जो है, बीजेपी इस पे क्या रिएक्शन दे रहा है आपको?
देखिए, एनसीपी अजीत पवार गुट के नेता मानिकराव कोकाटे को बहुत बड़ी राहत मिली है. सुप्रीम कोर्ट से राहत मिली क्योंकि वो बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट से भी गुहार लगाए थे कि उनकी सज़ा पे रोक लगाई जाए, लेकिन बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने उनके सज़ा के रोक को इनकार कर दिया था. सिर्फ उनको जो है जमानत दे दिया था जो उनका गैर जमानती वारंट था. लेकिन जिस तरह से लगातार विपक्ष महाराष्ट्र में सवाल उठा रहा था और लगातार दबाव बनाने की कोशिश कर रहा था, कहीं कहीं उसी की वजह से मानिकराव कोकाटे को अपना मंत्री पद से इस्तीफा देना पड़ गया था. और लगातार ये भी डिमांड किया जा रहा था कि जो विधायकी पद है, सज़ा हो चुकी है क्योंकि नासिक सेशन कोर्ट ने सज़ा सुना चुकी थी, तो उनका जो विधायकी है वो भी जाना चाहिए. लेकिन कहीं कहीं जिस तरह से एनसीपी अजीत पवार गुट लगातार कहीं दबाव में आ रही थी और दबाव कहीं साफ तौर से देखने को मिला था. लगातार महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस के साथ लगातार इस मुद्दे को लेकर अजीत पवार मीटिंग करते रहे और कहीं लगातार विपक्ष दबाव बनाते रहा. तो लगातार कोशिश रहा कि मानिकराव कोकाटे का जो मंत्री पद है उसको इस्तीफा तो दिलाएगा, लेकिन विधायकी पद भी जाना चाहिए क्योंकि इनको सजा हो गई. फिलहाल कहीं कहीं जिस तरह से राहत मिला है तो कहीं अजीत पवार की तरफ से कहीं दबाव जरूर महसूस हो रहा है. जी,
धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ सारी जानकारी शेयर करने के लिए सत्य प्रकाश. आप बने रहिए हमारे साथ जब भी कुछ अपडेट आता है स्टोरी पे. Meanwhile, it's time for us to shift our focus, ladies and gentlemen, to some other stories that we are tracking. A disturbing case has now emerged from the Russian-Ukrainian war zone, where a Gujarat student who went to Russia on a student visa claims that he was forced to join the Russian army and is now a prisoner of war in Ukraine. In a video released by the Ukrainian authorities, he has made an appeal to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi for his safe return to India. Here is the full report on what he is going through currently.
Sahil Mohammad Hussain, a resident of Morbi district in Gujarat, had travelled to Russia for higher studies and was working part-time with a courier firm to support himself. He alleges that Russian authorities falsely implicated him in a drugs case and then blackmailed him into joining the Russian military, promising to drop the charges.
Now I'm in the Ukrainian military jail because I write the war contract for Russia-Ukraine war, because I also sitting in the Russian prison camp.
In the video, Sahil says he never intended to join the Russian army, but was forced after being threatened with a false criminal case. He claims that after minimal training, he was sent to active combat zones, where he was eventually captured by Ukrainian forces. In an emotional appeal, Sahil urged the Indian government to intervene diplomatically and also warned Indian students and job seekers abroad to remain cautious and not fall prey to false promises.
अपील करना चाहता हूँ अपने गवर्नमेंट से, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट, अपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी साहब से और अपने एस जयशंकर साहब से हो सके तो मदद करी जाए.
The incident has raised serious concerns about Indian nationals being lured or coerced into foreign military conflicts under false pretenses.
जो अपने भारतीय नागरिकों को देना चाहता हूँ, जो कोई स्टूडेंट रशिया में आ रहा है अपनी हाई स्टडीज के लिए या फिर वर्क के लिए, बी केयरफुल, बिकॉज यहाँ पर बहुत सारे स्कैमर्स है, बहुत सारे लाइक क्रिमिनल केसेस, लाइक narcotic cases and another illegal cases बहुत सारे, तो अपना ध्यान रखें.
This case adds to a growing list of Indians allegedly trapped in war zones after being promised jobs or education abroad. Families back home are demanding urgent diplomatic intervention and clearer advisories for Indians traveling overseas.
Shifting our focus to more breaking news that's coming in. This is in regard with the Augusta Westland case, where we learned that the Rouse Avenue Court in the national capital has now reserved the order on the application moved by the accused Christian Michelle James. He has sought a direction to modify the bail conditions in the Augusta Westland chopper CBI case. The court is to pronounce the order now on 23rd of December, that is tomorrow. On Saturday, the court had ordered the release of Christian Michelle James in a money laundering case that was linked with the Augusta Westland chopper case. We now learned that our important hearing will be taking place tomorrow. Today, the court has reserved an order, and this was on the bail conditions in wherein Christian Michelle James had requested to modify the bail conditions that the court had granted him. When we confronted Christian James Michelle today, here is what this man has to say when we questioned him about the political link and the bribe that he has to take.
What would be the implication of modification of conditions of bail?
Well, unless the modifications work, then there will be no implication. I stay in jail. I expect to stay in jail, but I don't know what's going to happen to the reputation of India.
So are you expecting release tomorrow?
No, I'm not.
In this case, not?
So there have been multiple hearings in both the ED and CBI case, more than 700 hearings. How do you see that entire thing, that delay that is being caused?
Oh, the delay is unacceptable. It's way too long. I mean, in England, 2 years and you're out. 2 years and you're out. It's way too long. 7 years in jail, no trial, no charges. Where does this happen? And how can people be extradited to India when this goes on? This is what I don't understand.
Would you like to say anything about the lackadaisical way the investigation is going on, or the trial that is going on? Because no arguments on charges have yet been taken place.
Well, I don't understand why the delay has been caused. People who have been required to travel here for interrogation and investigation, no red notices have been issued. I'm the only one who got the red notice, and I came. I had to come because of a red notice. So I'm here. I didn't plead goodbye when I had the opportunity, and I'm defending myself, but I have nothing to defend because no trial. So 7 years in jail, with the result that I'll probably spend another 7 years in jail.
So what is that issue of paying $22,000 to someone that once was raised by your counsel?
Oh, that's it. No, there's some claim that some money was exchanged, a small amount, which is completely irrelevant to the trial. And everybody knows it, but there's nothing. There is no case against him, which is absolutely clear.
Okay.
Stay in jail because I'm not safe outside. So I hope we get.
So still you feel that you are not safe outside?
No, I'm not safe outside.
Why you feel this?
Why do you say so that you are not safe outside?
Because I've had attempts on my life in jail, where I'm supposed to be very safe. So how safe will I be outside?
So do you have any local security to furnish bail board, or that condition will be waived off by the court?
Well, there are other conditions which are more important, which we'll exercise tomorrow, which you'll hear about tomorrow.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
But I appreciate the press. You are the third leg of democracy. You're terribly important.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I wish I got the opportunity to speak to you longer.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel?
Yes.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel?
Yes.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever?
All right, Republic has got inside details of how the agency have failed to collect evidence. There are probe revelations, ladies and gentlemen, that have said that bribes were routed through Michel's Dubai companies under the guise of consultancy agreement with Augusta Westland. And the reality number one, of course, is about how funds were layered and transferred to various individuals as kickbacks. Probe number two reveals how information regarding these transactions were sought from the foreign countries through letters. Also, what we know is that investigation is pending due to partial execution, and that another probe revelation has said and has revealed how proceeds of crime amounting to rupees 112 crore identified. There are many revelations that has come out in the case. Republic has accessed all of them. We learn that these are the inside details on how the agency have failed to collect the evidence, and documents show how a partial execution by agencies in tracking the transactions was done. Shravan, my colleague, is joining me live from the newsroom on that note. Shravan, these are certain very, very serious revelations that have come out, and this could result in more trouble for Christian Michel and all those involved in the Augusta Westland chopper scam.
Well, in a way, it's not a trouble for Christian Michel, it's more trouble for the investigative agencies. Now, the reason being that if at all Christian Michel is granted bail in the Central Bureau of Investigation case, which essentially means that tomorrow, if at all there is fresh evidence in the Augusta Westland case, they will have to take further permission from the court to question Christian Michel. Not just that, whether at all Christian Michel thereafter turns up for investigation or not, that's going to be another major headache for the probe agencies. Now, let me just take you through some of the details that are emerging from the investigation that was carried out so far, and why exactly is Christian Michel being let loose. Let's be very clear. From the charge sheets that have been filed by the Central Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement Directorate, they have essentially indicated that there were kickbacks that were allegedly received. In fact, Christian Michel happens to be one of the three middlemen involved in the Augusta Westland scam. And along with Christian Michel, you've had others like Hashke and Jeroza who have been part of this entire scam. And it turns out that bribe money was being routed through Christian Michel's Dubai-based companies. Now, two companies that I would like to mention here, Global Services being one such company through which the money was being routed. Now, all of this has been noted by the Central Bureau of Investigation and the Enforcement Directorate. But what is it that they haven't been able to prove? They haven't been able to prove the fact that these are layered transactions that have taken place. And in fact, this is what they've actually mentioned in an internal noting that has been accessed by Republic TV here. I'm given to understand that these individuals who received kickbacks and information regarding these transactions, they were being sought from foreign countries, and these were through letterregatories. Now, letterregatories are requests that have been sent to countries like United Kingdom, US, as well as Europe. And it turns out that United Kingdom, in fact, did provide some evidence to the Central Bureau of Investigation with a caveat that they cannot use this evidence in the court. So it was rendered completely useless. Now, let's take you through the other details, the other probe revelations that have been made, but unfortunately, you've had both the agencies unable to really perhaps pursue this entire matter because they've all this while they've maintained that these are requests that have been made to other countries and they're waiting for this evidence to come in. That essentially hasn't come in. The second important point is that with regards to the proceeds of crime. Now, the proceeds of crime have been identified as 112 crore rupees, and it seems that even till date, the identification process still continues, the attachment is still continues. So which effectively means that part of the probe hasn't been completed as yet. The other most important and the most crucial part, 29 letter rogatories have already been sent to multiple countries, but so far, not a single country has basically responded. Extradition request was sent in the year 2017. As far as Giroza and Hashke are concerned, Italy had turned it down back in the month of March 2018. And thereafter, the issuance of a non-bailable warrant, issuance of a red corner notice through Interpol, as far as other accused are concerned, that still continues.
Right. Shravan, thank you very much for getting us those details. All eyes now remain on that. Also, one of our primetime debates today, where Arnab will be debating this current issue. Thank you very much, Shravan, for getting us those details. Moving on quickly to the other stories that we're tracking, ladies and gentlemen. A Mumbai-bound flight today returned to the national capital. And this was an Air India flight. But what was reported was not merely a glitch. It was something extremely serious. The engine number 2 on the right-hand side had reported an engine oil drop to nearly zero, and that was mid-air. It had then had to return to the national capital on just one engine. What does it mean, and how is Air India exposed? Why are we taking Air India into account on this note, and what the passengers have to say? Here's a quick report on that.
A nightmare for any flyer, a pilot's ultimate test, a reality check of ground force crew, and words that no air traffic controller would want to hear. Pan, pan. Mumbai-bound Air India flight AI-887 reported a serious glitch shortly after takeoff, post which the right engine had to be shut down mid-air. As per Air India, AI-887, a Boeing 777-300ER en route from Delhi to Mumbai, experienced a serious technical issue shortly after takeoff. The airline said that during flap retraction, abnormally low oil pressure was detected in the right engine, which rapidly dropped to zero. As per standard safety procedures, the pilots shut down the affected engine. As per Air India, the incident has been reported to the DGCA and will also be investigated by Air India's Permanent Investigation Board under the supervision of the DGCA. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has also taken note of the Air India flight AI-887 incident and sought a detailed report from Air India. The airline has been directed to extend all assistance to passengers and accommodate them on subsequent flights. Post this incident, Air India has made separate arrangements for the passengers. Air India in response informed that senior Air India representatives personally met passengers on ground while refreshments were provided to all. While luckily, a major tragedy was averted because of pilots' quick thinking, but questions arise over safety of passengers flying Air India.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's also give you a quick check of all the other stories that we're tracking. This is Bharat in 1 minute. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath alleged links between Samajwadi Party and the cough syrup death case. He named Shubham Jaiswal as the key stockist and Amit Yadav, the SP leader, as his business partner. The Chief Minister questioned the party's denial of these connections and raised concerns over political influence. Congress workers staged a protest today in front of the Bangladesh High Commissioner in Kolkata. The demonstration was against the alleged atrocities on minorities in the country of Bangladesh recently. Accused Christian Michelle James was produced before the Rouse Avenue Court in the National Capital for hearing in the Augusta Westland VVIP chopper case. Commenting on the probe, he said that the investigation process is taking a very long time and that he trusts the court. Ladies and gentlemen, India's civil aviation regulator, the DGCA, has granted further extensions allowing two airlines, number one Indigo and the other one is SpiceJet, to continue operating Turkish aircraft with Turkish crew on Indian soil. Sources say that Indigo has received a third extension to lease two Boeing 777-300ER aircraft from a Turkish airline, with the planes and crew still operating in the Indian airspace. SpiceJet, meanwhile, has leased 5 Boeing aircraft from the Turkish operator Conradon Airlines under similar arrangements. Now, the continued approvals come despite earlier expectations that such foreign leasing pacts would be phased out after Operation Sindoor, since we know that it was Turkey who had aided Pakistan in attacking India during Operation Sindoor. But this long rope that has been given by the DGCA is certainly questionable. Here's a detailed report on all that's happened so far.
In a surprising move, the DGCA has extended clearances for the use of Turkish aircrafts and crews by Indian Airlines. Permissions have been granted to Indigo and SpiceJet to keep operating Turkish aircraft with Turkish crew. This despite earlier pledges by the DGCA to phase out such deals post-Operation Sindoor. Now, this decision has sparked debate over national security and economic priorities. 2 Turkish Boeing 777-300ER aircraft leased by Indigo continue to fly routes like Delhi-Istanbul and Mumbai-Istanbul with Turkish crew. Indigo is operating direct flights to Istanbul with the 2 leased aircrafts from Turkish Airlines having over 500 seats each. Meanwhile, SpiceJet's 5 leased Conradon Airlines planes are also operational. The DGCA granted Indigo a 3rd extension until February 2026, citing operational exigencies. Sources say the move aims to mitigate aviation losses and ensure seamless travel amid strained India-Turkey ties. Remember, viewers, how Turkey backed Pakistan and condemned India's strikes on terror camps during Operation Sindoor? Earlier on May 15, aviation security watchdog BCAS revoked the security clearance for Turkish company Celebi Airport Services. This was done in the interest of national security days after Turkey backed Pakistan. Turkey's Pakistan tilt and alleged support for terror, while DGCA's extension for Turkish aircrafts points to one big question. Has the post-Operation Sindoor promise now been forgotten?
All right, breaking news now coming in. We learned that there has been a hit-and-run case that's been reported in the national capital. A luxury car had rammed into a few vehicles in the national capital. There have been no injuries reported. However, this case is said to be severe as a speeding Audi car had collided with several vehicles in the Okla Phase 1 of the national capital. We are also getting in reactions from the people who were there present at the spot. Let's listen into what they have to say and what they saw.
एक ऑडी गाड़ी है, इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी थी, इधर से आया हुआ, बहुत तेज आवाज आई, हम नीचे आए तो देखा हमारे सारे गाड़ियां टूटी पड़ी है। एक हमारे पास ही गाड़ी लगी हुई है, इस गाड़ी में टक्कर मारा, फिर इधर एक गाड़ी है, वो भी टाटा की, उस पर टक्कर मारा, फिर मेरी गाड़ी है, उस पर टक्कर मारा। मारने के बाद फिर सीधा आगे गया, वहां पे एक गाड़ी में मारा, फिर जाके आचार में जब ठोका है, आचार गाड़ी में।
Turkey gave logistic and military support to Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. Why are Turkish planes with Turkish crew operating in Indian airspace? 7 months after Operation Sindoor, has government forgotten its promise? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
At 6 Stories at 6 this evening, we'll tell you how there is palpable anger among the citizens over the government's defense on the SC order on the Aravalli Hills. Protesters have been detained and they say that the movement is only going to get bigger. We'll also tell you how the post-Operation Sindoor doctrine has been completely tossed aside, with the DGCA now green signalling the use of Turkish airline and crew right here on Indian soil. This and a lot more coming up at 6 p.m. with me, Ayana Mitra.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
झुमका तेरा झुमका नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा। तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। व्हाट आर यू डूइंग?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
कोर्ट ने ही अरावली हिल्स और अरावली को लेकर के एक टेक्निकल कमेटी का गठन किया और ओनली द रेस्ट्रिक्टेड पर्पस ऑफ माइनिंग।
Criticism of the government defense grows on Aravalli. Minister has now been forced to respond. Republic TV exposes how the government gave the nod for mining at the Aravalli Hills in a 2,334-page affidavit on the Aravalli Hills. No lessons have been learned post-Operation Sindoor. Indigo and SpiceJet have been given DGCA clearance to lease and operate Turkish aircraft and crew on the Indian soil.
Politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes?
Republic questions and confronts Christian Michel in the Augusta Westland case. He remains completely silent when asked about the political link and the bribery. Mumbai-bound Air India flight returns to the national capital after crew reported critical drop in engine oil pressure in the right engine. Ladies and gentlemen, just a few days back, Republic initiated the Save Aravalli campaign. It resonated so far that the Environment Minister of India was forced to respond yesterday, where in a very unconvincing reply, he had to say that it is only misinformation that is being spread and that 0.19% of the Aravalli range has only been used for mining and the rest is protected. After which, this had placed flat. The minister's statement had created anger among the people. Today, there were protests seen in multiple cities of Rajasthan, starting from Jodhpur, Udaipur to even Jaipur. But the people have been demanding that the Supreme Court take back its decision and the minister to meet them. After the anger was palpable among the people and after we spoke to them, the minister again urgently held an urgent press briefing where he said, again in a reiteration of his statement, that there is nothing that the government has to do about it and that the mining area that's being used in Aravalli is extremely less. Meanwhile, what's also happened in the story is that we've got an affidavit wherein it shows that the government wanted Aravalli to be mined. We're getting you more details on that exclusive report that Republic has access. But first, listen in to this statement that has been given by the Environment Minister just few minutes back.
कोर्ट ने ही अरावली हिल्स और अरावली को लेकर के एक टेक्निकल कमेटी का गठन किया और ओनली द रेस्ट्रिक्टेड पर्पस ऑफ माइनिंग, क्योंकि पहले ऐसा होता था कि किसी भी जगह पे जाके माइनिंग होती थी, कोई तय नहीं होता था कि अरावली हिल और अरावली क्या, बट दिस इज ऑल्सो रेस्ट्रिक्टेड टू द पर्पस ऑफ माइनिंग। और इसलिए जो 100 मीटर का विषय है, मैं कल भी इसको क्लियर कर चुका हूँ, टॉप से धरातल तक, और धरातल में भी उस लैंड फॉर्म जिस फॉर्मेट में है वहाँ का मिनिमम लोएस्ट एरिया है, उस लैंड फॉर्म जिसमें वो सिचुएटेड है, वो अरावली पर्वत और अरावली रेंज का अर्थ है उसके 500 मीटर के अंतर्गत। कई लोग कई तरह की बातें कह रहे हैं, कुछ हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता लोग भी भ्रामक ट्वीट कर रहे हैं। सबसे पहले मैं क्लियर कर दूं, एनसीआर रीजन में माइनिंग अलाउ ही नहीं है। एनसीआर का अर्थ हो गया दिल्ली, गुड़गांव, फरीदाबाद, नूह और जहां तक अलवर का एनसीआर लगता है। तो जब एनसीआर रीजन में माइनिंग ही अलाउ नहीं है तो उनका तथ्य ही झूठा है। दूसरा, ये डेफिनेशन आने के बाद भी इस निर्णय में ही ये कहा गया है कि अभी कोई नई माइनिंग लीज ही नहीं दी जाएगी, बल्कि कोर्ट ने अपने निर्णय में ये कहा है, जो पैरा नंबर 38 में है, द कमिटी रिकमेंड दैट टू एंश्योर सस्टेनेबल माइनिंग इन अरावली हिल एंड रेंज, no new mining lease except in case of critical strategic and atomic mineral.
Swarali, we're getting mounting criticism, growing protest over mining in the ecologically sensitive Aravalli region. The Environment Minister has spoken. What are you seeing in Udaipur around you?
Yes, that's true. Furious agitation was seen today afternoon at the collectorate office in Udaipur, and we have shown you through visuals how people are agitated and hit the streets of Udaipur because we know that Aravalli Hills are one of the oldest hill ranges of India, spread across 700 kilometers, and only demand by the people of Udaipur, Rajasthan, or for that matter, Indian citizens are saying that this can turn into an ecological disaster if the definition that has been accepted by the Supreme Court of India, if that is executed word by word, because hills above the range of 100 meters, only those will be included in this Aravalli Hill range. Now, only 8.7% surpass this definition. Rest 93, more than 93% do not sit in this parameters. So, according to people, will the open hand be given to illegal miners? On the other hand, frustration was seen against the government. On the other hand, Supreme Court also, the big multi-billionaire businesses, and that was the allegation, and they demanded that revision of the definition should be definitely done, because Aravalli Ranges has multiple level of environmental importance. We know that it is a dissection, it's a shield, it's a barrier, ecological barrier between the Thar Desert and rest of the part. It cuts across 4 states, that is Delhi, Haryana, Gujarat. So majorly it is present in the state of Rajasthan. And let me also tell you, several rivers originate. There are more than 20 ecological zones in this area. They are home to leopard, tigers, bears, which are very, very distinct animals. So we also know that this is a demand from people, and we also have to understand the south region of Rajasthan. That is the part which we are right now, the Udaipur region. Apart from the urban centers, in the hilly region, tribal people also live in on the hills, and they pray them as their gods. So it has ecological importance, spiritual importance, as well as the historical importance in the state of Rajasthan, and that's why we can see a huge uproar. And the only demand is that the decision should be revised. It should be thought upon again, because these are very, very important ecologically and historically to them. Back to you.
Absolutely. And Swarali, thank you for that. That was a very factual detail you gave us. Viewers, our reporters are not only speaking live, we're investigating what's really happening with mining in all these 4 cities and states. I'm also going to go across and give you the reaction coming in from Congress leader Sachin Pilot, who said that the government needs to have a reconsideration of the Supreme Court judgment. Take a look.
अरावली पे सरकार पूरी तरह एक्सपोज हो गई है, और जो जिस दिशा की तरफ वो बढ़ रहे हैं उससे स्पष्ट हो गया कि वो अरावली जो हमारी पर्वत श्रृंखला है उसके प्रति उनकी कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए हम लोग उसको अगर नष्ट कर देंगे तो जवाबदेही किसकी होगी? आज चारों राज्यों में, गुजरात हो, राजस्थान हो, हरियाणा, दिल्ली, हर जगह भाजपा की सरकार है, केंद्र में भाजपा की सरकार है, और अगर सरकार कोर्ट में जाके उन बातों पर एग्री कर रही है जो जिसका परिणाम अरावली के संपूर्ण खत्म होने की तरफ बढ़ता है, उसका हम विरोध करते हैं। हम लोग 26 तारीख को जयपुर के अंदर हम लोग मार्च निकालेंगे। हमारे छात्र संघ के जो साथी हैं वो यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं, और नई पीढ़ी के लिए हम लोगों को एक बेहतर पर्यावरण देना है। जो रेगिस्तान का फैलाव बढ़ सकता है, मानसून डिस्टर्ब हो सकता है, पर्यावरण में बहुत संशोधन अपने आप हो जाएगा और ये नकारात्मक होगा। वैसे ही पूरा क्लाइमेट चेंज दुनिया भर में एक बड़ी प्रॉब्लम बना हुआ है। एनसीआर में प्रदूषण हो, इरिगेशन हो, क्रॉप पैटर्न्स हो, वहाँ के जो वाइल्ड लाइफ है वो सब नष्ट हो जाएगी। और आज भी 10,000 से ज़्यादा एंटिटीज़ वहाँ पर इलीगल माइनिंग कर रही हैं। उसको रोकने का काम जिम्मेदारी किसकी है राजस्थान के अंदर, पूरे देश के अंदर?
There is palpable anger among residents on the Supreme Court order and the government's defense on Aravallis. Earlier today, a dramatic protest was held at Udaipur, during which several activists were detained. They said if the government does not take concrete action to save the Aravallis, then the movement will only get bigger.
पर्यावरण मंत्री है वो ये कह रहे हैं कि जो पहाड़ है उसका जो ढलान है उससे लंबाई नापी जाएगी, ये इलीगल।
ये सब उनकी बातें हैं, बातों से काम नहीं चलता है, काम करने से काम चलता है। इस तरह की बातें करके वो जनता को गुमराह करना चाहते हैं।
देश की जड़ों को खत्म करना चाहती है। ये देश महात्मा गांधी की जड़ें हैं।
भैया आप गुंडे हो क्या या अरावली के लिए हो आप?
ये भगत सिंह की जड़ें, ये महात्मा गांधी की जड़ें खत्म होने वाली।
Coming in from Inqilab Moncho that's warned of a movement to oust the interim government of Bangladesh. Inqilab Moncho has now threatened to launch a movement to oust the interim government if justice is not ensured for the murder of its spokesperson Osman Hadi. Abdullah Al-Jaber, member secretary of the platform, had issued the warning at an emergency press conference that is held at Shahid Hadi Chhattar around 12 p.m. today. Addressing the briefing, Jaber said a 24-hour ultimatum has been issued during Hadi's namaz-e-janaza. However, he said the deadline had passed without any visible steps from the Home Advisor or concerned authorities regarding the arrest of the accused. Let me go across to Prem, joining us from the newsroom. Prem, it's very clear that the situation in Bangladesh is going from bad to worse. Now this threat coming from Inqilab Moncho, give us details.
See, the threat which has been issued by the Inqilab Moncho, the main Moncho of this movement, because his convener Hadi was shot. Now the Inqilab Moncho has warned the Bangladesh present interim government that if steps are not being taken, if free and fair trial has not been done in terms of Hadi's death, then an ouster would be led against the interim government. It is very important that the interim government, they are threatening the interim government right now because the Hadi, their convener, has not been brought to justice. There's after several movements of Inqilab Moncho, they have issued a 24-hour ultimatum to the Bangladesh interim government. Now situations are developing in Bangladesh and it is yet to be seen what leads ahead.
Extremists have now threatened Yunus government. Bangladesh is clearly in turmoil, and the platform placed several demands, including the immediate formation of a speedy trial tribunal to try murder case. It suggested seeking assistance from international professional agencies such as the FBI to ensure transparency in the investigation. A Mumbai-bound Air India flight on Monday morning reported a serious technical glitch. The plane had to return and make an emergency landing at Delhi airport. The aircraft was under imminent threat when one engine had to be shut down to avoid any untoward incident. Full emergency had been declared at the Delhi airport during this incident.
A nightmare for any flyer. A pilot's ultimate test, a reality check of ground force crew, and words that no air traffic controller would want to hear. Pan, pan. Mumbai-bound Air India flight AI-887 reported a serious glitch shortly after takeoff, post which the right engine had to be shut down mid-air. As per Air India, AI-887, a Boeing 777-300ER en route from Delhi to Mumbai, experienced a serious technical issue shortly after takeoff. The airline said that during flap retraction, abnormally low oil pressure was detected in the right engine, which rapidly dropped to zero. As per standard safety procedures, the pilots shut down the affected engine. As per Air India, the incident has been reported to the DGCA and will also be investigated by Air India's Permanent Investigation Board under the supervision of the DGCA. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has also taken note of the Air India flight AI-887 incident and sought a detailed report from Air India. The airline has been directed to extend all assistance to passengers and accommodate them on subsequent flights. Post this incident, Air India has made separate arrangements for the passengers. Air India in response informed that senior Air India representatives personally met passengers on ground while refreshments were provided to all. While luckily, a major tragedy was averted because of pilots' quick thinking, but questions arise over safety of passengers flying Air India.
And we're telling you about a Turkish free pass that has been given. This time it seems from Indigo and SpiceJet. All those details as a Mumbai-bound Air India flight on Monday morning had reported about the imminent threat. We're also getting you details about India's civil aviation regulator, the DGCA, that has granted further extensions allowing Indigo and SpiceJet to continue operating Turkish aircraft with Turkish crew. Sources have said Indigo has received a third extension to lease 2 Boeing 777-300ER aircraft from a Turkish airline, with the planes and crew still operating in Indian airspace. SpiceJet has leased 5 Boeing aircraft from Turkish operator Corendon Airlines under similar arrangements. The continued approvals come despite earlier expectations that such foreign leasing pacts would be phased out after Operation Sindoor. To understand what's happening and when this phase out will happen, let's go across to my colleague Ishan. Ishan, there are Turkish planes, Turkish crew. It seems that the promises that were made during Operation Sindoor have been forgotten. At the Chennai airport and the Jabalpur airport, we are seeing Turkish planes. When will this
Pakistan? And after that also, the Indigo and SpiceJet have continued to operate these aircraft. Indigo has received a third extension for 2 Boeing 777s. The aircraft was leased from Turkish Airlines, and the Turkish crew has an extension until February of 2026. This follows prior approvals of 3 months given in August and another 6 months given in February of 2026, driven by global aircraft shortages. This is a reason being provided. But does this mean that we will allow Turkish Airlines, a country that is openly hostile towards India and its intentions? Turkey also prevented and delayed the delivery of crucial military equipment to India, wherein military helicopters were prevented from flying over Turkish airspace that were supposed to be delivered by Boeing to India. In this act of open defiance, the Indigo and SpiceJet have prioritized business over the nationality and nationalism, and they are trying to do this again. And the SpiceJet secured a DGCA clearance for a Boeing 737 for the Malta-based subsidiary of a Turkish operator. All this is being done so that these two operators can clearly provide services in India, and profit is given a priority to nationalism. Back to you.
Ishan, Indigo signed new pact with Turkey's Freebird. Turkey's Freebird is to operate flights for Indigo. And this is something, Ishan, will continue probing. Thank you for those details that you've given us. Viewers, India's civil aviation regulator, the DGCA, has granted further extensions allowing Indigo and SpiceJet to continue operating Turkish aircraft with Turkish crew. Sources say Indigo has received a third extension to lease 2 Boeing 777-300ER aircraft from a Turkish airline, with the planes and crew still operating in Indian airspace. SpiceJet, meanwhile, has leased 5 Boeing aircraft from Turkish operator Corendon Airlines under similar arrangements. The continued approvals come despite earlier expectations that such foreign leasing pacts would be phased out after Operation Sindoor.
In a surprising move, the DGCA has extended clearances for the use of Turkish aircrafts and crews by Indian Airlines. Permissions have been granted to Indigo and SpiceJet to keep operating Turkish aircraft with Turkish crew. This despite earlier pledges by the DGCA to phase out such deals post-Operation Sindoor. Now, this decision has sparked debate over national security and economic priorities. 2 Turkish Boeing 777-300ER aircraft leased by Indigo continue to fly routes like Delhi-Istanbul and Mumbai-Istanbul with Turkish crew. Indigo is operating direct flights to Istanbul with the 2 leased aircrafts from Turkish Airlines having over 500 seats each. Meanwhile, SpiceJet's 5 leased Corendon Airlines planes are also operational. The DGCA granted Indigo a third extension until February 2026, citing operational exigencies. Sources say the move aims to mitigate aviation losses and ensure seamless travel amid strained India-Turkey ties. Remember, viewers, how Turkey backed Pakistan and condemned India's strikes on terror camps during Operation Sindoor? Earlier on May 15, aviation security watchdog BCAS revoked the security clearance for Turkish company Celebi Airport Services. This was done in the interest of national security days after Turkey backed Pakistan. Turkey's Pakistan tilt and alleged support for terror, while DGCA's extension for Turkish aircrafts points to one big question. Has the post-Operation Sindoor promise now been forgotten?
Bengali singer Lagnajita Chakraborty was allegedly harassed and nearly assaulted during a live performance at a private school in Bhagwanpur, East Midnapur in West Bengal on 20th of December 2025 after she began singing the devotional song Jago Ma from the film Devi Chaudhrani. The event organizer Mehboob Malik reportedly stormed the stage, shouted abuses, demanded she stop and sing a secular song, instead saying enough of Jago Ma, now sing something secular, and attempted to physically attack her being restrained. The singer filed a complaint leading Malik's arrest, though initial probe reluctance prompted a departmental inquiry.
রাজ্যের মধ্যেই কার্যত শোতে গিয়ে শো করতে গিয়ে শুনতে হলো এই গান গাওয়া যাবে না, অন্য গান গাইতে হবে, সেকুলার গান গাইতে হবে। কে না লগ্নজিতা চক্রবর্তীকে শুনতে হলো এই কথা। লগ্নজিতা চক্রবর্তী আমাদের সঙ্গে সোজাসুজি রয়েছেন এবং গতকাল ভগবানপুরের ঘটনা নিয়ে একেবারে মুখ খুলতে প্রকাশ্যে মুখ খুলবেন। কি ঘটেছিল লগ্নজিতা গতকাল যখন আপনি ভগবানপুরে গেলেন? স্বাভাবিকভাবে প্রত্যেক দিনের মতোই শো করেন আপনি, ঠিক কি ঘটলো যার জন্য এইটা শুনতে হলো যে সেকুলার গান গা?
আমার কালকে পূর্ব মেদিনীপুরে ভগবানপুর বলে একটা জায়গায় সাউথ পয়েন্ট পাবলিক স্কুল বলে একটা স্কুলে আমার অনুষ্ঠান ছিল ওদের মাঠে। আমার অনুষ্ঠান 7টায় শুরু হয় এবং 7:45 অবধি আমার অনুষ্ঠান নির্বিঘ্নে হয়। 7:45 অবধি আমার 7টা গান আমার গাওয়া হয়ে গেছিলো অ্যান্ড আই ওয়াজ গোয়িং অন টু মাই 8th সং। দুটো গানের মাঝখানে যেরকম আর্টিস্টরা কথা বলেন আমিও সেরকম অডিয়েন্সের সাথে কথা বলছিলাম। এই 7th গান যেটা আমি গেয়েছিলাম, যেটা আমার গাওয়া শেষ হয়ে গেছিলো, সেটা হচ্ছে এই বছর পুজোয় দেবী চৌধুরানী বলে একটা ছবি রিলিজ করেছে, সেখানে আমি একটা গান গেয়েছি জাগো মা বলে। এই গানটা দেবী চৌধুরানী ছবির গান এবং দেবী চৌধুরানীকে নিয়ে গানটা লেখা আর কি। এবং সেটা আমি কিন্তু গান গাওয়ার আগে বলেওছি যে কোন ছবির গান ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি, আমি সব গানের আগেই বলি। তো আমি যখন 7th এবং 8th গানের মধ্যে কথা বলছি এই গানটা শেষ করে, তখন হঠাৎ দেখলাম একজন মানুষ দৌড়ে স্টেজে উঠে এলেন, হেঁটে না দৌড়ে স্টেজে উঠে এলেন এবং কিছু বোঝার আগেই আমি দেখলাম যে উনি প্রায় আমার এখান অবধি চলে এসছেন। এবং যে স্কুলে এই অনুষ্ঠানটা হচ্ছিল সেই স্কুলে এটা ভিডিওর মানে ওরা আমার অনুষ্ঠানটা ভিডিও রেকর্ড করছিল, কাজেই ওদের কাছে ভিডিও নিশ্চয়ই পাওয়া যাবে। ভিডিওটা দেখলেই সবাই বুঝতে পারবেন যে উনি আমাকে মারতেই উঠেছিলেন, কিন্তু উনি আনফর্চুনেটলি উনি আমাকে মারতে পারেননি, কারণ উনি যখন এরম একটা জায়গায় ছিলেন তখন 2-3 জন ওনাকে টেনে নিয়ে যায় এবং যখন উনি আমাকে মারতে পারেন না এবং যখন ওনাকে টেনে নিয়ে যাওয়া হচ্ছে তখন, অ্যান্ড আই হ্যাড দ্য মাইক্রোফোন ইন মাই হ্যান্ড রাইট বিকজ আই ওয়াজ টকিং টু দি অডিয়েন্স, তখন উনি চিৎকার করে বলেন অনেক জাগমা হয়েছে, এবার একটু সেকুলার গা, এবং সেটা বাইরে আমার মাইক্রোফোনের থ্রু দিয়ে সেটা প্রত্যেকেই শুনতে পেয়েছেন। এবং তারপরে এটা হয়ে যাওয়ার পরে আমি অডিয়েন্সকে বলি যে যা হয়েছে সব আপনাদের চোখের সামনেই হয়েছে, এরপর তো আর আমার পক্ষে অনুষ্ঠান করা সম্ভব না, তাই আমি আজকে নেমে যাচ্ছি। এবং আমি স্টেজ থেকে নেমে যাই এবং তারপরে আমি ভগবানপুর পুলিশ স্টেশনে যাই এবং গিয়ে আমি একটা জেনারেল ডায়েরি।
Let's take a look at what's making headlines across the nation. Security forces have launched a massive crackdown in Srinagar following the Delhi 10/11 terror blast. Multiple arrests have been made. Police claim to have developed significant new leads in the case. Overnight searches were carried out across key areas, including Hari Singh High Street and Lal Chowk. A massive explosion occurred at firecracker manufacturing factory at Bhalwani village in Sangli district, Maharashtra, causing panic in the surrounding area, leaving 2 people seriously injured. The fire was brought under control after 2 fire tenders rushed to the spot to control the blaze. A 6-year-old boy, Mohammed Harris, normally escaped serious injury after falling from the first floor of a building in Koppal, Karnataka, while trying to catch a pigeon. After the incident was captured on CCTV, Mohammed sustained a head injury. He is currently out of danger. Authorities urging parents to supervise children near balconies to prevent such mishaps.
Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we put the spotlight on the Augusta Westland scam. All this while, we were told that there is a political link. Till date, no names have been revealed by the investigative agencies. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we find out details of what went wrong with the probe.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया सफेद चने या काले चने
सब कुछ मजेदार बने
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace negotiations, accusing Ukraine's leadership of refusing dialogue.
Statements from Zelensky that he is not prepared to discuss territory issues. At the moment, we don't see their readiness. I would like to remind where it all began.
Rejecting allegation.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the latest edition of 6 Stories at 6 with me, Ayana Mitra. Over the next half an hour, I will take you through the details of those 6 stories which have dominated the headlines today. So here we go. Up first, massive uproar in Rajasthan, specifically in Udaipur, as we saw today, over the Supreme Court order on the Aravallis, and even more so on the Government of India's defense on it. As these protests continue, we'll show you how the Environment Minister has now been forced to respond. Direct impact of Republic TV's relentless coverage. Second, from extradition in 2018 to clearance in 2025, who has led Christian Michel, accused in the multi-crore Augusta Westland scam, let off? Third, the post-Operation Sindhu doctrine gone clearly for a toss. India's aviation watchdog, the DGCA, has now green signaled the use of Turkish aircraft and crew right here on Indian soil. What's this controversy about? We'll tell you. Next, another day, another critical situation on another Air India flight as it returned to the departure point in the national capital, citing low engine fuel. And then we take you to West Bengal, viewers, where the ruling administration is in the middle of a controversy after a singer was targeted by the TMC over a song. And finally, an SOS message from Ukraine, where Gujarat origin Sahil went to study in Russia, was forced into the war zone by the authorities. Get you that at 6 Stories at 6 this evening. With that, let's get started. And we take you to our first story, viewers. While the Government of India presented an unconvincing defense of the Supreme Court order on the Aravallis, protests in Rajasthan intensified earlier today for saving the Aravalli range. People gathered in large numbers across Udaipur demanding concrete steps to protect the Aravallis. They gave a point-by-point rebuttal of the government's defense. Here's what happened in Udaipur earlier today and how is it. And we'll also tell you what is it that the minister has now been forced to say as a result of Republic TV's coverage. Take a look. Protested, raised voices for saving their home, the Aravallis, and then detained.
Police are not letting us talk to the people who are detained right now. We can see in our visuals, and they're trying to say that we were protesting peacefully. Although protests were getting a bit violent, we have shown you through the visuals. It is a dictatorship rule of central government and the state government. In both state and center, it's a BJP government cutting across to protesters.
Protesting voices intensify across the country over Supreme Court's order changing the definition of what can be considered part of Aravallis. And today, people from across the state of Rajasthan gathered in Udaipur demanding protection of Aravallis, the green lungs of North India.
उदयपुर के कलेक्टर ऑफिस के सामने हम खड़े हैं और लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे क्योंकि इमोशनली यहाँ पे नारे लगाए जा रहे हैं और अरावली पर्वतमाला को बचाने की मांग की जा रही है। हम देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे एक्शन है और लोग यहाँ पे जो है प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, नारे लगाए जा रहे हैं।
People were angry over possible loss of India's oldest mountain range, hills that are not only ecologically important but have also been witness to India's rich history. But they were thrashed and detained. The protesters today gave a point-by-point rebuttal to government's unconvincing defense.
सरकार ने पूंजीपतियों के लिए एक रेड कारपेट बिछा दिया है। उनका काम यह है कि कैसे इन अमीरों को और अमीर बनाए और आम जनता को इस प्रकार से कुचले जो अपने हक के लिए, अपने समाज को बचाने के लिए, अपनी पीढ़ियों को बचाने के लिए लड़ रही है। ये निश्चित तौर पे सरकार की दमन नीति अपनाता है और सबसे बड़ी शर्म की बात है कि केंद्रीय पर्यावरण मंत्री राजस्थान से आते हैं। अलवर से भूपेंद्र यादव जी मिनिस्टर बने हैं जीतकर। क्या अलवर में फिर वो मुंह दिखा पाएंगे?
Angered over the possible irreversible damage to the ecological heritage, people lashed out at the government. And while our team on ground tried to confront police officers on ground, only fingers were pointed at each other. As the protest, threat of desertification looms and people fear losing their ecological home.
वो चाहते हैं कि ये सारी पहाड़ियाँ जो खनिज संपदा इन पहाड़ियों में है वो उसकी लूट करने इनको दी जाए और इन पहाड़ियों में जो हमारे लोग बसे हुए हैं
जो हमारे मेवाड़ में खासतर से जो भील समुदाय बसा हुआ है उनको वहाँ से दरकिनार किया जाए और इन पहाड़ियों की लूट मचाई जाए.
Gathered in large numbers, people demand.
It's the end point of this hill range is Raisina Hill, wherein the Rashtrapati Bhavan is also situated.
While the government presents unconvincing defense, voices across the nation rise for saving North India's ecological heritage, the Aravallis. ED and CBI custody in the alleged money laundering case linked with Augusta Westland shopper deal case. However, he still remains in CBI custody, a matter on which CBI's reply is sought today. Republic confronted Michel, but he totally dodged the questions. A release for Michel had been ordered by the Rouse Avenue court, raising questions of a possible cover-up as crucial information was not shared by UK, USA and Europe. Did agencies fail to pin Michel down, middleman in money laundering linked to the Augusta Westland shopper deal? Questions also rise on political intervention in the case, as the CBI and ED charge sheet make no mention of politicians or political links.
The face of the Augusta Westland VVIP chopper scam case of the UPA-era government, Christian Michel James, was produced before the special CBI court today here in the Rouse Avenue court. And now, the money trails accessed back in the days, the email exchanges that were accessed back in the days suggested that certain concerned parties were bribed. For that matter, even it suggested that Michel was in touch with certain bureaucrats and politicians back in the days to secure this deal. However, when questioned on these claims, Christian Michel denied such claims. And now, the Rouse Avenue Court today reserved its order on an application moved by the accused Christian Michel James. The application was moved by Christian Michel James to seek a direction to modify the bail conditions in the Augusta Westland CBI case.
Not only this, the agencies have also failed to establish the money trail in the Augusta Westland case.
Okay, India's civil aviation regulatory body, that is the DGCA, has granted further extensions allowing Indigo and SpiceJet to continue operating Turkish aircraft with Turkish crew right here on Indian soil. Sources say that Indigo has received a third extension to lease two Boeing 777-300ER aircraft from a Turkish airline, with the planes and crew still operating in Indian airspace. SpiceJet, meanwhile, has leased at least 5 Boeing aircraft from Turkish operator Corendon Airlines under similar arrangement.
Two Turkish Boeing 777-300ER aircraft leased by Indigo continue to fly routes like Delhi-Istanbul and Mumbai-Istanbul with Turkish crew. Indigo is operating direct flights to Istanbul with the two leased aircrafts from Turkish Airlines having over 500 seats each. Meanwhile, SpiceJet's 5 leased Corendon Airlines planes are also operational. The DGCA granted Indigo a third extension until February 2026, citing operational exigencies. Sources say the move aims to mitigate aviation losses and ensure seamless travel amid strained India-Turkey ties. Remember, viewers, how Turkey backed Pakistan and condemned India's strikes on terror camps during Operation Sindoor? Earlier on May 15, aviation security watchdog BCAS revoked the security clearance for Turkish company Celebi Airport Services. This was done in the interest of national security days after Turkey backed Pakistan. Turkey's Pakistan tilt and alleged support for terror, while DGCA's extension for Turkish aircrafts points to one big question. Has the post-Operation Sindoor promise now been forgotten?
Okay, and earlier this morning, a Mumbai-bound Air India flight reported a serious technical glitch. The plane had to return to its departure point, that is Delhi, and make an emergency landing at the Delhi airport. The aircraft was under imminent threat when one engine had to be shut down to avoid any untoward incident. Full emergency was declared at the Delhi airport during this incident, and later on
experienced a serious technical issue shortly after takeoff. The airline said that during flap retraction, abnormally low Air India has
been accused of storming the stage, demanding quote-unquote secular songs and attempting to assault the artist. The singer later filed a police complaint leading to Malik's arrest, even as questions were being raised over initial police action. The episode has now triggered a wider debate on artistic freedom, political interference, and of course the safety of performance under TMC's rule in West Bengal.
A controversy has erupted in West Bengal after popular singer Lognajita Chakraborty was allegedly stopped mid-performance from singing the devotional song Jago Ma by local TMC leader Mehboob Malik. The incident reportedly took place at a private school in Bhagwanpur, where Malik allegedly objected to the devotional song, demanded secular music instead, and later even tried to physically confront the artist. Lognajita, best known for her hit Bengali track Bashanto Eshe Geche, said the disruption happened while she was in the middle of performing Jago Ma. In an exclusive interview with Republic Bangla, Lognajita Chakraborty narrated her harrowing experience.
রাজ্যের মধ্যেই কার্যত শোতে গিয়ে শো করতে গিয়ে শুনতে হলো এই গান গাওয়া যাবে না, অন্য গান গাইতে হবে, সেকুলার গান গাইতে হবে। কে না লগ্নজিতা চক্রবর্তীকে শুনতে হলো এই কথা। লগ্নজিতা চক্রবর্তী আমাদের সঙ্গে সোজাসুজি রয়েছেন এবং গতকাল ভগবানপুরের ঘটনা নিয়ে একেবারে মুখ খুলতে প্রকাশ্যে মুখ খুলবেন। কি ঘটেছিল লগ্নজিতা গতকাল যখন আপনি ভগবানপুরে গেলেন? স্বাভাবিকভাবে প্রত্যেক দিনের মতোই শো করেন আপনি, ঠিক কি ঘটলো যার জন্য এইটা শুনতে হলো যে সেকুলার গান গা?
আমার কালকে পূর্ব মেদিনীপুরে ভগবানপুর বলে একটা জায়গায় সাউথ পয়েন্ট পাবলিক স্কুল বলে একটা স্কুলে আমার অনুষ্ঠান ছিল ওদের মাঠে। আমার অনুষ্ঠান 7টায় শুরু হয় এবং 7:45 অবধি আমার অনুষ্ঠান নির্বিঘ্নে হয়। 7:45 অবধি আমার 7টা গান আমার গাওয়া হয়ে গেছিল, and I was going on to my 8th song. দুটো গানের মাঝখানে যেরকম আর্টিস্টরা কথা বলেন, আমিও সেরকম অডিয়েন্সের সাথে কথা বলছিলাম। এই 7th গান যেটা আমি গেয়েছিলাম, যেটা আমার গাওয়া শেষ হয়ে গেছিলো, সেটা হচ্ছে এই বছর পুজোয় দেবী চৌধুরানী বলে একটা ছবি রিলিজ করেছে, সেখানে আমি একটা গান গেয়েছি জাগো মা বলে। এই গানটা দেবী চৌধুরানী ছবির গান এবং দেবী চৌধুরানীকে নিয়ে গানটা লেখা আর কি। এবং সেটা আমি কিন্তু গান গাওয়ার আগে বলেওছি যে কোন ছবির গান ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি, আমি সব গানের আগেই বলি। তো আমি যখন 7th এবং 8th গানের মধ্যে কথা বলছি এই গানটা শেষ করে, তখন হঠাৎ দেখলাম একজন মানুষ দৌড়ে স্টেজে উঠে এলেন, হেঁটে না দৌড়ে স্টেজে উঠে এলেন এবং কিছু বোঝার আগেই আমি দেখলাম যে উনি প্রায় আমার এখান অবধি চলে এসছেন। এবং যে স্কুলে এই অনুষ্ঠানটা হচ্ছিল সেই স্কুলে এটা ভিডিওর মানে ওরা আমার অনুষ্ঠানটা ভিডিও রেকর্ড করছিল, কাজেই ওদের কাছে ভিডিও নিশ্চয়ই পাওয়া যাবে। ভিডিওটা দেখলেই সবাই বুঝতে পারবেন যে উনি আমাকে মারতেই উঠেছিলেন, কিন্তু উনি আনফর্চুনেটলি উনি আমাকে মারতে পারেননি, কারণ উনি যখন এরম একটা জায়গায় ছিলেন তখন 2-3 জন ওনাকে টেনে নিয়ে যায় এবং যখন উনি আমাকে মারতে পারেন না এবং যখন ওনাকে টেনে নিয়ে যাওয়া হচ্ছে তখন, অ্যান্ড আই হ্যাড দ্য মাইক্রোফোন ইন মাই হ্যান্ড রাইট বিকজ আই ওয়াজ টকিং টু দি অডিয়েন্স, তখন উনি চিৎকার করে বলেন অনেক জাগমা হয়েছে, এবার একটু সেকুলার গা, এবং সেটা বাইরে আমার মাইক্রোফোনের থ্রু দিয়ে সেটা প্রত্যেকেই শুনতে পেয়েছেন। এবং তারপরে এটা হয়ে যাওয়ার পরে আমি অডিয়েন্সকে বলি যে যা হয়েছে সব আপনাদের চোখের সামনেই হয়েছে, এরপর তো আর আমার পক্ষে অনুষ্ঠান করা সম্ভব না, তাই আমি আজকে নেমে যাচ্ছি। এবং আমি স্টেজ থেকে নেমে যাই এবং তারপরে আমি ভগবানপুর পুলিশ স্টেশনে যাই এবং গিয়ে আমি একটা জেনারেল ডায়েরি।
The singer later filed a formal complaint which led to Malik's arrest, although reportedly initial hesitation by the police has now triggered a departmental inquiry. What began as a cultural performance has now snowballed into a political flashpoint, raising serious questions over artistic freedom.
All right, viewers, and finally, a disturbing case has emerged from the Russia-Ukraine war zone, where a Gujarat-origin student called Sahil, who went to Russia on a student visa, has now claimed that he was forced to join the Russian army and is now a prisoner of war in Ukraine. He has now released a video, a SOS video from Ukraine, where he has appealed to the government of India for his safe repatriation. He's appealed to Prime Minister Modi and to the Ministry of External Affairs to contact his family in Gujarat and ensure that he returns to India safely. That full video message and the details of how he was stranded in war zone for you.
Sahil Mohammad Hussain, a resident of Morbi district in Gujarat, had travelled to Russia for higher studies and was working part-time with a courier firm to support himself. He alleges that Russian authorities falsely implicated him in a drugs case and then blackmailed him into joining the Russian military, promising to drop the charges.
Now I'm in Ukrainian military jail because I write the war contract for Russia-Ukraine war, because I also sitting in the Russian prison camp.
In the video, Sahil says he never intended to join the Russian army, but was forced after being threatened with a false criminal case. He claims that after minimal training, he was sent to active combat zones, where he was eventually captured by Ukrainian forces. In an emotional appeal, Sahil urged the Indian government to intervene diplomatically and also warned Indian students and job seekers abroad to remain cautious and not fall prey to false promises.
अपील करना चाहता हूँ अपने गवर्नमेंट से, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट, अपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी साहब से और अपने एस जयशंकर साहब से, हो सके तो मदद करी जाए.
The incident has raised serious concerns about Indian nationals being lured or coerced into foreign military conflicts under false pretenses.
जो अपने भारतीय नागरिकों को देना चाहता हूँ, जो कोई स्टूडेंट रशिया में आ रहा है अपनी हाई स्टडीज के लिए या फिर वर्क के लिए, बी केयरफुल, बिकॉज यहाँ पर बहुत सारे स्कैमर्स है, बहुत सारे लाइक क्रिमिनल केसेस, लाइक narcotic cases and another illegal cases बहुत सारे, तो अपना ध्यान रखें.
This case adds to a growing list of Indians allegedly trapped in war zones after being promised jobs or education abroad. Families back home are demanding urgent diplomatic intervention and clearer advisories for Indians travelling overseas.
All right, viewers, that's all that we had for you in Monday's edition of 6 Stories at 6. But do stay on with us, because on the other side, we have more live and breaking news updates with my colleague Rhythm. Thanks for watching.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला.
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका.
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा.
तेरा झुमका.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े से ज्यादा स्वाद ये है तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
We just now felt this entire
exclusive, we put the spotlight on the Augusta Westland scam. All this while we were told that there is a political link. Till date, no names have been revealed by the investigative agencies. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we find out details of what went wrong with the probe.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम।
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace negotiations, accusing Ukraine's leadership of refusing dialogue.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
कोर्ट ने ही अरावली हिल्स और अरावली को लेकर के एक टेक्निकल कमेटी का गठन किया और ओनली द रेस्ट्रिक्टेड पर्पस ऑफ माइनिंग
Environment Minister holds urgent briefing as criticism of government defense grows. Minister forced to respond after Republic reported on mining facts. Republic TV exposes how the government gave the nod for mining at the Aravalli Hills in a 2,334-page affidavit that has now been exclusively accessed. No lessons learned post-Operation Sindoor. Indigo and SpiceJet given DGCA clearance to lease and operate Turkish aircraft and crew on Indian soil.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes?
Republic questions Christian Michel in multi-crore Augusta Westland case. Michel silent on the bribes. Mumbai-bound Air India flight returns to national capital after crew reported critical drop in engine oil pressure in the right engine.
And there's breaking news that's coming in, this time in the VVIP chopper case. This is the case that the UPA government at that time had been, it had been a blow to them. The Augusta Westland case, viewers. Top sources now tell Republic TV politicians have been mentioned in the Augusta note. It has not been examined. The focus is back on the Augusta bribery note. Over dependence of information on the accused from foreign countries was there. Political names have been mentioned by Italian courts that have not been examined by the CBI. And why did this happen? Defense Ministry officials also involved in the deal were not examined. Several details in the Augusta case that do not add up. One, of course, being how Christian Michelle James is getting this clean chit. And now the Augusta Westland case, we're seeing this complete turnaround with no investigation really having been done by the CBI. Remember, viewers, this is the Indian helicopter bribery scandal, the VVIP bribery scandal by the Indian National Congress-led UPA government. It led to multi-million-dollar corruption. This is the diary note graphics that we are showing you, viewers. Why was this note ignored way back in 2013 when this came to light in early 2013? This is the big story. This was called the chopper scam, the chopper Kate. We had been at the forefront of exposing what had happened. This note has been ignored. These diary entries have been ignored. Let me go across to my colleague Niranjan, senior editor joining us from our newsroom. Niranjan, it's very clear that there were names that were there, but they've not been mentioned. There are diary notings that we have, but yet the kind of focus that there needed to be in this, it was not there. A note was, I remember, presented in the Italian court that was sent by middleman Christian Michel. He was extradited, I remember, in 2018 when we followed him. An Augusta employee was there. It said to target key advisors to Sonia Gandhi, listed the names of Manmohan Singh, Ahmed Patel, Pranab Mukherjee, Virappa Moily and others. The note had at that time contained the bribes to be paid out divided as AF, $6 million. 6 million euros, I beg your pardon. So Niranjan, when this kind of details were there, why were they not investigated by the CBI?
Well, that's the question, because, from the details that Shawan has also been able to share with us, Rhythm, and the focus is back on the bribery note, because now one of the primary reasons why the case against Christian Michel seems to be falling flat is because some of the key links in the Christian Michel case, those who continue to hide overseas, continue to be prosecuted and followed by agencies overseas. Our agencies have somehow failed to extradite them or get access to them. Secondly, politicians in this case, politicians/political links have nowhere been featured or investigated, or they haven't really gone to the bottom of this case with politicians. For example, I want to put out that graphic note that you have right now. Now, let me tell you, in this particular note, there were three particular, brackets in which this handwritten note had mentioned names and numbers and abbreviations. The first set said AF. Now, we don't know what AF meant, whether it was, a body, an agency, a branch, right? But under AF, it said DCH, PDSR, 2FTT, DG Now, is DG DG maintenance? We don't know. And what AF is, we don't know. This is back in the day during the Congress rule. And under that bracket, €6 was circled. Now, was €6 circled? Reference to 6 million, we don't know. But under that, there was another bracket called BUR. BUR, was it a reference to bureaucracy? We don't know. But it did mention DS. Was DS Deputy Secretary? We don't know. JS, was JS a reference to Joint Secretary? We don't know, because it was never probed. AFA AR, DG ACQ. Was DG ACQ DG Acquisition? A question that we had asked over the year. CVC. Is CVC the same CVC who we think it is? Never investigated. Auditor Gen. Auditor Gen, was it a mention of the Auditor General? We don't know. And the most interesting aspect is then it goes to POL, the third bracket, POL or politicians. Perhaps we don't know whether it is a reference to politicians, but these were abbreviations. POL was what the note said, read rather, under which the first abbreviation was AP. AP. The BJP in the past had asked questions on whether AP was Ahmed Patel. We don't know. Ahmed Patel is no more. And then the second mention there was FAM. FAM or family. Was it family? We don't know. Because under AP, there was the number 3. Number 3 referring to maybe, I don't know, whether it's just a number 3 or some measure of the kind of bribe that was to be given. But under FAM, 15 euro sign was given. 15/16 euro sign was there. Was it euro 15/16 million? We don't know. We're talking about 10 to 15 years back, 15 years back almost. And these were documents that were shared by the investigators in Italy. And the most striking aspect, Rhythm, when all of this was shared, and you just made a mention of what the Italian court had said. The Italian court, during the investigation, had also spoken about one particular mention where there was a note saying, "Dear Peter, since Mrs. Gandhi is the driving force behind VIP, will no longer fly in the MI8. Mrs. Gandhi and her closest advisors are the people who the British ambassadors should target." This letter was seized from the home of arrested middleman Guido Haschke in 2013. Now, if this was the case, how is it that today, in the year 2025, Christian Michel has been let off in 2 or 3 cases, and the case is almost collapsed? Not a single politician, not a single bureaucrat, not a single of those possible people who got the kickbacks. And the kickbacks are proven, Rhythm.
Yes.
Kickbacks were proven in this case.
Yes, absolutely. There needs to be something that needs to be investigated, something that happened in 2013. 2025, it's not been done, even though we had investigated. Thank you, Niranjan, for getting us that. The Rose Avenue Court on Saturday had ordered the release of Christian Michel James from custody in the VVIP chopper scam. However, the middleman still remains in CBI's custody, a case that is going to be scheduled to be heard.
The Rouse Avenue Court on Saturday ordered to release the middleman Christian Michel James from custody. Michel has been in ED and CBI custody in the alleged money laundering case linked with Augusta Westland chopper deal case. However, he still remains in CBI custody, a matter on which CBI's reply is sought today. Republic confronted Michel, but he totally dodged the questions. A release for Michel had been ordered by the Rouse Avenue Court, raising questions of a possible cover-up as crucial information was not shared by UK, USA and Europe. Did agencies fail to pin Michel down, middleman in money laundering linked to the Augusta Westland chopper deal? Questions also rise on political intervention in the case, as the CBI and ED charge sheet make no mention of politicians or political links.
The face of the Augusta Westland VVIP chopper scam case of the UPA-era government, Christian Michel James, was produced before the special CBI court today here in the Rouse Avenue Court. And now, the money trails accessed back in the days, the email exchanges that were accessed back in the days suggested that certain concerned parties were bribed. For that matter, even it suggested that Michel was in touch with certain bureaucrats and politicians back in the days to secure this deal. However, when questioned on these claims, Christian Michel denied such claims. And now, the Rouse Avenue Court today reserved its order on an application moved by the accused Christian Michel James. The application was moved by Christian Michel James to seek a direction to modify the bail conditions in the Augusta Westland CBI case.
Not only this, the agencies have also failed to establish the money trail in the Augusta Westland case.
It's a story we'll continue tracking. Now, the other top focus, a disturbing case has emerged from the Russia-Ukraine war zone. A Gujarat student who went to Russia on a student visa claims he was forced to join the Russian army and is now prisoner of war in Ukraine. In a video released by the Ukrainian authorities, he's made an appeal to Prime Minister Modi for his safe return to India. Here's that report.
Sahil Mohammad Hussain, a resident of Morbi district in Gujarat, had travelled to Russia for higher studies and was working part-time with a courier firm to support himself. He alleges that Russian authorities falsely implicated him in a drugs case and then blackmailed him into joining the Russian military, promising to drop the charges.
Now I'm in the Ukrainian military jail because I write the war contract for Russia-Ukraine war, because I also sitting in the Russian prison camp.
In the video, Sahil says he never intended to join the Russian army, but was forced after being threatened with a false criminal case. He claims that after minimal training, he was sent to active combat zones, where he was eventually captured by Ukrainian forces. In an emotional appeal, Sahil urged the Indian government to intervene diplomatically and also warned Indian students and job seekers abroad to remain cautious and not fall prey to false promises.
अपील करना चाहता हूँ अपने गवर्नमेंट से, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट, अपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी साहब से और अपने एस जयशंकर साहब से, हो सके तो मदद करी जाए.
The incident has raised serious concerns about Indian nationals being lured or coerced into foreign military conflicts under false pretenses.
जो अपने भारतीय नागरिकों को देना चाहता हूँ, जो कोई स्टूडेंट रशिया में आ रहा है अपनी हाई स्टडीज के लिए या फिर वर्क के लिए, बी केयरफुल, बिकॉज यहाँ पर बहुत सारे स्कैमर्स है, बहुत सारे लाइक क्रिमिनल केसेस, लाइक नार्कोटिक केसेस एंड अनदर इलीगल केसेस बहुत सारे, तो अपना ध्यान रखें.
This case adds to a growing list of Indians allegedly trapped in war zones after being promised jobs or education abroad. Families back home are demanding urgent diplomatic intervention and clearer advisories for Indians travelling overseas.
Amid mounting criticism and growing protest over mining in the ecologically sensitive Aravalli region, the Environment Minister had an urgent briefing today after Republic exposed key facts on mining activities in restricted zones. The briefing comes as pressure mounts on the government, with activists and locals accusing authorities of diluting environmental safeguards. Republic had earlier reported on the government's defense of mining in protected areas, triggering sharp reactions, intensifying the political and environmental storm.
कोर्ट ने ही अरावली हिल्स और अरावली को लेकर के एक टेक्निकल कमेटी का गठन किया और ओनली द रेस्ट्रिक्टेड पर्पस ऑफ माइनिंग, क्योंकि पहले ऐसा होता था कि किसी भी जगह पे जाके माइनिंग होती थी, कोई तय नहीं होता था कि अरावली हिल और अरावली क्या, बट दिस इज ऑल्सो रेस्ट्रिक्टेड टू द पर्पस ऑफ माइनिंग. और इसलिए जो 100 मीटर का विषय है, मैं कल भी इसको क्लियर कर चुका हूँ, टॉप से धरातल तक, और धरातल में भी उस लैंड फॉर्म जिस फॉर्मेट में है वहाँ का मिनिमम लोएस्ट एरिया है, उस लैंड फॉर्म जिसमें वो सिचुएटेड है, वो अरावली पर्वत और अरावली रेंज का अर्थ है उसके 500 मीटर के अंतर्गत. कई लोग कई तरह की बातें कह रहे हैं, कुछ हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता लोग भी भ्रामक ट्वीट कर रहे हैं. सबसे पहले मैं क्लियर कर दूं, एनसीआर रीजन में माइनिंग अलाउ ही नहीं है. एनसीआर का अर्थ हो गया दिल्ली, गुड़गांव, फरीदाबाद, नूह और जहाँ तक अलवर का एनसीआर लगता है. तो जब एनसीआर रीजन में माइनिंग ही अलाउ नहीं है तो उनका तथ्य ही झूठा है. दूसरा, ये डेफिनेशन आने के बाद भी इस निर्णय में ही ये कहा गया है कि अभी कोई नई माइनिंग लीज ही नहीं दी जाएगी, बल्कि कोर्ट ने अपने निर्णय में ये कहा है, जो पैरा नंबर 38 में है, द कमिटी रिकमेंड दैट to ensure sustainable mining in Aravalli Hill and range, no new mining lease, except in case of critical strategic and atomic mineral.
Since the day the Supreme Court has accepted the new definition of Aravalli Range, in which no mountain which is below the height of 100 meters will be considered a part of the Aravalli Hills. Now what will happen as a consequence of this is that around 90 to 91% of the Aravalli Range, which is below the height of 100 meters, will lose its protection, hence opening it to mining, to construction, to corporate affairs, basically taking away the lungs of the Delhi NCR. And since that day, there has been one persistent question: why is Aravalli so important? Aravalli Range so important for the northern part of the India and especially for the Delhi NCR. Republic is going to show you in real time why Aravalli Range is so important and what is its main purpose, and why is there a ruckus, there is an unrest in the country because of this decision. So now where we are standing, you can see there are sand dunes. There's so much sand. Now till the extent of it, you can see only sand. Now this is on my right part. I'm just going to take you to the left part of the road. You see, this is the road. Let me show you the road. On the right, there are sand dunes, there's sand. And here, the mighty Aravalli Hills. You can see this is the entire Aravalli Range, which is spanning hundreds of kilometers all throughout several states. Now what happens is when there's wind, there's storm, and even in summers when there's mostly every day there's a storm in this area, the dust from this area, the sand, it starts to flow, of course, because of the wind, and then it moves towards this Aravalli Hills. Now Aravalli stops this sand from reaching the Delhi NCR. It stands as a guard, it stands as a protection for the Delhi NCR, so that this would be the condition, the condition that we are showing right here, the sand dunes, the sand, so that Delhi NCR does not become a desert, so that these sand dunes, you don't start seeing that in the other part. So this is us explaining you in a very simple visual way that when there's wind and this dust and sand, it flows along the wind towards the Aravalli Range. What Aravalli Range does is act as a barrier, is act as a guard, it stands as a guard and stops the sand right here. You'll also see a lot of sand dunes here collected. Even on the far end, we'll show you. It's all the sand that has come because of the wind, the storms, and that is collected here. This is all the sand that has been collected because the winds which has been stopped by this Aravalli Range from reaching the Delhi NCR.
That was a marvelous report by my colleague to make you understand what's happening in the Aravallis. The other top focus story on Republic TV. A Mumbai-bound Air India flight on Monday morning reported a serious technical glitch. The plane had to return, make an emergency landing at Delhi airport. The aircraft was under imminent threat when one engine had to be shut down to avoid any untoward incident. Full emergency was declared at the Delhi airport during this incident.
A nightmare for any flyer, a pilot's ultimate test, a reality check of ground force crew, and words that no air traffic controller would want to hear. Pan pan. Mumbai-bound Air India flight AI-887 reported a serious glitch shortly after takeoff, post which the right engine had to be shut down mid-air. As per Air India, AI-887, a Boeing 777-300ER en route from Delhi to Mumbai, experienced a serious technical issue shortly after takeoff. The airline said that during flap retraction, abnormally low oil pressure was detected in the right engine, which rapidly dropped to zero. As per standard safety procedures, the pilots shut down the affected engine. As per Air India, the incident has been reported to the DGCA and will also be investigated by Air India's Permanent Investigation Board under the supervision of the DGCA. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has also taken note of the Air India flight AI-887 incident and sought a detailed report from Air India. The airline has been directed to extend all assistance to passengers and accommodate them on subsequent flights. Post this incident, Air India has made separate arrangements for the passengers. Air India in response informed that senior Air India representatives personally met passengers on ground while refreshments were provided to all. While luckily a major tragedy was averted because of pilots' quick thinking, but questions arise over safety of passengers flying Air India.
A major controversy has erupted in West Bengal after popular Bengali singer Lagnajita Chakraborty was allegedly stopped mid-performance from singing a devotional song. The incident took place at a private school in Bhagnanpur, where local TMC leaders and event organizer Mehboob Malik is accused of storming the stage, demanding secular songs and attempting to assault the artist. The singer later filed a police complaint, leading to Malik's arrest, even as questions are being raised over the initial police inaction. This episode has triggered a wider debate on artistic freedom, political interference and safety of performers.
A controversy has erupted in West Bengal after popular singer Lagnajita Chakraborty was allegedly stopped mid-performance from singing the devotional song Jago Ma by local TMC leader Mehboob Malik. The incident reportedly took place at a private school in Bhagnanpur, where Malik allegedly objected to the devotional song, demanded secular music instead, and later even tried to physically confront the artist. Lagnajita, best known for her hit Bengali track Bashanto Eshe Geche, said the disruption happened while she was in the middle of performing Jago Ma. In an exclusive interview with Republic Bangla, Lagnajita Chakraborty narrated her harrowing experience.
রাজ্যের মধ্যেই কার্যত শোতে গিয়ে শো করতে গিয়ে শুনতে হলো এই গান গাওয়া যাবে না, অন্য গান গাইতে হবে, সেকুলার গান গাইতে হবে। কে না লগ্নজিতা চক্রবর্তীকে শুনতে হলো এই কথা। লগ্নজিতা চক্রবর্তী আমাদের সঙ্গে সোজাসুজি রয়েছেন এবং গতকাল ভগবানপুরের ঘটনা নিয়ে একেবারে মুখ খুলতে প্রকাশ্যে মুখ খুলবেন। কি ঘটেছিল লগ্নজিতা গতকাল যখন আপনি ভগবানপুরে গেলেন? স্বাভাবিকভাবে প্রত্যেক দিনের মতোই শো করেন আপনি, ঠিক কি ঘটলো যার জন্য এইটা শুনতে হলো যে সেকুলার গান গা?
আমার কালকে পূর্ব মেদিনীপুরে ভগবানপুর বলে একটা জায়গায় সাউথ পয়েন্ট পাবলিক স্কুল বলে একটা স্কুলে আমার অনুষ্ঠান ছিল ওদের মাঠে। আমার অনুষ্ঠান 7টায় শুরু হয় এবং 7:45 অবধি আমার অনুষ্ঠান নির্বিঘ্নে হয়। 7:45 অবধি আমার 7টা গান আমার গাওয়া হয়ে গেছিলো, and I was going on to my 8th song. দুটো গানের মাঝখানে যেরকম আর্টিস্টরা কথা বলেন, আমিও সেরকম অডিয়েন্সের সাথে কথা বলছিলাম। এই 7th গান যেটা আমি গেয়েছিলাম, যেটা আমার গাওয়া শেষ হয়ে গেছিলো, সেটা হচ্ছে এই বছর পুজোয় দেবী চৌধুরানী বলে একটা ছবি রিলিজ করেছে, সেখানে আমি একটা গান গেয়েছি জাগো মা বলে। এই গানটা দেবী চৌধুরানী ছবির গান এবং দেবী চৌধুরানীকে নিয়ে গানটা লেখার, এবং সেটা আমি কিন্তু গান গাওয়ার আগে বলেওছি যে কোন ছবির গান ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি, আমি সব গানের আগেই বলি। তো আমি যখন 7th এবং 8th গানের মধ্যে কথা বলছি এই গানটা শেষ করে, তখন হঠাৎ দেখলাম একজন মানুষ দৌড়ে স্টেজে উঠে এলেন, হেঁটে না দৌড়ে স্টেজে উঠে এলেন, এবং কিছু বোঝার আগেই আমি দেখলাম যে উনি প্রায় আমার এখান অবধি চলে এসছেন। এবং যে স্কুলে এই অনুষ্ঠানটা হচ্ছিল সেই স্কুলে এটা ভিডিওর, মানে ওরা আমার অনুষ্ঠানটা ভিডিও রেকর্ড করছিল, কাজেই ওদের কাছে ভিডিও নিশ্চয়ই পাওয়া যাবে। ভিডিওটা দেখলেই সবাই বুঝতে পারবেন যে উনি আমাকে মারতেই উঠেছিলেন, কিন্তু উনি আনফর্চুনেটলি উনি আমাকে মারতে পারেননি, কারণ উনি যখন এরম একটা জায়গায় ছিলেন তখন 2-3 জন ওনাকে টেনে নিয়ে যায়, এবং যখন উনি আমাকে মারতে পারেন না এবং যখন ওনাকে টেনে নিয়ে যাওয়া হচ্ছে তখন, অ্যান্ড আই হ্যাড দ্য মাইক্রোফোন ইন মাই হ্যান্ড, রাইট, বিকজ আই ওয়াজ টকিং টু দি অডিয়েন্স, তখন উনি চিৎকার করে বলেন অনেক জাগমা হয়েছে, এবার একটু সেকুলার গা, এবং সেটা বাইরে আমার মাইক্রোফোনের থ্রু দিয়ে সেটা প্রত্যেকেই শুনতে পেয়েছেন। এবং তারপরে এটা হয়ে যাওয়ার পরে আমি অডিয়েন্সকে বলি যে যা হয়েছে সব আপনাদের চোখের সামনেই হয়েছে, এরপর তো আর আমার পক্ষে অনুষ্ঠান করা সম্ভব না, তাই আমি আজকে নেমে যাচ্ছি। এবং আমি স্টেজ থেকে নেমে যাই এবং তারপরে আমি ভগবানপুর পুলিশ স্টেশনে যাই এবং গিয়ে আমি একটা জেনারেল ডায়েরি।
The singer later filed a formal complaint which led to Malik's arrest, although reportedly initial hesitation by the police has now triggered a departmental inquiry. What began as a cultural performance has now snowballed into a political flashpoint, raising serious questions over artistic freedom.
Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we put the spotlight on the Augusta Westland scam. All this while, we were told that there is a political link. Till date, no names have been revealed by the investigative agencies. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we find out details of what went wrong with the probe.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
प्लीज स्टॉप।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। व्हाट आर यू डूइंग?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Turkey gave logistic and military support to Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. Why are Turkish planes with Turkish crew operating in Indian airspace? 7 months after Operation Sindoor, has government forgotten its promise? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्लीज स्टॉप।
झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। व्हाट आर यू डूइंग?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
From Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Monday edition of This is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. Tonight on This is Exclusive, we put the spotlight on two special stories, starting with the Augusta cover-up. The man that you see behind me was charged for paying bribes roughly about 43 million euros for swinging in a defense deal, procurement of 12 VVIP choppers. 7 years he has been behind the bars, and it now turns out that he is at the cusp of being let off. Why? Tonight on This is Exclusive, we take you through all the details as to how perhaps our agencies have actually failed on this entire matter. And not just that, the other big story that we're tracking tonight on This is Exclusive is Save the Aravallis. In fact, a government document that has been accessed by Republic TV clearly goes on to indicate the manner in which the government has basically backed the mining lobby. All this and much more on this edition of This is Exclusive. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Environment Minister holds urgent briefing as criticism of government defense grows. Minister forced to respond after Republic reported on mining facts. Republic TV exposes how the government gave the nod for mining at the Aravalli Hills in a 2,334-page affidavit on the Aravalli Hills. No lessons learned post-Operation Sindoor. Indigo and SpiceJet given DGCA clearance to lease and operate Turkish aircraft and crew on Indian soil.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel? Yes. Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes?
Republic questions Christian Michel in Augusta Westland case. Michel silent on bribes. Ladies and gentlemen, after years behind bars, dramatic court battles and explosive political allegations, the man at the center of India's biggest defense corruption scandal may be out soon. Christian Michel James, the alleged middleman in the 3,600 crore rupees Augusta Westland VVIP chopper deal, has walked free from custody. Extradited amid much fanfare in 2018, questioned relentlessly by central agencies and once claiming that corruption did happen. Michel's release now raises some uncomfortable questions. Did the law take its own course, or did a high-profile accused simply run out of the clock? The man who has been charged for paying bribes roughly about 42 million euros, along with two other middlemen who have not even been extradited in this entire case. How exactly has this case really fared all this while? A full timeline as to why basically this timeline shows there have been gaping loopholes in this entire investigation that has been carried out. And who exactly is to be blamed, if at all, tomorrow in the CBI case too, Christian Michel is granted bail. First, take a look at this report.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel? Mr. Michel? Yes. Were you in touch with any politicians here in India ever? Any bribes?
Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court has ordered the release of Christian Michel James from custody in the money laundering case linked with the Augusta Westland chopper deal case by ED. James had sought release from custody on the grounds that he has completed the maximum sentence of 7 years in custody in money laundering case. He was granted bail by the Supreme Court in CBI case and by the Delhi High Court in the money laundering case. James's counsel said that it is the duty of the court that no person shall remain in custody after completion of the sentence in any case. The counsel for the accused had also said that Christian Michel was extradited to India in December 2018 and had already undergone the maximum sentence for the allegations against him.
So, what would be the implication of modification of conditions of bail?
Well, unless the modifications work, then there will be no implication. I stay in jail. I expect to stay in jail, but I don't know what's going to happen to the reputation of India.
So, are you expecting release tomorrow?
No, I'm not.
In this case,
No.
not?
So there have been multiple hearings in both the ED and CBI case, more than 700 hearings. How do you see that entire thing, that delay that is being caused?
Oh, the delay is unacceptable. It's way too long. I mean, in England, 2 years and you're out. 2 years and you're out. It's way too long. 7 years in jail, no trial, no charges. Where does this happen? And how can people be extradited to India?
One of the key names in the Augusta Westland case, Christian Michel, had admitted earlier that corruption happened in Italy.
Sir, as your release ordered by the court in ED matter, what do you have to say about it?
I think written law will prevail. I think there are good judges, some good judges in India. I've been lucky to have them.
So, are you satisfied with the order of the court, or
yes,
expecting something more?
No, I'm satisfied. I think India's constitution is excellent, and let's hope the constitution will be followed. And it's holding India together, and terribly important that things like this happen.
So, are you hopeful for CBI case same order?
Yes, I am hopeful.
So, when you are going to get the travel document from your embassy, because your passport has been expired?
Yes, well, everyone is working. Everyone is doing their work. Things take time.
Despite his massive admission, he did deny having been in touch with any member of the Gandhi family or any politician in India. The Augusta Westland VVIP helicopter deal was finalized during the UPA regime under the leadership of then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, but became mired in allegations of kickbacks worth crores of rupees. Christian Michel, named as middleman and accused in the rupees 3,600 crore deal, was extradited from the United Arab Emirates in December 2018.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, have you turned an approver? Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts to India? Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts at last? Christian, would you tell the truth? Christian, would you tell the truth?
From being extradited to being cleared, who let Christian Michel off?
Well, investigating agencies probing the Augusta Westland VVIP choppers deal have revealed that alleged bribes that were basically routed through Christian Michel's Dubai-based companies under the guise to consultancy agreements with Augusta Westland with funds allegedly layered and transferred to various individuals as kickbacks. Now, however, the probe basically indicates something quite different, because it seems that the proceeds of crime that were basically generated and it was given to others as bribes, as kickbacks, it seems that they've not been able to trace it up. Let me just take you through the probe and the reality. What is it that they have found so far? On the screen right now, what went completely wrong in this entire investigation? Now, this is part of some of the internal documentation that has been done by the agencies in the probe that has been carried out. What is it that they have found, and what is it that they mentioned in the charge sheet? They said bribes were routed through Michel's Dubai firms, at least 2 such firms. And it turns out that other accused in this particular case, they were getting it. But these funds were layered and it was transferred as kickbacks, so they were not able to trace them. So today, such is the situation that information that has been sought from foreign firms or foreign countries through letterigatories, and I'm going to put out the staggering number of letterigatories that have actually gone to other countries seeking information from them. It turns out that they haven't got a single response. Let's move on. The third reality that I want to just show you right now, 112 crore rupees as proceeds of crime were basically identified. 29 letterigatories were sent to various countries. It seems that the agencies haven't even got any details. Accused were in foreign jurisdiction, so they were unable to get the other middlemen. Christian Michel happens to be one of the three middlemen. Issuance of non-bailable warrants by trial courts, that still remains pending. And if you take a look at the other details now coming in, it seems that nothing really has moved forward. In fact, because there has been no information coming in from the other countries, they were unable to take the investigation forward. Let me now take you through more details that is basically emerging from the investigation that has been carried out so far. Now, the investigation into the Augusta Westland case basically continues to crawl as several key accused, including Gautam Khaitan, Gyudo Hashke, Carlo Gerosa, they remain in foreign jurisdictions, causing prolonged delays for Indian agencies. Extradition proceedings, in fact, against these alleged middlemen have repeatedly been stalled, with files on extradition requests earlier returned by Italian authorities, forcing the agencies to restart the process. Although a fresh push for the extradition was initiated in 2018, investigators are still awaiting a response on their renewed appeal. Now, the trial was essentially delayed because it seems that multiple times the Indian agencies have sent in requests for extradition. Gyudo Hashke and Carlo Gerosa happen to be the two other middlemen in this case, and they are in Italy. Back in 2017 is when the first extradition request was sent, and there was no response. Again, in 2018, another request was sent by the Indian agencies, and it turns out that back in March 2018, the request for extradition was not accepted by the Italian courts. Now, what has essentially happened is that the Central Bureau of Investigation, through a letterigatory, had got some information from the United Kingdom. It turns out there was a caveat to the information provided on Michel by United Kingdom. UK put this entire condition that while they have access to this information, they will not be allowed to use this during the trial. That's the third important aspect that has basically emerged. And now I'm also going to put out more details of why sources basically indicating that over-dependence on perhaps information coming in from foreign countries did actually impede this entire investigation. They were unable to take the investigation any forward because till date, even as we speak today, as the matter is going to be heard once again in court tomorrow, there is not enough information, or there is not enough material to proceed on. That is one of the reasons why the matter, when it had come up in the Supreme Court, was also raised by the honorable judges. Let me also bring in my colleague Soumya, who's tracking this closely. Soumya, you've spoken to some of the lawyers who have been managing this case. Where has the agency really gone wrong? What is it that they have to say?
Well, see, there are multiple lapses which has led to this case in its pre-trial limbo. One being that it has been over 12 years since the probe in this case began. And despite the fact that multiple supplementary charge sheets have also been filed in this case, till date they have not been able to frame charges against Christian Michel, and for that they were not even successful in clarifying or establishing his role as well. And with that, the involvement of the Indian politicians here, even that was not specified, despite the leads that the agencies had. Now, another lapse that was properly highlighted by you as well was the delays in the international or the extensive reliance on the international information with regards to MLRs. The information that the agencies sought through MLRs, multiple MLRs were sent to countries like Italy, UK, UAE, Tunisia, Mauritius, British Virgin Island, among others. But till date, there has been no information with regards to that. Documents with regards to extradition are also one such a reason which has led to a delayed a trial in this particular case, which has ultimately led to the bail of Christian Michel in the ED case, which was announced by the court on Saturday, and the CBI case order will be pronounced tomorrow, which is 23rd of December. Now, also, if we talk about the multiple supplementary charge sheet, it led to a long delay because the agencies kept on citing information gathering and the insufficient initial investigation, which also led to the delay in the commencement of the trial. So these are...
I'll just request you to stay on with us, because this is the information that I've picked up a short while back when I spoke to those who have been privy to this entire investigation. Now, during the course of this entire investigation, in fact, the Italian court had categorically mentioned that there is a political link. In fact, there is a letter which makes a mention of one Mrs. Gandhi. And it turns out that the Central Bureau of Investigation till date has not even examined a single political person who have been named in a judgment that was passed by Italian court. And not just that, no defense officials were also examined by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The political link that was ruled out, or in fact, as far as the agencies are concerned, there was no examination that was carried out. There was absolute over-dependence on information to really come in from foreign countries. And that's how they wanted to proceed. And because the information did not come in from countries like UK as well as US and Europe, it seems that the entire investigation had essentially fallen flat. And now it results in a situation where the Central Bureau of Investigation will have to once again challenge this entire matter, or challenge the order of the High Court in a higher court. Well, in fact, we'll take you through the other big story that we're getting in right now on This Is Exclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, today hundreds of citizens gathered demanding urgent protection for the Aravalli Hills, the range described as the green lungs of North India. They confronted authorities, raising tough questions about the future of the ancient hill range. Several demonstrators were detained and taken away in police vans. The anger has been fueled by a massive 2,334-page affidavit that has been accessed exclusively by Republic TV, which reveals the government's proposed roadmap for the Aravallis. For decades, these hills have been seen as a natural shield, protecting the plains of Delhi NCR from the advancing Thar Desert. The affidavit, however, signals a significant change in the priorities. The government now classifies the Aravallis as a strategic mineral zone. Exemptions under the MMDR Act are being proposed for critical, strategic and atomic minerals. Environmentalists, local communities and activists warn that mining in the Aravallis could cause irreversible ecological damage, threaten biodiversity and displace tribal populations. They argue that weakening this fragile ecosystem could have far-reaching consequences for North India's climate as well as water security. Now, as citizens continue to raise their voices, the spotlight remains firmly on the Aravallis and on whether development and environmental protection can truly go hand in hand before it's too late. In fact, our entire reporting team, a glimpse of it, which I'm going to show you in the next couple of minutes, will actually show you how there's been rampant mining that has been taking place in the various parts of the Aravalli ranges. Take a look at this quick report.
They protested, they raised their voices for the Aravallis.
The police are not letting us talk to the people who are detained right now. We can see in our visuals, and they're trying to say that we were protesting peacefully, although protests were getting a bit violent. It is a dictatorship rule of central government and the state government. In both state and center, it's a BJP government cutting across to protesters.
There is massive anger over the Supreme Court's order changing the definition of what can be considered part of the oldest mountain range. And more so over the Government of India's defense.
उदयपुर के कलेक्टर ऑफिस के सामने हम खड़े हैं और लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे क्योंकि इमोशनली यहाँ पे नारे लगाए जा रहे हैं और अरावली पर्वतमाला को बचाने की मांग की जा रही है। हम देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे एक्शन है और लोग यहाँ पे जो है प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, नारे लगाए जा रहे हैं, लोग बैरिकेड्स पर चढ़े हुए हैं।
Earlier today, multiple protesters were detained and paraded away in vans as they asked tough questions to the government.
सरकार ने पूंजीपतियों के लिए एक रेड कारपेट बिछा दिया है। उनका काम यह है कि कैसे इन अमीरों को और अमीर बनाए और आम जनता को इस प्रकार से कुचले, जो अपने हक के लिए, अपने समाज को बचाने के लिए, अपनी पीढ़ियों को बचाने के लिए लड़ रही है। ये निश्चित तौर पे सरकार की दमन नीति अपनाता है। और सबसे बड़ी शर्म की बात है कि केंद्रीय पर्यटन मंत्री राजस्थान से आते हैं, अलवर से भूपेंद्र यादव जी मिनिस्टर बने हैं जीत कर। क्या अलवर में फिर वो मुंह दिखा पाएंगे?
As they protested, the threat of desertification still looms at the Aravallis.
मैं विजुअल्स के थ्रू दर्शकों को ये भी दिखाना चाहूंगी कि बैरिकेड्स पे चढ़ करके लोग यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं।
Well, this was what happened through the day, but that's not the only story. The bigger story here. These are ground reports that we are getting to you tonight, which will actually show you the extent of damage that has been inflicted upon the Aravalli Hills. Now, this report that you are going to see in a short while from now is coming in from Sikar district in Rajasthan, an area which is supposed to be a protected forest land. And that's where there has been rampant mining that's going on. This is a report filed by my colleague Shambhavi.
Since the day the Supreme Court has accepted the new definition of Aravalli range, in which no mountain which is below the height of 100 meters will be considered a part of the Aravalli Hills. Now, what will happen as a consequence of this is that around 90 to 91% of the Aravalli range, which is below the height of 100 meters, will lose its protection, hence opening it to mining, to construction, to corporate affairs, basically taking away the lungs of the Delhi NCR. And since that day, there has been one persistent question: why is Aravalli so important? Aravalli range so important for the northern part of the India and especially for the Delhi NCR. Republic is going to show you in real time why Aravalli range is so important and what is its main purpose and why is there a ruckus, there is an unrest in the country because of this decision. So now where we are standing, you can see there are sand dunes. There's so much sand. Now till the extent of it, you can see only sand. Now this is on my right part. I'm just going to take you to the left part of the road. You see, this is the road. Let me show you the road. On the right, there are sand dunes, there's sand. And here, the mighty Aravalli Hills. You can see this is the entire Aravalli range, which is spanning hundreds of kilometers all throughout several states. Now, what happens is when there's wind, there's storm, and even in summers, these sand dunes, you don't start seeing that in the other part. So this is us explaining you in a very simple visual way that when there's wind and this dust and sand, it flows along the wind towards the Aravalli range. What Aravalli range does is act as a barrier, is act as a guard, it stands as a guard and stops the sand right here. You'll also see a lot of sand dunes here collected. Even on the far end, we'll show you. It's all the sand that has come because of the wind, the storms, and that is collected here. This is all the sand that has been collected because the winds which has been stopped by this Aravalli range from reaching the Delhi NCR.
Now, there are certain restrictions when it comes to mining in these very areas. Can you really carry out the blasting that actually takes place? There are restrictions on it. As far as mining to be carried out post-sunset, there are restrictions on it. But it seems that there is no one to really put a check on it. And this is exactly what my colleague Ishan really found out from one such location in Rajasthan.
In Chakrej, wells have run dry because of this mine, and now they are unable to fetch water even for their crops. The entire village of Gudana has filed multiple applications with the DC, but none of them have been heard. They are doing a single-handed fight against the illegal mining mafia here in Charkhi Dadri. They have been trying to do a lot of things. They are trying to protect their lands, they are trying to protect their wells, and 16 wells in this particular village have already run dry. But none of the authorities are willing to listen.
Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague Tarisha.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From your smartphones to your smart TVs, trending topics are buzzing across the internet like never before. Rap queen Nicki Minaj lands in hot water with a cringe-worthy faux pas, awkwardly calling JD Vance an assassin on stage with Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk. Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav, meanwhile, has hit back with a very unconvincing defense amid the raging Aravalli Hills mining controversy, insisting that no protections are being relaxed. And across the pond, the Beckham family drama has escalated as Brooklyn reportedly blocks his parents and siblings on Instagram, fueling fresh feud rumors. And on a high note for Indian cricket, Smriti Mandhana scripts history by becoming the first Indian woman to smash 4,000 runs in T20Is. We have this and a lot more for you in this edition of Trending Today. With me, Tanisha Avasthi. Global rap superstar Nicki Minaj triggered a wave of headlines after making a surprise appearance at Turning Point USA's annual America Fest in Phoenix, Arizona. Nicki Minaj walked on stage and this was alongside Erica Kirk, as you see on your screen, the new CEO of the conservative youth organization after the assassination of her husband, Charlie Kirk. Catching the audience completely off guard, known primarily for her music and pop culture influence, Nicki Minaj's presence at a very high-profile conservative political event instantly became one of the most talked about crossover moments of the day. But this was not it. During the ongoing stage conversation, the moment took an unexpected turn when Nicki Minaj complimented United States Vice President J.D. Vance in an attempt to praise his political skills. She ended up calling him an assassin. The comment led to a brief pause on stage, visible awkwardness and nervous laughter from the audience, of course. Nicki Minaj then trailed off, lowered the microphone and covered her mouth with her hand, seemingly regretting her word choice as the crowd reacted with scattered laughter and murmurs. Take a look at that very moment when Erica Kirk then moved quickly to ease the moment, saying, "You say what you want to say because I know your heart and I will not judge that."
You have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that, trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine. Words are words, but I know her heart, and it doesn't even matter. And you say what you want to say because I know your heart. I will not judge that. Sister. Thank you.
Well, that was Erica Kirk coming in for rescue of Nicki Minaj. And while we talk about this, Nicki Minaj then went on to praise President Donald Trump, describing him as handsome and a strong role model, and saying both Trump and Vance possess an unusual ability to connect with people.
This administration is full of people with heart and soul. And they make me proud of them. Our vice president, he makes me, well, I love both of them. But they're both powerful men, smart, strong, all of that. But both of them have a very uncanny ability to be someone that you relate to. I can relate to them. When I hear them speak, I know that they're one of us. Like, I know that they're not. Don't you guys agree? They haven't lost touch of the world. You know, they're still connected to the world and what's happening in the world.
Well, her remarks stood out sharply given her past public criticism of Donald Trump during earlier election cycles, marking what many online described as a notable shift in tone and political alignment. She also added that a quick jab against California Governor Gavin Newsom, calling by the nickname Trump gave him new scum.
And for young men, don't be new scum. Yes, see, dear young men, you have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president.
And as Nicki Minaj stood on the turning point on stage, old comments and criticism linked to the organization's founder, Charlie Kirk, resurfaced online. In the past, Kirk and voices within his political ecosystem have questioned celebrity culture and have criticized figures like Minaj, including remarks about whether she represents a positive role model for young black girls. Those past statements added an element of irony to Nicki Minaj's appearance at the event.
Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old black girls. I don't think that songs that are talking.
And like always, social media platforms quickly lit up with reactions from shock and confusion to applause and memes. Clips of the assassin remark, Minaj praising Trump, and her on-stage moment with Erica Kirk began trending across the platforms, with users dissecting every second of the appearance. Within hours, the moment had become one of the most viral celebrity politics stories of the day. One user said on social media website X, Nicki Minaj standing up for Christians at Tepusa with Erica Kirk was not my bingo card. Another user took a jibe at Nicki Minaj, saying Nicki Minaj being a Kirk supporter is mad. Her downfall should be studied. Meanwhile, there was another user on X who said Nicki Minaj and Erica Kirk's talk at Tepusa was a competition to see who would look or sound faker. And on to our next trending story, and this one is Republic's campaign, a campaign that Republic pursued relentlessly and has now become the #1 hashtag. India's Aravalli Hills have become one of the biggest environmental flashpoints of the week. And our own Nation for Aravalli campaign has found a very powerful resonance with citizens across Rajasthan and beyond as well. What began as a clarion call to protect one of the oldest mountain ranges on the planet has now exploded into a nationwide movement. The Aravallis, which stretch from Delhi to Haryana, into Rajasthan and Gujarat as well, and act as a natural shield against the desertification and air pollution, are now at the center of a huge public backlash after a recent legal redefinition raised fears about mining and ecological damage. Activists and grassroots groups are now mobilizing under the banner of conservation, echoing calls we have amplified on this very network. The campaign resonated so hard that the people finally understood the need for the Aravalli Hills. There were mass protests that had erupted from Gurugram to Udaipur and across Rajasthan in opposition to a Supreme Court-endorsed definition that classifies the Aravalli Hills by elevation. Critics argue that this could strip legal protection from nearly 90% of the range, exposing vulnerable slopes and ridges to mining and development. In fact, environmental activists, social organizations and tribal communities have taken to the streets with slogans like Save Aravalli, Save the Future, while lawyers marched in Udaipur submitting memorandums to authorities warning that the decision could harm groundwater, accelerate desertification and worsen the air quality in the Delhi NCR region. Meanwhile, on social media, the hashtag to save Aravallis is now trending nationwide as photos, videos and grassroots call to action flood platforms. Some posts warn that once the smaller hills and ridges lose protection, irreversible ecological damage could spiral into something bigger crisis for air quality, water and biodiversity across North India. Netizens are demanding clarity and action, with many saying that this isn't activism, it's about survival. One user says protecting the Aravallis is not anti-development, it is pro-survival. Another user says and tweets that the Aravallis by 100-meter rule is not technical cleanup, it's ecological erasure. Meanwhile, there is a different user again on social media handle which has said the Aravallis are more than hills, they are lifelines. All right, joining us live on the broadcast is Bharti Chaturvedi. She is an environmentalist and a columnist. Thank you very much, Bharti, for joining us here on Trending. What I want to ask you is about something that the government of India has gone on record, has put this statement on record. Yesterday, when Bhupendra Yadav, the environment minister, was asked about the campaign that is ongoing to save the Aravallis, he went on to say, number one, that there is misinformation that's being spread. And number two, it is only 0.19% of the whole of Aravalli Hills that's been taken for mining. And that is almost negligible and does not cause any cause, and it is not a cause of concern for anybody. You as an environmentalist, how do you see this statement? How do you see the government putting these facts? Are these right or are these wrong?
Well, you know, the challenge we have in 2025 and onwards is that we're in this climate emergency. And that's the first. The second thing is, because we're in this emergency, we have species collapse. Even common birds in India are now being seen much less. So we don't just, our challenge today based on science is to preserve an entire ecosystem. And that ecosystem cannot be fragmented. And when you fragment it, you lose the richness of that ecosystem and you make all the species vulnerable. And you make it lose its the services that it gives. So in my opinion, we cannot afford to fragment it into little pieces and give any part for any other activity. In fact, we have to look at it as a kavach, and an ancient kavach, and we have to preserve the entire belt so that we can get the full benefit that these ancient hills have to offer us. Fragmentation of any habitat results in a loss of its ability to give ecosystem services.
Bharti, then would it be right to say that when we talk about mining, when we talk about the government initiating the process of mining in the Aravallis, even the 0.19% that the government claims to have been used for mining, that's also a huge amount, a huge area that is going to affect the range, because what we're talking about right now is a legacy, it's a history, and it's also responsible for the clean air that's going to come to Delhi NCR, which currently is choking right now.
The point is that whether you give a small percentage, a negligible percentage for mining, or whether you make a negligible percentage for a safari, or whether you build a housing complex or a farmhouse or anything, or a spa, you fragment the habitat. So actually, nothing absolutely is acceptable. Any form of fragmentation of a habitat is absolutely destroying the entire pristine, holistic quality and capacity of that habitat. Remember, habitats are themselves living creatures, which are made of shrubs and trees and animals and all of that put together, soil and fungi. When you break one, you kind of weaken everything else. So nothing is, it's not just mining, even a safari, even a spa, absolutely. None of these are acceptable.
Absolutely. Bharti, I thank you very much for giving us this perspective and informing our viewers on the current situation that's there. We look forward to having you soon again with us. But for now, viewers, we move on and shift our focus to the next segment that we're tracking on Trending. This is Hot Trends, everything that's hot and trending. Dangerous footage from a Walmart in Canton, Ohio shows a 21-year-old suspect pulling out a gun while being questioned for alleged shoplifting. As panic unfolded, police officers acted swiftly, tackling the suspect to the ground to prevent harm and secure the scene. Thankfully, no one was injured. The accused has now been charged with attempted murder, with the chilling visuals sparking widespread concern over public safety. Tempers flared after Indian boxer Neeraj Goyat defeated the United States boxer Anthony Taylor in a one-sided 3-0 bout. The post-match, Taylor followed Goyat backstage, initially offering a handshake before the situation escalated. A water bottle was then thrown and an attempted physical altercation was followed. The incident adds to the history of bad blood between the two fighters, who had exchanged barbs even before stepping into the ring. Now, there are shocking visuals that have emerged from the Indira Gandhi Medical College in Shimla, where a patient was allegedly assaulted by a doctor. The incident has triggered protest by the patients, attendants outside the hospital premises. According to the patient, the doctor had been rude from the beginning and turned violent when questioned. Hospital authorities are yet to issue an official statement as the video continues to spark public outrage. And yes, women are breaking records yet again. Indian batting star Smriti Mandhana has created history during the first women's T20I against Sri Lanka, becoming the first Indian woman to cross 4,000 T20I runs. The 29-year-old is now just 42 runs away from completing 10,000 international runs. Meanwhile, Jamaica Rodriguez' unbeaten half-century powered India to a dominant 8-wicket win, giving the women in blue a 1-0 lead in the series. Pakistan's Defence Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir is back in the spotlight, this time for crediting divine help during Pakistan's military confrontation with India in May 2025. Referring to India's Operation Sindoor, Asim Munir claimed that Pakistan felt divine intervention during the strikes. Clips of his remark have been aired on Pakistani television, have now triggered a sharp reaction online, with netizens questioning whether strategy or spirituality is now doing the heavy lifting. Olympic medalist PV Sindhu is celebrating her first wedding anniversary with husband Venkata Dattasai. The couple, who married on December 22nd, 2024 at a grand ceremony in Udaipur, marked the day as Sindhu shared stunning wedding pictures. Celebrity family drama has taken over social media. This time it is about footballer David Beckham and singer Victoria Beckham's family. Their son Cruz Beckham stepped in to address growing speculation about the feud between the Beckham household. Cruz clarified that reports claiming David and Victoria Beckham unfollowed their son Brooklyn are incorrect. Instead, Cruz said that he and his parents woke up to find themselves blocked on Instagram by Brooklyn. He stressed that his parents would never cut ties with their son, but his statement has now shifted attention to why would Brooklyn allegedly choose to block his own family. Now, the digital fallout, months of visible distance within the Beckham family. There are speculation around a rift first surfaced when Brooklyn and his wife Nicola Pelz were noticeably absent from a major family milestone, including David Beckham's 50th birthday celebration and events linked to Victoria Beckham's fashion brand. Over the time, fans noticed social media unfollows, missing gatherings, and a growing separation between Brooklyn and the rest of the family, fueling rumors of an ongoing strain that now appears to have spilled into the online space. And social media platforms, like always, have been flooded with reactions since Cruz Beckham's post. Fans, celebrity watchers and gossip pages are now analyzing screenshots, timelines and past interviews to understand what actually went wrong. Hashtags linked to Beckham family are trending, with reactions ranging from sympathy and concern to speculation and humor. What began as a family matter has now become one of the most talked about celebrity stories of the day. One user slammed Brooklyn Beckham and his wife Nicola, saying Nicola and Brooklyn are so corny during this right around Christmas is extra cruel. Another user, meanwhile, has said that Cruz is my favorite Beckham child, like he's not afraid of the drama. I'm here for him. Meanwhile, a different user has said that people do not block the entire family for no reason. Maybe it's self-preservation. Fast and extremely trending. The next segment that we're going to get to is the fast trends. Actor James Ranson, best known for his role as Ziggy Sabokta in The Wire and appearances in it Chapter 2, has died at the age of 46. The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner confirmed his death by suicide just days earlier. His wife and shared a fundraiser supporting mental health awareness on her social media. Ranson had previously spoken about surviving childhood sexual abuse, meanwhile making his passing a sombering reminder of the long-term impact of trauma and the importance of mental health support. Former Nickelodeon actor Taylor Chase, best known for Ned's declassified school survival guide. He has now been spotted homeless on the streets of California. The 36-year-old was seen in Riverside, Los Angeles, prompting concerns from fans and a GoFundMe campaign that raised over $1,200. However, the fundraiser was later taken down by his mother, who said Chase needs medical help, not money. A reminder that childhood fame does not always guarantee a happy ending. What was meant to be a sweet birthday surprise turned into a viral comedy when a Zomato delivered cake arrived with "Leave at the security" iced on it. The instruction meant for delivery was mistakenly printed on the cake itself. Netizens flooded the comments with similar experiences, once again teasing Zomato for hilariously following instructions a little too literally. And before we end this segment, let's get you visuals from Exercise Desert Cyclone 2. This is underway in the UAE, with Indian Army troops and the UAE Land Forces conducting extensive joint urban warfare training at the AI Hamra. The drills focus on building clearance, room intervention, IED awareness, casualty evacuation and missing planning, aimed at strengthening and common operating procedures in the urban combat. The exercise, running from 18th to 30th of December 2025, involves 45 Indian personnel from the Mechanized Infantry Regiment and UAE's 53 Mechanized Infantry Battalion. Watch these visuals as I bid you goodbye.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Turkey gave logistic and military support to Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. Why are Turkish planes with Turkish crew operating in Indian airspace? 7 months after Operation Sindoor, has government forgotten its promise? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. He was brought in as a whistleblower who let Christian Michel get away.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami.
About what's going on. And at 9 o'clock tonight, as the campaign to save the Aravallis becomes stronger and stronger, I'll tell you why the so-called defense of the Union Environment Minister Bhupender Yadav was completely flat and totally unconvincing. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask the government whether the government itself is sure of its policy vis-a-vis Turkey. What's going on? What is the central government doing? And let me start with a fact. Last night, a flight took off from Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar airport and came in to the New Delhi airport. Don't be shocked, ladies and gentlemen. That flight was a Turkish plane. with a Turkish Airways pilot, the airline Corendon or something like that. It's a domestic Turkish airline. The crew were from the Turkish airline. A few understood English, most of them did not understand any Indian language. And they were flying between Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar and Delhi. So on the one side, the government told us post-Operation Sindoor that we take very, very seriously the role of Turkey in arming and supporting Pakistan. And Turkey has taken an anti-Pakistan position. And Turkey is targeting the Indian Armed Forces. We had very senior Lieutenant General level officers of the Indian Army who went on stage and said this time we were not fighting Pakistan. We were fighting Pakistan plus Turkey plus China. Now, I want to know why the government has forgotten its own promises given to the people of India post-Operation Sindoor. Ladies and gentlemen, you know and I know the position taken by Turkey during Operation Sindoor. Will we ever forget what happened during Pahalgam and what happened after that? When post-Pahalgam, during Operation Sindoor, in the intervening nights of the 6th of May and the 10th of May, Turkey stood firmly with the Pakistanis. We remember the promises at that point of time. And we were told that on the 15th of May, the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, after a massive media pressure and public pressure, issued an official notification revoking the security clearance of Celebi Airport Services India Limited. Following the revocation, the Delhi International Airport Limited announced the termination of its association with Celebi entities. Why? Because this is a Turkish-owned company. But then why is it, ladies and gentlemen, that in December, just 6 months later, the government has allowed the Turkish airlines to come in with Turkish pilots and Turkish air crew? This is bizarre, ladies and gentlemen. Bizarre. In May 2025, we are told one thing. By December, the government does a complete U-turn. And now the government of India is allowing SpiceJet and Indigo to fly Turkish planes, and in some cases, Turkish pilots and Turkish air crew between Indian cities. What is the helplessness of the government? What is the compulsion of the Civil Aviation Minister and the DGCA? The nation has a right to know. We are not being told, ladies and gentlemen. I want to share some facts with you. Indigo was granted a one-time last and final extension of 3 months, we were told, in May till August 2025, and we were told to make some alternative arrangements to make sure there's no Turkish dependency. The language used by both the regulator and the airline was explicit. This was supposed to be the last extension. But then quietly the government gave another extension in August 2025 for 6 more months. Just before the lease was due to expire, Indigo applies for another extension. The government happily gives Indigo another 6 months extension on the Turkish issue. Which means tonight, Turkish airline aircraft and crew are and will continue operating in Indian airspace. And you all know the position Turkey took during Operation Sindoor. This India-Turkey aviation link, in my view, is completely avoidable. Let the government of India and the DGCA not tell me that this is this justification, that justification. My question to the government of India is this. Why are you allowing Turkish private airlines with Turkish ownership, Turkish pilots and Turkish air crew to fly between Indian cities? And why have you given this extension specifically in the case of Indigo? And I'm told SpiceJet. Why this U-turn? Has the government of India done such a U-turn in any other critical sectors? And if not, then why only aviation? Or has some U-turn been done in other sectors as well? Ladies and gentlemen, we will never have a strong strategic policy unless we learn to be resolute. The definition of a hard state that defends national interest is that national interest is not something that is dormant to be used on occasion as an argument and shelved aside on another occasion as an unnecessary adornment. I do not believe in such definitions of national security. I ask you, will Turkey allow Air India to fly between two Turkish cities, Ankara and Istanbul? Why do we allow? Why do we allow Turkish planes to fly between Chennai and Delhi and God knows where else? Pakistan has used, and I want to remind the government of India, Pakistan has used Turkish supplied drones to attack our armed forces. Why are we giving Turkish Airlines a free run and a red carpet welcome on our soil when we told the people of India that in May this year that we would not allow it? Turkey is the biggest arms supplier to Pakistan. Turkey is strategically aligned against India. Turkey has taken an anti-India position in the case of Kashmir. Turkey says we are brothers with Pakistan. We will stand by Pakistan. It flew Turkish Air Force planes just before and during Operation Sindoor into Islamabad, into Rawalpindi. What is the reason we have given such a long rope to Turkey in terms of aviation? Now, viewers, whatever the government says, I just want to say one thing to the government. Don't use the argument that you're doing this for the people of India. The people of India, if required, will suffer the hardship of not having two planes between three sectors if necessary, but the people of India will not forgive at all the backdoor entry of Turkey into India's aviation sector. Secondly, are you going to reopen your links in other sectors as well? Are you going to allow ground handling as well? Why are these exemptions being given? And how do the people of India read these exceptions? They are going to question the necessity of these exceptions. But more than anything else, they're going to ask one simple question. You promised one thing, but you did another. That is not done. Just not done. Let's debate.
7 months after Operation Sindoor, the Indian government seems to have forgotten its promise not to tolerate India's adversaries. These are the pictures from Jabalpur and Chennai airport. The airline is Corendon Airlines, a Turkish carrier operating on the Indian soil. Indian Airlines, Indigo and SpiceJet use their planes with their crew. These are some of the videos posted by passengers on board Corendon operating across different routes in India.
Many within the aviation sector are now raising questions about the national security aspect itself, that you have Turkish crew members carrying out the operations. You have an aircraft which is also operated by a Turkish airline, and not to forget the role that Turkey has essentially played during Operation Sindoor by backing Pakistan.
It was Turkey which supplied hundreds of drones to Pakistan to be used against Indian forces. Drones and manpower were shared. But instead of banning anything Turkish, in a surprising reversal, the DGCA has granted fresh extensions for Indigo and SpiceJet to continue using Turkish-registered aircraft and even Turkish crews. This comes despite initial pledges to phase out such arrangements amid national security concerns post-Operation Sindoor. Here's a reminder of what the minister said back then.
व्यापारी हो, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हो, सभी ने अभी ये निर्णय लिया कि तुर्की की कोई भी चीज, कोई भी सेवा हमें नहीं चाहिए। हम आत्मनिर्भर, हमें हमारी व्यवस्था हम खुद करेंगे। लेकिन इसी को मद्देनजर रखते हुए ये भी सेवा जो है बहुत सारे एयरपोर्ट पे चल रही थी, हमारी मिनिस्ट्री की ओर से हमने वो बैन कर दिया, उसको कैंसिल कर दिया।
3 times now, the DGCA has bent the rules for Indigo's deal with Turkish Airlines. SpiceJet joined the fray, flying 5 planes from Corendon, a Turkish entity. DGCA's extensions to Indigo and SpiceJet for Turkish planes are a slap in the face to those who hoped that Turkey, like Pakistan, would be taught a lesson.
That the government is not going to allow Turkey in the aviation sector. We are keeping a arm's length distance. But Raman, now the government has done a U-turn here as well. Professor Mahesh Verma is a political analyst pro-BJP. Raman is also pro-BJP. General G.D. Bakshi is with us. Abbas Haider of the Samajwadi Party is with us. Most people are totally shocked that Turkey has made an entry that between Indian cities, people are flying Turkish planes, Turkish air hostesses, Turkish pilots, Turkish crew. It's bizarre. it's as if the government owes no answers to the people or to our armed forces. Why, Raman? Why is this?
I think the basic issue is that the issue was raised properly, and due to the aviation sector's integrities, which have been causing a lot of problems for the passengers, a deadline was extended from August to February 2026.
They fly Turkish planes with Turkish pilots and Turkish aircrew. Turkish aircrew also. I mean, General Bakshi, this is a complete abandonment of what was promised. This is an abandonment of what the government promised. Complete and total abandonment.
Must look into it
General
and
Bakshi,
abolish this thing. This is
General
not
Bakshi,
tolerable.
Excuse me. You know, Arnab, Turkey went to the extent of waging war against India. Let me be so blunt in simple terms. They sent in hundreds of drones just before the commencement of Sindoor. Before that, Arnab, may I remind people that Turkey had promised to send 3,000 fighters, Arab fighters, into Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir, to help Pakistan create chaos and mayhem there. During Op Sindoor, apart from supplying the Turkish drones, the Bayraktars, the Baykar Shibas, you see, they also sent in their operators.
Yeah.
Some of them were killed in the Murid Air Base in Pakistan. They were taking part in the operations, flying combat sorties against Indian targets. If that is not war, Arnab, what else is?
And this is, I don't think...
Two of their mobile command posts were located at Noor Khan.
The problem is that, General Bakshi, the government seems to have completely forgotten what it promised. The government seems to have completely and totally forgotten what it has promised to the people of India. And the feeling I get is, Professor Mahesh Verma, the government does not even feel answerable for this. The feeling is we are the government. Yes, we promised after Operation Sindoor, people were angry. We changed our position. And now you can do nothing about it. It's like a challenge to the people of India, Professor Mahesh Gupta, that we will allow Turkish Airlines to fly Indian passengers against their will. Because I don't think these passengers are buying Turkish planes, tickets. They are buying it on Indigo and SpiceJet. And then they are being forced, they get in, and they get on a Turkish plane with a Turkish pilot and Turkish aircrew.
Anuji, can I speak in Hindi also?
You can speak in any language you wish, sir. Ratnakar Tripathi also.
Thank you very much, brother.
जी.
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो ये जो सरकार है, ये उस तरह के कोई काम नहीं कर रही है जो पहले सरकार किया करती थी। याद करिए कि 2008 में 26/11 का हमला होता है और 2010 में 112 करोड़ की मदद पाकिस्तान को पहुंचाई जाती है।
मैं 2025 की बात कर रहा हूं।
अब 2025 जो तुर्की की आप बात कर रहे हैं, उस तुर्की को आज कितना बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है, किस प्रकार के नुकसान को वो झेल रहा है, ये अंदाजा नहीं होगा।
नहीं, आपने टर्किश एयरलाइंस क्यों इधर थोप दिए?
टर्किश एयरलाइंस के लिए जो ट्रीटी थी, जो चीज थी, उसको हमने लिमिट किया है।
कहाँ लिमिट किया है?
सर 26 फ्लाइट जो है, 26 फ्लाइट्स जो है, हम सिर्फ अलाउ कर रहे हैं।
नहीं, 26 फ्लाइट अलाउ कर रहे हैं। मेरी बात सुनिए, आपने ग्राउंड हैंडलिंग, एक मिनट, आपने कहा कि ग्राउंड हैंडलिंग के लिए हम टर्किश कंपनी अलाउ नहीं करेंगे, मगर इन द एयर अलाउ करेंगे, तो ये तो कोई लॉजिक ही नहीं बनती है।
सर वो उसके ऊपर भी जो है 26 फरवरी 2026 तक हमने टाइम दिया है, क्योंकि लोगों को कहीं
नहीं, ये तो आपने किसी के कमर्शियल स्वार्थ के लिए किया है। Why सरकार को, I want to know, ये इंडिगो एयरलाइंस के साथ इतना प्यार क्यों है सरकार को? हर चीज में आप इंडिगो एयरलाइंस को अरेंजमेंट फोर्सिंग इंडियन पैसेंजर्स टू फ्लाई टर्किश प्लेन्स। उनके प्लेन नहीं है तो नहीं चलाए। कल आप बोलेंगे पाकिस्तानी प्लेन्स ले आइए, कल आप बोलेंगे कि पाकिस्तान से प्लेन्स ले आइए, हमने पाकिस्तान को भी नुकसान करवाया। ये क्यों हो रहा है? Why is the government allowing this? Ratnakar Tripathi is on the debate. Ratnakar Tripathi.
See, this is a breach of trust. The contract
Ratnakar Tripathi Indigo Airlines, Corendon Airlines. But when I go there, I have to sit in Corendon Airlines. I may like, may not. I don't care. I had been there. Just last month I was there. It was a Corendon Airlines campus or something like that. Right? महेश गुप्ता जी, मैं हिंदी में बता दे रहा हूँ प्रोफेसर साहब। हाँ, हम लोगों को किया, वो आपने नहीं किया। 2 जनवरी 2007 पठानकोट पे हमला होता है एयरबेस, और आप 27 से 2 अप्रैल तक भारत पाकिस्तान की आईएसआई के मेजर को पाकिस्तानी सेनाओं को पठानकोट एयरबेस का मुआयना करने का मौका देता है, और ये तय करने का मौका देता है कि हमने उसमें किया है नहीं किया, और जो तय कहा नहीं किया। पठानकोट एयरबेस को अपने पाकिस्तानियों से इंक्वायरी करवाई, शर्म है आपके ऊपर। And one more thing, Dr. Goswami, with all due respect, why don't you ask the government? Why didn't they inquire the role of the LAB or Corendon, whatever it is? In the event, incident of Indigo holding the sky of India to ransom for 3 days. Why is this being inquired?
No, I have got some information now I want to share with you. See, by the way, you keep saying, why don't you ask the government, why don't you ask the government? Today, there is only one network which is asking government, asking opposition, asking everyone. I ask the government all the time. Now, my question is this, please. My question is this. Please hear me, Ratnakar Tripathi. No, Mr. Tripathi, I have some very worrying information. And I am quite sure that this information, the government will act on it and stop this. Because Civil Aviation Ministry can't be allowed to get away with this. In the last 48 hours, ladies and gentlemen, watching the program, Abbas is on the debate, have 4 windows. 58 flights have been there by Turkish planes in Indian soil. The central government has allowed 58 flights by Turkish planes on Indian soil. With whose permission? I say, with whose permission? Open the lines tonight. With whose permission?
Very shameful.
No, how is this being allowed? And how much will be hidden? The thing is, you have Turkish President Erdogan, who's an enemy of India. He is with Pakistan. Tomorrow you'll say, let us be very general about it. Aviation sector, let's get Bangladesh Biman and Pakistan Airways also into India. You are looking here and there, Ratnakar Tripathi ji. You know today the people are angry, and if I open the phone lines, you will see how angry people are. I do not think any Indian passenger will buy a Turkish or Corendon Airways ticket. You buy an Indigo ticket, you are put into a Turkish plane with Turkish air hostesses and Turkish pilot and Turkish plane. Is that not a security threat? Abbas is there, he is the spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Abbas.
Arnab, I thank you for taking this very serious issue which concerns every citizen of this country. I totally agree with you, not just me, all the people from opposition, even the treasury side, they all agree with you what we are saying. And 140 crore people of this country, they agree with you. See, nothing is more important than national security of our country. We should have an unswerving stand when national security is concerned, Arnab. Arnab, 23% trade import between Russia, Turkey and India has declined. And this is a voluntarily effort of traders of this country. They have sacrificed their trade for national security. And look what our government is doing. Look, people who have no spine to show, to take a stand. We should take a stand. There is no question of if and but when national security is concerned. When Turkey was helping Pakistan, it was supplying military support, it was supplying drones to Pakistan. It is an enemy of our country, and no trade should be done between Turkey and India. There is no official ban between trade between India and Turkey as of now. So Arnab, there is no question. The most important.
Abbas, more reason why. More reason why. More reason why. You say to the traders, the government says to the traders, support us, fight for national security, boycott Turkey, and the traders boycotted Turkey. We ran a boycott Turkey campaign. But most importantly, Raman Malik and Mahesh Verma, I want to remind you today, General Bakshi is also on. When there were reports that there was a Congress party had an office in Turkey, Republic raised the question and BJP had a press conference on it. Good, very good. You raised question, does the Congress party need to have an office in Turkey? On the one hand, Raman, you do all this. Can you please explain to the people of India, Mahesh and Raman, what is the BJP doing? You are saying traders don't trade with Turkey?
They can.
No, you are saying your army is saying Turkey is attacking us, killing our people, and then you are allowing a Turkish private airline to make money by forcibly flying Indian passengers? 58 flights if in 2 days.
Looked into. I firmly say that this has to be looked into. But
no, what do you mean looked into? I'll open the phone lines. Can you open them? No, looked into means what? General Bakshi, looked into. Now you will say looked into because Republic is picking it up. Aravalli, you will say looked into because Republic is picking it up.
Arnab, bhajiya ka thela nahi lena hai, aircraft lena hai.
What do you mean bhajiya ka thela? Stop using this kind of superficial language.
Dry lease is not an easy job.
70%. वो भजिया ले रहे हैं क्या? That trade is not important to our country.
The sacrifices of our soldiers in Operation Sindoor do not matter to you.
It is a job of Indigo and spice.
What the soldiers are not in Operation Sindoor. You are betraying the soldiers. You are betraying the common citizen of this country, sir.
Nobody is betraying
31 crore in electoral bonds from Indigo. They can get away with anything. This is going to happen. 31 crore electoral bonds. What they can do, they can arm twist the government and get away with anything.
आपकी अपनी जमात आपका जान खा लेगी, आप बोले ये तो सही तुर्की का केस।
सर मैं ये
तुर्की का केस बोलिए, पता लगेगा आपकी जमात आपको पूछ लेगी और
तुर्की बंद करिए, क्या तुर्की का है?
Abbas,
नए extension दे रहे हैं, you're giving multiple extension despite saying that there is, see, even DGC has said that there was safety violation by Turkish Airlines. Even acknowledging safety violation, they have given multiple extensions to Turkish Airlines. This is what the BJP government is doing.
Raman, the Mumbai High Court gave clearances, gave support to these contracts. Have you forgotten that?
What have you forgotten?
अरे जब सिलेबसी का कैंसिल कर रहे थे तो कोर्ट्स came in support of them.
No, but why are you? I want to understand the compulsion. General Bakshi, we are opening calls. Please open the lines. I'll take hot calls tonight. My point tonight is simple. Please, one second. I want to remind the government of India. Dr. Mahesh, about the sacrifices and valor of the Indian Armed Forces during Operation Sindoor.
Those six are propagating.
आज इनकी नैतिकता कहाँ चली गई? आज ये नेता पार्लियामेंट में उसी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को लेकर कितना बड़ा बकवास कर गया, कितनी बड़ी बदतमीजी कर गया, कितना बड़ा देश के खिलाफ बोल गया, और ये कांग्रेस के लोग
ये बताइए डॉक्टर महेश, वन में डॉक्टर महेश एकमात्र क्वेश्चन केंद्र बिंदु सेंट्रल पॉइंट. आई एम नॉट मूविंग फ्रॉम दैट. I am not moving from that. I am on Abbas. I just want to know, General Bakshi.
These political lines, sir. We are talking as citizens of India, not as a political people, sir.
Abbas,
ये national security का issue है. Can't you take it seriously?
आप citizen की हैसियत से नहीं आए हैं.
अभी TL पे आप ट्विस्टिंग करी इंडिगो ने, चलिए कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन यहाँ पे भी होगा क्या? टर्किश हमारे एयर स्पेस पे टर्किश एयरक्राफ्ट घूमेंगे, हमारे हो सकता है हमारी कंट्री में. डू यू टेक इट इजीली? हल्के में ले रहे हैं आप इस बात को?
अरे कौन हल्के में ले रहा है?
आगे हल्के में नहीं ले रहा तो आपने क्यों
हल्के में लिया? आप मानते हैं ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का,
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everyone for their support to Republic on these issues. I call upon the government of India. General Bakshi, to immediately dissociate themselves from this Turkish airline and to not create a very, hurtful situation where Indigo or SpiceJet are allowed to use not just Turkish planes, but Turkish pilots and Turkish crew. I call upon passengers, I call upon my fellow citizens to build adequate pressure on issues like this, that this sense of growing unilateralism, the feeling that we can do anything and explain it away, independently or in conjunction with courts or with other associations, it cannot be allowed. This is a sensitive issue. General Bakshi, the picture I have is of Zakir Naik with Erdogan. And I say this is a betrayal to the people of India that Turkish planes are flying all over India unchecked. Unchecked.
Arnab, may I point out in all humility that one of the best means of espionage are the crew and the members of the Turkish airline.
Absolutely true.
They fly into our airports, many of which are dual airports. They are Air Force bases as also civil aviation centers. Every time you fly into such an airport, you are asked to keep your window shades up. And a whole lot of other precautions were taken to see that you don't get a peek into our airspace, into our air activities at our air bases. You allow the Turkish airlines to operate here. It is a kul sim for espionage during hot operations. Are you out of your mind? Here is a country whose people not only gave drones to Pakistan, they flew those drones. Some of them were killed during Op Sindoor. That is a hostile act. It's an act of war. They have been misbehaving with our navy in the Mediterranean when we had gone to exercise with Cyprus and Greece.
What she's saying is so clear that visual is of Munir, Shehbaz and Erdogan. As you watch this picture, please remember, Pakistan will use every possible way, especially its all-weather friend Turkey, to breach into Indian security. Pressure from you and me stopped the government, made the government take Celebi off. It was not on its own, it was because of public pressure. Today I call upon the people of India to build the public pressure so that these Turkish planes don't fly all over the country with Turkish crew. Imagine there are hundreds of Turkish people who have entered India via these planes. And nobody can take a guarantee for them. For a representative sample of public mood, Mahesh from Mumbai. Mahesh, briefly please. Mahesh.
I think it's pleasure talking to you, Arnab.
Thank you.
In the language of this Ramanji and Mahesh Verma, भजिए की दुकान तो डीजीसीए और एवियन मिनिस्ट्री ने खोल के रखी हुई है। पहले तो उन्होंने इंडिगो के केस में भजिए की दुकान से भजिए बेचे कस्टमर्स को, इंडियन ने इसका इंडिगो का तो कुछ उखाड़ नहीं सके। अब तुर्किश एयरलाइन को बेच रहे हैं भजिए, और घोड़े लग रहे हैं कस्टमर्स के, इनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा। आई थिंक मोदी जी कहीं सुन रहे होंगे तो इनको ध्यान देना चाहिए, कुछ तो समझना चाहिए।
आई एम श्योर, I am sure.
इतनी बेशर्मी नहीं करनी चाहिए।
नहीं, I am sure. Yeah, this is a very serious issue. I would like to just go across to Satya from Mumbai. Satya.
I just want to send this message to the government, to your panelists over here representing BJP, that just this week, Pakistan has been gifted a warship by Turkey.
Yes.
Forget the drones of Operation Sindoor. And here, it's been really shameful about Indigo and the government that they are allowing the airplanes of Turkey and their crew to be on our soil and air.
Yeah.
Okay, just this week, they have gifted the warship to Pakistan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And these things are not... You see, I love the fact now. Are you seeing how well-informed all of you are seeing our viewers are? Will they not ask questions? Dilip from Bengaluru. Hi, Dilip.
Hi. Arnab, actually, my view is that how can government allow this? It's a huge espionage issue.
Yes.
What if the Turkish Airlines hires Pakistani crew, Pakistani pilots, so they come and land in India, stay in India? So isn't it a huge risk? How is this being allowed? It's kind of surprising. It's atrocious.
It truly is. Well, I'll thank my panelists at this point. I request the government to rethink what's happening. I request the Civil Aviation Minister to understand that there is no backroom deal, everything is in the open. And it's not about a commercial situation. This is about national interest. The government has to act in this case to preserve national interest. Ladies and gentlemen, to another story that has disappointed all of us. Somewhere the feeling is that one of the most important cases regarding corruption that the BJP government was expected to look into, nothing has happened on it. I'm speaking about the Augusta Westland VVIP chopper scam, allegedly involving kickbacks worth hundreds of crores. This case has virtually come crashing down with Christian Michel
the alleged middleman, being released effectively by the Delhi court in the ED money laundering case. There is another case against him. But that too is under the CBI, and I don't know what's going on. Bottom line is this, ladies and gentlemen, that the BJP promised to act on these cases of corruption. But for some reason, the trial itself has not started. The witnesses have not been complete. The basic processes that the government should do in 7 years have not even virtually begun. Then was this an eyewash? Why was Christian Michel brought back with the promise that he would be made to reveal all? Are corruption cases only being used for leverage? If the government is serious, then why have the government's own agencies completely failed? Let's debate.
So what would be the implication of, sir, as you released? Christian, have you turned down the brewer? Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts to India? Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts at last? Christian, would you tell the truth?
Let me tell you, there's no corruption that took place in India. I was very much aware of everything. There is no corruption in India. The corruption took place in Italy.
Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Were you in touch with any politicians here in India? Did you take any bribes, Mr. Michel?
A UPA-era scam, kickbacks worth crores of rupees, and the man at the center of it all, Christian Michel, let off easy.
Sir, as you're released, ordered by the court in ED matter, what do you have to say about it?
I think written law will prevail. I think there are good judges, some good judges in India. I've been lucky to have them.
So, are you satisfied with the order of the court, or
yes,
expecting something more?
No, I'm satisfied. I think India's constitution is excellent.
A Delhi court ordered the release of Christian Michel in the ED money laundering case. A case where trail of kickbacks and proceeds of crime has been established and is now seeing the criminal walk free. Not just that, 2 other players are yet to be brought into the investigation. While Michel himself admitted corruption on Republic's camera,
Let me tell you, there's no corruption that took place in India. I was very much aware of everything. There is no corruption in India. The corruption took place in Italy. It's an Italian political affair. It's got nothing to do with India.
agencies have failed to mention political links. Look at this note. The note that mentioned political, bureaucratic, and other abbreviations shared by Italy, but not investigated by the Indian agencies. Who was AP? Who was FAM? If millions were bribed, who let the Augusta Westland scam collapse?
Rohan Gupta, is the BJP serious at all on corruption issues? Or is it only using corruption issues for drama? Christian Michel was extradited to India in December 2018 and taken into CBI custody, the visuals on the screen. That was just 3 months before the election campaign was to start. So every time before a national election you pick up these cases of corruption, then you forget it for the next 4.5 years. Do you feel you owe an answer to the people of India who expected you to act? You could not act in 2G. It was the issue which brought you to power in 2014. You failed to act on Augusta, which was one of the cases which brought you to power in 2019. You provided convenient exits to people like Sandesara brothers. You had made it a big political issue. before 2019. Now you have allowed them to get away by paying 5,000 crores. Are you serious on corruption, or is it just something to talk about?
No, I think government is very, very serious on any of such issues. And the gravity of these cases are such that it's not very, very easy to prove the political links. And this, you can see now that the political extraditions are happening in India. And Augusta Westland, Mikhail is one of the cases where extradition was successful. And he's even today, he's in custody. It's not that he's out of custody.
He'll be out soon, you know that. Yeah, why did the ED fail? Why did the ED fail?
See, as you have rightly told in your initial package, the money trail was established. There is absolutely no doubt that he is not responsible for this case. And you know that in India, there are many courts where you just saw...
No, 7 years are not enough. Your charge was the BJP told the people of India that Christian Michel paid bribes to politicians with certain initials, right? And he was a conduit between Indian politicians and Augusta Westland. In almost 8 years, you could not start the trial.
That's what I'm saying.
What? That's what you're saying. Why are you saying that?
I'm saying that because it's not that easy to...
You forget that you came to power in 2014 on the issue of corruption.
Arnab,
no, which corruption case have you taken to its logical conclusion? Robert Vadra, Damashri, nothing. Which corruption case?
National Herald, you will see that...
You will see. You will see means what? Last week, either due to shoddy paperwork or for other reason, maybe you don't want Subramaniam Swamy's name there, so you have taken it over the case. You're filing a fresh charge sheet and all that. Technically, you don't want Subramaniam Swamy to take ownership of the National Herald case. But there also, it's been painfully slow.
No, Arnab, it's not the case. We do not want opposition to pay victim card here. We want them to get the full opportunity. Tomorrow they should not come and say, look, BJP government ensured that vindicative politics has happened against, vendetta politics happened against us. We don't want that. Let it be judged on the merits. The court is doing their work, the CBI is doing their work, the ED is doing their work. So definitely everybody should be given a chance.
I'm not saying I believe, let me make it very clear. Let me make it very clear. You are fully aware that Christian Michel is today's Ottavio Quattarocchi, right? You are fully aware that what this case was about, it was about international level bribes in a defense deal. General Bakshi, right? It was about international level bribes in a defense deal.
Absolutely.
An explanation is owed to the people of the country. The argument was that the Indian Air Force needed to change planes, the parameters were manipulated to favor Augusta Westland and bribes were paid. 10 years have passed and more than 23 years since the original request for proposal, the government has been able to prove nothing. Come on, Rohan Gupta, what are you doing?
No, I will tell you very specifically. If you see Mr. DP, just let me complete. The public counsel DP Singh, if you see his reply, he was very clear that the gravity of this case is such that the accused cannot be allowed to move out of the case because of the international...
Have you gone soft on the Gandhi Vadras overall? Have you gone soft on Gandhi Vadras? Is there some...
Absolutely.
Is that the reason why you could not do anything even in the Robert Vadra case? You said
we have to understand
the documents have been burnt. What happened to the Robert Vadra case after 11 years? What happened in the 2G case? What happened in the Augusta Westland case? Maybe you feel you don't owe an answer to the people of India.
No, absolutely not, Arnab. In India, it's very easy to play vendetta politics. We do not want anybody...
So you think that if you go ahead in this case, you'll be accused of vendetta politics?
No, absolutely not.
We are say the same thing about National Herald tomorrow.
Even if public prosecutor's plea was not accepted, that doesn't mean that this case will be...
Okay, we'll take the other side tonight, opening up an opportunity here, obviously, for the opposition here. But I don't understand why the BJP doesn't understand it. It's got a responsibility. You can't file a charge sheet. The ED charge sheet said that Michel and other middlemen influenced the reinduction of the helicopter service ceiling requirements. They said he was a fundamental figure. The CBI has alleged a loss of 400 crore rupees. We are going to look bad. General Bakshi, we are going to look bad if Christian Michel goes away and the Augusta case closes down.
Arnab, it is worse than that. It's a bit worse than that. Let me explain. The Congress decade was that lost decade of Indian military aviation. We couldn't get the Rafales, we couldn't get the multi-role fighter aircraft. None of what was required could come through. You are today at a situation where you are supposed to have 42 squadrons, you have 29. How many squadrons does the Pakistani Air Force has, Arnab? 25. You are now on par with the Pakistani Air Force, almost. Who was responsible for that? The old Congress ancient regiment. They wanted a cut. They wanted their hand in the till on any deal, and the best way to get that money was to delay deals. Delay. You know, and you have created a disaster for the Indian Air Force. You have today brought it down to 29 squadrons. When you actually need 60 squadrons if you are to deal with a 2 and now 3 front situation. Right? Even Bangladesh wants to buy J-10C fighters.
No, again on the corruption issue here.
Sabotage was done, man.
No, on the corruption
not
issue.
Just somebody
Rohan,
wanting to
the
make
agencies
money at the expense of
your investigating agencies often drop charges against politicians.
Somebody has to be held accountable.
Yeah, just following up on the line of questioning, one more to Rohan.
It doesn't happen again.
Rohan, this case was about politicians linked to the deal. And I want to remind you tonight, Rohan, that before every election, you, that is the BJP, you do press conferences saying that we will expose this corruption, this party, this politician. You do big press conferences, Damashri, this, that, everything. But when it comes to actual investigation and filing a charge sheet, you make no mention of the political individuals potentially linked to the deal as per your own claims. This lack of documentation, Rohan, indicates an absolute and abysmal failure to investigate the political links. So you do a high...
Again, I won't...
No, you may or may not agree with me.
I will not agree with you.
No, I don't expect you to agree with me. What have you done in the case?
10 seconds.
On the political link you promised.
I will give you example of National Herald. See, please understand, Arnab. Again, I am coming back to the same point. We do not want anybody to play unnecessarily vendetta politics in India. That doesn't mean that if the agencies are not doing their job.
You are constantly talking about vendetta politics, which means you are a government that is on the defensive. You are afraid of the Congress party. You're constantly saying, oh, we don't want to be accused of vendetta politics. Well, give
me 10 seconds. There is some lag between what you speak and what I say. So just 10 seconds. Even in case of National Herald, what we did, we ensured that enough opportunity is given to the accused. The charges which is filed...
Why you give that much opportunity to the common citizen? You only give opportunity to Sandesara. You give opportunity to the accused in political cases. Do you give this kind of opportunity to the common man?
Whether it is Mr. Sandesara...
Why did you give Sandesara? Why did you let Sandesara get away by paying 5,000 crores? No, tomorrow you'll do the same to Vijay Mallya? Tomorrow Nirav Modi will say, I want the Sandesara deal.
They are paying their money as per the law. They are not allowed to get away like what happened at the time of...
Anyway, not in the context of Sandesara, somebody robs 300 rupees, runs away from the country, then after 10 years says, I will give you 75 rupees. And you say, okay, I will drop all the charges.
Not the case. No.
Arnab, this is setting the wrong... You don't seem to be strong on issues of corruption.
Arnab, absolutely
you
not.
You don't seem to be strong on issues of corruption.
Or any accused which is...
Then why are extradition requests for Guido Hashke and Carlo Gerosa still missing?
That's what
you have an excellent relationship with Turkey. Allow me. You have an excellent relationship with Turkey. Meloni is a friend of India. One phone call you can make to Meloni. 2 requests were sent to Italy in February 2017 and January 2018. Italy returned the request in March 2018. A third request was for Hashke was sent in October 2018. Remains unresolved. Why are you not pushing the Italian government? You think I don't know the background of the case? I want to remind you, Rohan, I am the one who's investigated all these cases. I know it like the back of my hand.
I agree with you. And you always
Well, you agree with me, but you're doing nothing. No.
But you tell me, in India, the extradition has happened when? At the time of BJP government? Why this Michel is in jail? Because of BJP government's extradition pressure? So it is not that easy, but we are not going to leave any of them. It might take its own time.
You will get
but
him
there is
after
a
he
resolve by
flies
this
out.
government to
Tomorrow a chartered plane will come and take him away. This
No,
is not
absolutely
convincing. Ratnakar is
If that had
smiling
happened,
because he
that
knows
would
they
happen
are getting away.
He's in
Kapil
jail.
Madan is happy
He's in
because they
jail
know they
now.
are getting away.
He has already been sentenced for more than 7 years, and that is a plea which has been taken by them.
Remember the day he goes away, we'll have 20 cameras and show him flying out so that you are reminded of where your failures are. Kapil. Must be very happy.
Let me begin by saying I heard, Mr. Gupta, and, as usual, Mr. Gupta, wants to, replace shouting allegation and he wants to use it as an evidence. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen. And I will answer both in the context of National Herald and I will both answer in the context of this particular case. Now, what has happened in this case? This case, the delay is not accidental here. The delay is not accidental. If you'll ask me honestly, if for 7 long years you don't begin trial, and the maximum period prescribed for that particular offense is 7 years, it speaks volume. It speaks volume about your intent. It speaks volume about how serious you are. And it also speaks volume that you want to weaponize these kind of proceedings for your optics and you are not really interested in the adjudication and the conviction, because your entire, premise of your, plank, your political plank is this fakery of making these kind of frivolous allegation, tarnish the, giving political sentences on the opposition leaders and try to gain political mileage out of it. We've seen in the National Herald case also. We've seen in this case also. Now, let me also tell you, when your prosecution is as lackadaisical as it is being shown, it loses its constitutional legitimacy. This prosecution loses its, legitimacy to even proceed. And this is where we are. This is where do we stand. Let me also give you another example. We've seen in the National Herald case what they've done. 2014 was Swami's case. Hold on. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish.
You must be enjoying this because government has gone easy on you guys.
No one
knows what arrangement is
on TV channels. You may pronounce anyone guilty. Mr. Rohan Gupta will shout and he will feel that his shouting is as good as evidence. But unfortunately, that's not the case. That's really not the case. Now let me come back to the issue at hand. I've also heard General Bakshi, who's a respected panelist here. And with utmost respect and humility at my command, I must also tell him that for the Rafale investigation, there is a prosecution happening in France. Are we prosecuting? Are we even looking into those kind of allegations? And I'm absolutely sure that Mr. Bakshi would agree, and Mr. Bakshi would also know that that prosecution is actually happening in France. But here, there is no prosecution. But that, that narratives may not, suit this discussion. So therefore, we are not discussing.
No, I want to know from you, Rohan Gupta. Rohan, 1 minute. Rohan, 1 minute. Rohan.
Young man.
Yes, Jan Bakshi.
Young man, can I, Arnab, intervene? Thank God for those 36 expensive to buy. Barack Obama had refused to buy the Westlands, right? You could go in for that. You didn't give a damn about our fighter squadron strength. That is why we are in such perilous condition today. And that is why some action
Rohan.
Because
Rohan.
Congress methodology was
Rohan.
delay, drag out.
Yeah, Rohan. So General Bakshi, give me a moment. Rohan, please on the screen, please. I don't want to be putting General Bakshi's audio down, so I'm requesting. Rohan, I have to tell you something. Are you answerable to the people of India? Do you still feel answerable? Because
absolutely.
Because you see, there is the co-accused in this case, like Shravan Gupta, have faced legal consequences abroad, right, including jail sentences in Abu Dhabi. The feeling I get is and what my sources have told me, that after 2019, no fruitful investigation has happened in this case. No fruitful investigation, which means you are looking at a case only till it builds political pressure. Is it because you believe that the Gandhis are your best asset? That the Vadra Gandhis are your best asset, Rahul Gandhi is your best asset, that Robert Vadra's case has gone slow or disappeared. Once in a while pressure builds, you will question him before a general election, then again gone slow. You know, now anyway, you're many happy scenes. No, I'm saying that, is there a Gio or Jinedo kind of approach going on here? Because I have not seen a singular achievement of your government in a case of corruption, on political corruption. At the end of the day, you compromise like Parth Pawar. The Parth Pawar case comes up against the BJP. When Ajit Pawar, you have to use corruption as a leverage. So the case is there against his son. The moment you kiss and make up, then Parth Pawar is not named in the FIR. Everything is good, hunky-dory. Other people, the moment they support the BJP, they get Rajya Sabha tickets, hunky-dory. Cases are forgotten. Is corruption an issue anymore for you?
Definitely there is an issue. I'll tell you very clearly, if you see National Herald case, it is moving. You can see every day, even if there is a bail by the lower court, that if you see the CBI...
So now you're saying forget all cases, only National Herald is there. Okay, we'll follow up.
There is no investigation. There is a money trail. You will see it tomorrow.
Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I have a big debate coming up. Rohan, ruling parties have to be open to get questioned properly, grilled if necessary. I'm closing this, but at 9, many of you have supported me on the Aravalli case. Ladies and gentlemen, I saw the press conference of the Environment Minister, who should be coming on my program, because we raised the issue. We raised the issue and he's giving interviews to news agencies with underhand deliveries. That's not the way a politician should respond. When I'm back, I'll tell you why I completely believe that the arguments in defense being put by the Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav have been totally unconvincing. When I'm back.
Is born. Introducing the Phantom Black Edition by Grand Vitara. Nexa.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
In another world, an element is born. Introducing the Phantom Black Edition by Grand Vitara. Nexa.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका।
The definition in court doesn't match the defense in public.
कोर्ट ने ही अरावली हिल्स टेक्निकल कमेटी का गठन किया और ओनली द रेस्ट्रिक्टेड पर्पस ऑफ माइनिंग। कोर्ट ने अपने निर्णय में ये कहा है, नो न्यू माइनिंग लीज।
Arnab analyzes the sentiment.